Drop the beat.
I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. 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 I'm a never Trump guy.
Yo, good morning. Good Lord. Don't worry. I bought the screen for the window so we can fix our lighting. Good Lord, that was dark. Anyways, hi. How are you doing? I'm doing excellent. It's another beautiful day. It is Friday, March 9th, 2025. We are going to do the woke right civil war between Jordan Peterson and a bunch of other right-wing creators. I did and Hassan Piker debates. However, I think we've all taken cumulatively enough psychic damage that it's time to move on to greener pastures. We may return to the Hassan Piker thing because apparently he reviewed the whole drama between those creators, Hassan Piker being somebody that's sympathetic to the Palestinian cause, Ethan Klein being somebody that's sympathetic to Israel, even if he isn't sympathetic to what they're doing in Gaza. That whole thing kicked off with Ethan Klein creating a content nuke, a criticism of the creator Hassan Piker, which was fairly good. And he's been harassing him for the better part of like 6 months to a year in order to watch it. Well, Hassan has actually recently done that. And apparently the response was not particularly great or intelligent, but we'll leave that for another day. Because frankly, I could do it right now, but if I did, I think we would all cumulatively suffer. And so I'm not interested in torturing you with content today. Good morning to Sacred Snow. Good morning, Harmonic Fox. Excellent to see both of you. What we'll be doing instead is we will be torturing ourselves in a different direction, which is the woke right civil war, something that was kicked off by a character named James Lindsay. James Lindsay is a gentleman who, good morning, Keisoko. Good to see you, brother. Or sister. I actually don't know your gender. Buenos dias. Well, buenos dias back to you. Hola, back to you. So what we'll be doing instead is good morning, Philip Coffee. Good morning. Good to see you. And what we'll be doing is watching James Lindsay and Jordan Peterson, who I would say are like center-right liberals who went along with MAGA and conservatism in order to punish the woke left for its excesses. And we're going to watch them discussing the issue of psychopaths and grifters on the right wing, taking advantage of the social movements of conservatism, MAGA, and the right wing. And then effectively what happens is Sargon Auron, Mike Cernovich, Elijah Schaffer, a few other of the woke right people that they're describing did get pissed off and they did respond. The two most substantive people that I saw James Lindsay engaging with on Twitter are Sargon Auron and Orrin McIntyre. And so we're going to watch their responses to the woke right criticism. And by the way, I think this is actually pretty important. I understand it might not be as fun or youthful or sexy as watching Hassan Piker and Ethan Klein fight it out. But let's face it, their fight wasn't particularly substantive. It was just fun because it's two large creators. Whereas I think as verbose as Jordan Peterson and James Lindsay can be, this not only is a substantive, it's important. Because while they might fail, this is actually an attempt to fight for the soul of the right, which is something that I care about. So yeah. Soko says, I'm a guy. At least I'm pretty sure. I can't be too sure these days. Well, I'm going to go with male pronouns. You let me know if anything changes. Sacred Snow says, the far right is having a tough few weeks between JBP and the Pope. True. So I was thinking about doing news today, but to be honest, I think I just want to grit and bare my teeth and get through it. Normally we do like a news roundup in the beginning in order to kind of ease our way into stream. And I think there are like more adulty Valor Media Network people who drop in for the news segment. But the truth is that I don't want it today. Okay. The news is India and Pakistan are fighting over Kashmir, and we're getting mixed reports of what's actually going on there. We got a new pope, an American pope from Chicago, which is very cool. He's a Republican and a conservative, but he hates JD Vance and he dislikes Trump intensely, which is, in my opinion, awesome. I think the right wing needs to have a fight for the soul of the future of the right. Good morning, Possum Nation. And so as a result, I think that's a cool development. Then shipping cargo container traffic is down substantively. And it seems that Trump is responding to that by actually opening negotiations with China. And that's pretty much the news. So it's the same stuff that we've been covering for, I don't know, a few weeks now. The same stuff that we've already been covering is developing, but it's not developed. It's just still going on in the background. American Pope is crazy. Never thought it would happen in my life. No, I don't think it's that crazy. Matter of fact, if I had to guess, the Vatican got into a beef with the right wing, the American right wing and the Trump right wing, you know, talking smack about their anti-immigrant policies, talking smack about their humanitarian treatment of other human beings, all that kind of stuff. And so it's unsurprising to me that they would pick an American, because an American, number one, speaks English. Number two, might have more cultural relevance. Number three, might be able to might understand the social media, alternative media landscape to the point that they can intelligently fight the Trump admin via the new media. So I actually think that it's pretty intelligent in my opinion. Even if he's more conservative, I'm going to move the lights around because it is so dark. Why is it so dark in here? It's not even that overcast. But anyways, we are, how do I phrase this? I actually think it's a pretty politically intelligent move for the papacy to go this way. I think they'll have more influence as a result. Possum Nation says, I heard Trump beg China in all caps overnight on Twitter. Yeah, he was like, let's reduce it to 80% and see what we can do. And it's like, brah, is this your art of the deal? You know, is this the art of the deal? Sacred Snow says, I don't know if they're doing it on purpose, but as a former Catholic, it's nice to see the Catholic institution push back against the growing hatred of the other. Agreed. I think that the Catholic Church, for all of its flaws and foibles and child abuse and cover-ups, I think that the Catholic Church hopefully learned its lesson from World War II, where it cannot apologize for genocide and ethnocide and deem itself to be a moral arbiter of humanity. And so if the United States was to suddenly become like a genocidal new Reich, which I'm not saying it's going to, I'm just saying if it did, I think the Catholic Church would actually stand in public opposition to it, which would be an improvement compared to World War II. Kesoko says, America has long kept distance from the Pope. Our founders feared his power too. Yeah, but the papacy isn't as powerful as it once was. It used to be like a hybrid of secular and religious power. And now I would say it's largely a religious power. Well, QC John says, good morning, Connor in chat. I've missed last couple of days, been busy releasing a new batch of welders on the world by practicing welder qualification tests of the local vocational school. Well, that's sick. Well, QC John, I need to get with you maybe eventually and figure out how I can get relatively inexpensive metalworking equipment, because I need to know how to drill and tap stuff. Although I guess, you know, cutting and welding would also be a good skill to have, and bending. The reason why I say that is because I checked out 3D CNC machine shops online, and they want to charge me for like a 3 foot by 1 foot, you know, piece of metal that's like drilled and tapped and cut and all that kind of stuff. They want to charge like $3,000, and I know the materials have to be like less than $500. So if it was like, I don't know, $300, I'd be willing to spend $600. I'm not going to spend $3,000. That's not going to happen. And so I'm kind of back to 3D printing materials until I can do that. And but I want like a large volume 3D printer. So anyways, the point is I need to learn how to do metalwork. The primary psychos, sorry, 1 second. Harmonic Foxes fight the Trump agenda while spreading the good name of Catholicism. Heck yeah, agreed. Christian Blair says the primary psychos Peterson and Lindsay we're talking about were identitarians, so they got like half of the right-wing psychos. Yeah, and they're all, even the ones who aren't identitarians are freaking out. I think it is the best way forward if they're going to shift conservative thought back towards anything sane. Well, you know, we're going to fight the good fight, hell or high water. One of the reasons why I lost faith, besides science, was my family's hateful reactionary response to Francis's acceptance of gay folk. Well, yeah, that's, you know, I don't know, man. I think that the problem with a lot of people when it comes to religion is literalism. So they read Paul and they're just like, yeah, this guy, you know, 1700 years ago said this, and therefore I cannot question anything he's ever said ever. Whereas if you actually look at it, he's the founder of the church. He could be considered a prophet, but he's not God. He is a man who interpreted God's will. So in that level of analysis, I think you can find flaws in his argumentation. Also, if you look at secular developments within the church, there used to be, you know, priests used to be able to marry. They used to be able to have heterosexual relationships. The reason why the church prohibited heterosexual relationships for priests is because priests were using the power of the church in order to gain sexual access to all the women in their communities. And so that's where the prohibitions came from. That's not a good prohibition, right? In the modern era, we can hold priests accountable because the Bible has been printed in as many languages as possible. And so the potential for abuse is not eliminated, but it's substantively reduced. And if you had to ask me, not that you would, but if you did ask me, where does the pedophilic sex abuse come from in the Catholic Church? I would say it's men who might have bad impulses, who see the church as a way to gain prestige, and hopefully like actually do believe in God and want to believe in God, but as a result of repressing their negative sexual impulses and being in an environment in which they're given power over children, their sexual improprieties unleash into the world. So yeah. Keisoko says, to be clear, the Pope is more conservative to social teachings of the church. He's less progressive than the last Pope, and that is why he took the name Lay. Cool. Or Leo. Good. It's me, the guy, the haircut commander. Well, excellent. It's good to have you today. Be sure to, quick show time before we get started. Be sure to like the stream. That way other people know that we're live. Be sure to engage in chat if you're not a lurker. That way we, get good, algorithmic push. Engage with the VODs. If you have to dip out, you got to go work. You got to take care of family. You got to do this. You got to do that. Totally understand. People are busy. I'm basically here to entertain you during your workday. And so if you got to dip out, just be sure to like the stream before you go. And also check out the VODs when they're posted to the Counterpoints channel. Finally, I would say that Grassroots Hegemon has been more than generous in his donations. That man has probably given hundreds of dollars, if not $1,000 or $2,000 in the past few months to the Counterpoints channel. And so we appreciate his service. But I do not want the channel to fall on his broad shoulders alone. Okay, so if you do not have money, do not worry about it. Just like the stream, engage with the content, etc., etc. If you do have money burning a hole in your pocket, $2, $5, $10, it's appreciated. It helps the channel, etc., etc. Commander Haircut says, I put an article in your DMs you need to read to the class. Well, I don't know if I'm gonna do so immediately, sir. Please do not hold me hostage, but I'll take a look at it. Let me see if it's relevant. Looking back at 101 days, Elon Musk sounds less confident. Yeah, sure. Why not? We'll consider this our news segment. Let's take a look. Is this gifted or am I paywalled? I'm paywalled, bro, and I don't have a New York Times thing. You can give it too long, didn't read to the summary to the class in chat. Connor, did you see the Hungarians got caught with a spy ring in Ukraine and might be planning to attack and seize Ukrainian territory? No, that's insane. The hedge fund. Yes, we all parasocially love Grassroots Hegemon, but we should not leave him as the sole person. Not that he's the sole person. You guys have been very generous. I'm not. I love Grassroots Hegemon, and I don't want to abuse his generosity. So I don't, we need to share the load in a community way, which Casey from Long Island has done. Show feet, ooh woo. No, and especially not for $2. Jesus. Went from 20 trillion to only 150 billion, but Doge cost the government 130 billion by firing needed federal employees. Isn't that so awesome? Isn't that so awesome, guys, that Elon Musk and Donald Trump promised massive savings to the federal government, and then he ended up absolutely not saving at all, and then he ended up firing a bunch of people that the federal government needed, so they had to rehire all those people, and so now we're back to where we started. Isn't that dope? Isn't that so cool? Yeah, goods don't be cheap, you slut. I mean, that's true. I'm sympathetic to you guys. The tariff's about to kick in, so... guy thinks you're a cheap date. Yeah, exactly. It's true. Well, yeah, feet for $2? Hell no. Once again, Republicans prove they are the deficit spenders. Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy. Anyways, without further ado, let's get into the content. Let's start watching. We're gonna take a look at Mr. JBP and James Lindsay discussing the scenario. I'll be pausing intermittently in order to break it down. So let's get it added to the screen. All right, let's make sure that I am properly screened, and then let me do an intro. All right, beautiful. All right, so good morning, guys, gals, non-binary pals. My name is Connor. I'm a science fiction, political, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran. I love breaking down news. I love breaking down alternative media. I love breaking down politics. I myself am a never Trump Republican. And today we are going to be checking out the woke right civil war. What happened is there's a famous man, semi-famous, named James Lindsay, who called out the fact that all of the psychopathic behaviors that he was calling out in the very far left are now happening in the right and emboldening grifters and psychopaths to seize power, money, time, and attention. This has pissed off a lot of the psychopaths that he's calling out, and he had a long-form conversation with Jordan Peterson that I think is relevant to this conflict. And also, as a result, there's at least 2 people who have criticized the conversation that I am interested in reviewing today so we can get an overview of the woke right civil war. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring these beautiful gentlemen onto your screen, and we are going to watch them discuss the issue. I'll be pausing intermittently in order to break it down. I'll be taking notes on what I find interesting, and we'll be taking it from there. Let's go.
Automating the psychopathy. Like, I've thought for a long time, and I do think this may be the case, that virtualization enables psychopathy. And if that's the case,
we're in trouble.
We're in trouble.
We're in big trouble.
Well, at least 50% of internet traffic is criminal, right? It's
Holy cow, yeah.
It's 30% pornography, which is close enough to criminal, so I think distinguishing them is not useful. And then, like, old people are just scammed nonstop.
Nonstop.
Right. And,
We'll just let that one slide.
and there's no policing, and there can't be, because you can hide so effectively.
Right.
So, and then what it seems to happen is that the unrestrained psychopathy spills over into the public domain, and everyone is mad, like, in both senses, angry and insane because of it. Let's return just for a moment to the hierarchy idea. So you pointed out one interesting mechanism of attaining status, which is to twist the rules slightly, create a new game, and dominate that as its originator.
Right.
So that's a transformation of a process that's actually creative and adaptive, right? Because if I wanted to make a variation of a business, I could do that. And then if I served my customers well and so forth, I could climb to the top of that new business niche and succeed. This is the parasitical equivalent to that.
Yeah.
Right? It's to what? To generate a version that does nothing but attract unwarranted attention. That would be the narcissistic spin. And to use any means whatsoever to attract that attention.
While directing blame to the parent structure. I think that's very important. So, for example, with Karl Marx, he phrased his vision of communism wasn't the crude communism that was experimented with by Gracchus Babeuf in the French Revolution. It was a transcendent communism. And I use that word because he doesn't call it transcendent communism. He calls it communism. But what he says, his exact wording for it is it's communism as the positive transcendence of private property as human self-estrangement, and thus a complete return of man to his true nature as a human or social being.
Right.
We'll be right back, but first, here's a sneak peek at the member-exclusive portion of this episode.
What the hell is going on?
I mean, the left is doing what the left does. The issue is never the issue. They're trying to tear apart society, gain advantage, the whole thing. Everything they did with critical race theory, queer theory, you name it, they're doing it now with this new issue. They're saying Israel is bad and the Jews are a problem. That doesn't play well with mainstream America. So very plausible that this is coming from foreign adversaries. China's behind it, let's say. Qatar's behind it. 2018, the Wall Street Journal publishes an article. 250 MAGA influencers are on the payroll of Qatar, trying to influence Trump's policy. Do you think they stop?
Well, certainly in Iran's interest. The Iranians would sacrifice every single Palestinian in a second. They're just cannon fodder. I mean, it's obvious that Iran is funding Hamas.
Propaganda works. Throwing the dust of moral confusion into the air blinds the eyes. Say you tweet something that they like, it doesn't matter that it's you. They can blow it up. They can put tons of bots behind it. They can put lots of positive comments on it so that they can create an artificial environment.
This is such an ugly vision of the future.
Watch the full.
Man, y'all took that porn comment pretty aggressive. It isn't illegal. But it's close enough that it is. Y'all were like, you know what's illegal? Abusing benzos, Jordan. Y'all got pissed. Yeah, so Possum Nation said that Jordan lost you when he said that 20 million people died from COVID. Yeah, looking at the numbers, it was 7. So, he's off by a factor of, 3. You know what's a good time? Abusing the benzos. Yeah, true. So hold on. You guys are being so mean. The dust of moral confusion. I'll be using that line at work today. Yeah, I'm gonna keep the dust of moral confusion. I'm gonna keep that in my pocket like pocket sand. You know how from Family Guy, there's is it Dale? I think it's Dale. He keeps sand in his pocket so he can, he could like throw it in people's eyes when he's in a fight with them. And that's what I'm going to do with the dust of moral confusion. I'm going to keep it in my pocket and I'm going to blow it into people's eyeballs whenever we get into a fight. But, I think that this is something that we need to keep an eye on, specifically with the member exclusive thing. We need to not be so cold and callous as to ignore the plight of the Gazan civilian population. We also need to be wary of the manipulation of social media in order to vilify Israel. It's not that Israel doesn't do things that are like worthy of criticism and or vilification. It's the fact that there's a lot of paid actors, right? So I'm not paid by Israel. I'm not paid by Oman. I'm not paid by Qatar. I'm not paid by any Gulf states. My geopolitical analysis does not come from a paid position. My geopolitical analysis comes from a long history of being effectively like a neoconservative dove-hawk hybrid. And what I mean by that is doves are typically pacifists. Hawks are typically warmongers. I've seen the war machine and I've seen how wasteful and stupid and inefficient and murderous it can be. And I think that wielded improperly, the military industrial complex and the military can do incredible amounts of harm. But I've also seen wildly intelligent, wildly competent, wildly technologically sophisticated operations that could be used to destroy enemies of mankind broadly and also make the world a better place. And so, yeah, I've seen what it does. I have ideas on how it can do good in the world. And so we have to bear in mind that we are getting played to some degree by Chinese propagandists who want to sow discord in the United States of America. We are being played by Gulf states who want to reduce Israel's impact on the United States by creating alternative narratives. And just because they're creating alternative narratives doesn't mean they're wrong, but we have to understand that there's a healthy chunk of propaganda in social media, and we need to analyze it. K. Soko says, I love Dale too. Good. Ryan Lopez says, I find callous as a human condition. What's Gaza done for me lately? Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong. That's a healthy chunk of the attitude, but we shouldn't lose our humanity just because we get used to seeing brutality on the internet. Need help, Ukraine? Give me minerals. Yeah, exactly. Sounds more libertarian than neocon. Dave Hawk? Maybe, but libertarian. Unfortunately, Webmaster 4531, I would love to use the label libertarian. I would love to root my moral philosophy in libertarianism. But the truth is that libertarians, especially on the internet, it's become synonymous with the narco-capitalists. And so if you're even a statist and you talk to a libertarian and you claim the same title, you have to get into like a 3-hour protracted debate about whether or not the state should even exist. And so the conversations just become so tiresome. So I would rather just claim like, I'm definitely a Republican. Philosophically, the Republican Party has lost its mind, but philosophically, I'm 100% a Republican. And then neoconservative are the liberals from the left of the 60s and 70s who think that the left went too far. And so as a result, they became advocates for liberalism and representative democracy. And they were probably war hawks. I hope for the neocon brand and philosophy to get tempered by reality, where they realized that Vietnam was kind of a military disaster and Iraq was kind of a military disaster. And so as a result, they need to become tempered. They can't be so bloodthirsty that they just, I don't know, waste trillions of dollars and hundreds of thousands of lives and think that they're still the good guys. You have to dial it in at some point. Commander Haircut says, to some degree, it's funny that we're probably watching Israeli shills accusing Qatar shills of being Chinese shills. It's true. It's true, but I promise you that my Israel shill talking points come from a place of earnest analysis. I'm not saying that I'm not consuming pro-Israeli propaganda and then sympathizing with it, but I do think I can articulate a pretty accurate historical narrative for why I feel the way that I feel, and it's not motivated by money. Not yet, anyways. I'll let you know when it does. Case Ogo says, I'd like to be a libertarian, but then I'd have to accept Ben Shapiro as one of us. Yeah, exactly. Although I think he's in the conservatarian camp. Enemies of mankind like Xenos, heretics, and chaos. Yes, absolutely, Nang-un. Yes, those people, but also jihadists, fascists, and communists. Christian Blair says, Nambla left the Dems in the 1990s, mid-2000s, and went into the Libertarian Party, which explains the age of consent arguments. Not surprised. The enemy of mankind is yellow mustard. It will be the downfall of humanity. Wrong. Mixed yellow mustard with ketchup in order to make a tasty mixed condiment that is excellent to eat. Also, yellow mustard on a hot dog. I don't eat hot dogs anymore, but a ballpark hot dog with ketchup, mustard, and relish is fire. Not to mention the disinformation bots. Yeah. I think they're going to talk about that momentarily. Christian Blair says, I'm tired of Israel Palestine. It's time to shift to the shit show. No, you guys are being racist as hell again. I thought you were talking about shit show like online digital politics, drama. I didn't know you were talking about Kashmir. Good God. You guys are so rude. Anyways, continuing.
Full member exclusive session now on Daily Wire Plus.
So that's a Nietzschean revaluation of all values.
Yeah,
Right.
it's really much
So-
deeper than people think.
so-
It's redistributing property. It's to transcend property. And so how does this turn into what I said is that the game, which at that point he's looking at, it doesn't matter if it's capitalism or feudalism or even slavery, it's the private property game that he believes is the course of history. He says, well, everything is actually that thing's fault. And people who play that game are the people who are the problem. And that's how he recruits. He finds people who are losing within that game, who are being injured by that game, and says, you know what? It's not you. It's the whole bloody game. Come over here. We've got a different game. But the trick is, who's at the top of that game? With Karl Marx, it was Karl Marx. It wasn't the people ever. If you read it, so what's Communist Manifesto? We'll just break it down. Chapter 1.
This is an interesting analysis only because I know Nick Fuentes does this 100%. I know that Elijah Schaefer tries to do that 100%. I know that Vosh does that 100%. I think that Destiny doesn't do that as much because he's still like a liberal. And so he appeals to like the upper class liberals and all that kind of stuff. But I think a lot of people who are fans of Destiny are, overeducated, underemployed, intelligent people who like to debate and all that kind of stuff. And so as a result, he's been able to recruit this army of like disaffected, angry, pissed off liberals, but they're still part of the system and they still advocate for the liberal system. They just haven't found their place in it yet. And so I do think there's something interesting to be said about alternative media effectively recruiting the socially disaffected. And I do wonder sometimes if I would be better off. I'm not saying that I can do this. I don't think I can do it. I do wonder sometimes if I would be better off if I was just recruiting to like the socially and politically disaffected through pandering. But I don't want to do that. The reason why I don't want to do that is because number one, I don't think any of these people have been improved by their interactions with social media. Because they're not taking on what I view as like a mildly social conservative bent, which is iron sharpens iron. Here, when you come to this stream, I want to deal with what's going on during the day and current events, news, all that kind of stuff. But I'm hoping my analysis is bringing you insights that make you feel like you understand the world better. And then I also hope that the way that I live and the way that other chatters live, where, yeah, we're here, we're having fun, we're talking to each other during the workday, but we're also working. We're also being productive. Hopefully, I'm encouraging you guys to work out a little bit. Hopefully, I'm encouraging you guys to take your social lives seriously. So I don't want you to be, if 10 years from now, if you're underemployed and angry and don't have good relationships, if 10 years from now, you're still underemployed, angry, and don't have good relationships, I would view this as a misuse of your time. I want you to get better. I want you to get smarter. I want you to get faster. I want you to get stronger, right? So, Gray Poupon Yeah, Grey Poupon's excellent. Commander Haircut says, Valor Media, I screenshotted the important bits and DM them. They're good for laughing away the schizo presentation. Okay, cool. Well, let's do this content for now, just because I want to keep a flow to the content. But I will check it out, especially towards the end of stream once we're, or maybe like in a break between segments. Excuse me, do you have any Grey Poupon? I don't. I have avocado toast with, I think it's feta cheese and hot sauce that my wife prepared for me, which is amazing. That's the reason why I'm not rich. She keeps buying avocados, which is financially breaking our family. Christian Blair says, given how cringe the up-and-coming liberal progressives are, like Dean, and do it ain't looking good for the normie left, I think Destiny can guide them. That's the thing. So Stephen, for all his flaws, I think he just needs to acknowledge and accept, because I think there's a issue where he gets called a sociopath, but I call him a sociopath. But I think he genuinely does care about liberalism because it's the best system in which he can do well. I think that liberal capitalism has been quite good to Destiny, and therefore Destiny advocates for it earnestly. So it's not just a question of, like, for him, I don't think he's just climbing the social hierarchy because he feels like it. I think he climbs the social hierarchy of liberalism because he believes in it as well. So he might have some of the things that Jordan Peterson and James Lindsay are talking about, where he might be a little sociopathic, he might be a little Machiavellian, he might be a little dark triad, dark tetrad, as he's been accused of in the past. But I think he genuinely believes what he's saying. At least I think he does. Anyways, maybe I've been suckered in, but I think that his political analysis is often so intelligent that it has to come from a place of earnestness. And so as a result, I think his callousness and sociopathy, it makes him toxic at this point because he's dealing with the sex dramas of 2022 and the Pixie lawsuit. But time heals the majority of wounds. And so if he doesn't do freaky, crazy sex shit going forward, he settles the Pixie drama, and then he mentors this next generation of progressive and liberal commentator, I think that they can do well. So, yeah. Shadow 2 Bravo says, just recruit Army and Marine infantrymen. We are disenfranchised. True, Shadow 2 Bravo. And I do want to cater to veterans. But the thing is that nerdy veterans absolutely exist. And frankly, if I could do a marketing campaign for smart veterans that were like underemployed or unemployed and angry and wanted to get political analysis, I would love to reach almost exclusively veterans. Not exclusively, but I would love to have a shitload of veterans in. But the truth is, they're difficult to reach. They're busy. They're drinking. They're working. They're frustrated. They're angry. They're dealing with wives, divorce, all that kind of crap. So maybe watching nerds talk about geopolitical and political issues might not be their cup of tea. So if you have any ideas about how to market to pissed off, politically passionate veterans, tell me. I'd love to do it. Christian Blair says they flipped their stuff and left the un-F America pack because of microaggressions. Yeah. No. So Christian Blair, he says, no way they're listening to Destiny. I think you could give it like another 6 months to a year. I think Destiny could get on a stream with Dean Withers and they could debate the future of liberalism and progressivism. 100%. Especially GWAT. Yeah, we need to figure that out. I need to go down to the VA and start arguing with GWAT vets and then be like, hey, come watch my stream. We'll fight it out. Working Bob says, Valor Media, the links for socials under the Counterpoints video you made yesterday are broken, other than the Twitch one. We'll work on it. I'll DM Taze and or my other political editor. Are you talking about on the Politics channel or the 40K? Good morning, Jonah Boy. Good to see you. Is there a punk band named after crazy, freaky S stuff? I can't remember. Limp Bizkit. But they're in their 50s, bro. Politics channel. I'll talk to the politics editor. All right. Anyways, back to the content. I'm going to mute myself because I'm going to eat my delicious breakfast. Also, can I get a Discord link? Yeah. Give me a second and I'll do that. Sorry. I clicked the wrong button.
Communist Manifesto is titled Bourgeois and Proletarians. Bourgeoisie and proletarians. So he describes the relationship between the people who are playing that game, the bourgeoisie, and then the proletarians, who are the workers at the bottom who are making that game possible. And he says, all you guys down at the bottom are getting exploited. You're being alienated from who you really are. You're alienated from your product. Everything's terrible for you and it's exploitation. So the winners of that game can cheat you. That's the relationship that he puts out. Chapter 2 is communists and proletarians. And he says, so it starts out brilliantly. He says, so what's the relationship between the communists and the proletarians or the workers' movements? He says, we don't disagree with any of the workers' movements. We actually are the highest expression of them. So we take their vision and put theory behind it and take it to a higher level of understanding. And we're going to bring all you guys with. And so naturally, what's going to happen? So let's say he agitates the proletarian.
I'm going to write a Republican manifesto, bros. Because I think this exact description is what MAGA did, where they said the Republican Party has betrayed you. The corporate Democrats and corporate Republicans have betrayed you. They've destroyed America. They've done this. They've done that. As a result, MAGA is a true expression of what it means to be an American patriot. And I think they've corrupted and co-opted a bunch of symbols of America without understanding the underlying principles. So I need to read the Communist Manifesto again, which is a pretty passionate description of the beginning of, or like an analysis of capitalism and all of its positives. Then it goes into a very strict criticism of it. And then kind of like James Lindsay is saying, it offers communism as the solution to all the contradictions and problems of capitalism. And yeah, I need to do that for Republicans. So Sacred Snow says, the entire DGG Reddit is pooping on Dean and Parker for being soy, and Dean saw Hassan's terrorist apology and wrote it off as hyperbolic after a tepid denunciation. He's got a long way to go, and I don't know how much effort and charitability Destiny is willing to give these days. I feel like Destiny is getting extremely disaffected and tired of trying. Well, I DM'd him today, and I said, hey, you want to talk about, Israel-Palestine, the outcomes, where we should be going, et cetera, et cetera. And hopefully we can get a good sparring match. If Steven's blackpilled, I'll try to be a life preserver for him to survive. I get it. Even I criticize Steven pretty aggressively in public about his private conduct. But the truth is that, he's in this position because he put himself in this position. And so if he's feeling like he wants to take the cape off, sorry, buddy. As long as you're working in this space, you're going to have to suck it up, keep the cape on, and keep working. Suck it up, buttercup. So everyone thought populism was going to rise in the political left. Whoopsie. Yeah. And so far it's been tamped down by corporate Democrats, but I don't know for how long. If there's somebody who is as popular as Bernie Sanders, but he's like young, attractive, talks like Pete Buttigieg, he's straight, maybe he's Hispanic or white or something, maybe white Hispanic, that would be perfect. And then he's able to charm the Democrat corpos into following him, then he might have to mute some of the redistributivists and socialistic and social democracy and communistic economic policies. However, I think that person could exist and could become politically relevant in the next decade. Working Bob says, I think his plan involves a bunch of nukes still, which makes it sound like he's Omega blackpilled about everything in the region. Yeah. So that's actually that. Working Bob, somebody in the comment section for the Hassan Piker debate said that, where it's like, oh, and you sent for Steven, who effectively wants to do genocide, and who supports the genocide effectively. And if he was saying we just need to nuke Gaza and then move on, that's crazy. That's like sociopathic, psychopathic freak position. So I would actually like to get to, number one, what his real position is. Number two, what's a position that we could actually all support as Americans that isn't genocidal and freakish. Destiny said he wanted to move on to covering India, Pakistan. That being said, he keeps getting criticized by the most brain dead TikTok leftists. True. All right. Sorry. Back to the content. I'm going to mute myself so I can eat my...
to revolt. He's just said that the shepherds are going to be the Communist Party. And then who's going to run the Communist Party? Karl Marx.
Yes.
So it's a whole thing is a giant scam to blame the existing system, to agitate a large group of people who aren't winning within that system, to get them to switch games
to the highest,
with him at the very peak.
Okay, so to me, I know that we've talked a little bit about religious matters, but I'm going to delve into that for a second.
Actually, before we go, put a bookmark.
Yes.
Because Hitler did the exact same thing. The exact same thing. Mussolini did the exact same thing. Hitler is much more clear. He says, we had this German race. And back in history, he writes this fictional mythological history of the Germans. Some of it, if you read or see it, is just kind of humorously, transparently false about how great they were in antiquity and all of this. So we've got these Germans, and they've got all this, he's got this whole occult, theosophical, Aryan stuff that he's brought in from Helena Blavatsky and read The Secret Doctrine and all this weird occultism he's attached to race. And in Mein Kampf, second volume, chapter 1, he talks about, well, the Nazis have a new world concept, Weltanschauung, and that world concept will be the racial world concept. And then he lays out how the state exists to preserve the race. That's the point, because when you have the race, you have the people who will generate high culture. And when you have the people who generate high culture, then you can advance society to its highest level of expression and man's highest level of expression. Very progressive ideology. But what he's saying is, we had this somewhere in this mythical, distant, foggy past, and we can recover it. How? By taking every step that we can to figure out the race and purify the race. And guess what? Everybody who's with me, who wants Germany to be made great again after World War I and the ravages of the Treaty of Versailles as they saw it, and the challenges that came with the interwar period as we see it now. All you Germans who are mad at Europe and mad at the French and you're having a bad time, guess what? There's a mythic Germany that you've lost and we can get it back. Hey, come on, let's go. And here's the ideology. It's our racial world concept. And here's how it's going to be organized, not with this, vanguard Bolshevik model over there that the communists use, but we're going to use what I call the Führer principle. Not me. Hitler called the Führer principle, the leader principle. Of course, who's the Führer? Hitler. So he's on top. And it's this absolutely rigid top-down pyramid of authority, which is a completely different expression.
That's what a Tower of Babel is.
That's exactly right.
Yeah, with the wrong thing at the top.
But it's the same program. The game that it's not the game that we're all playing. It's the game that we've been forced into by this rotten circumstance, has dispossessed us from who we should be. We're heritage Germans, for example, and we should have the benefits of our mastery of race. But the problem is, in his sight,
it's very attractive to anyone who has nothing to offer but racial identity.
That's right. That's right. And two things: racial identity and obedience. Maybe a modicum of cruelty as well.
Yeah, well, that comes along for the ride.
It comes along for the ride eventually.
Yeah.
Because a lot of the young Germans were actually inspired because they thought it was going to be good for the worker. They were inspired by the socialism part of National Socialism, and that it was going to be good for Germany. And they loved their country and they wanted to see it great. And so they were swept up, the Hitler Youth were swept up to get into this. But it's the same program. There's a game. We used to be the masters of the game, but now we've been dispossessed from the game. They threw us from top to bottom. That was an intolerable experience. By the way, this is all the story of Lucifer.
Yes.
We've been cast to the bottom.
Yes.
And so what we're going to do now is we're going to grab our rightful inheritance and we're going to build the structure that returns us to it. P.S. The organizational structure is the Führer principle, so I'm at the top.
Okay, so I want to talk about this Lucifer idea. So Lucifer is the morning star and he's the angel of the untrammeled intellect. That's how he's portrayed in Milton, right? And he's allied in some strange way with the serpent in the Garden of Eden.
If I might just interject, if he's the morning star, what do you do in the morning after the morning star rises? You wake up.
Right.
Woke.
Right. The spirit of enlightenment. Right. Okay. So or
dark enlightenment, as it were.
Yeah, right. Absolutely. Well, that's the question. What's the difference between genuine? What's the difference between what's genuine and what's false? Let's say.
Yes.
So in the story of Genesis, God tells Adam and Eve that they can pretty much have free reign, except for one thing. They can't, as far as I can tell, what it means.
You guys just took so much damage. You guys are on like 1 HP. Sorry for those of you who can't see. James Lindsay said something pretty cringe. Pretty funny, but pretty cringe. Which is where they're talking about. Hold on. There was something real here. Okay, there was something real here before they did the cringe thing. So the major things that I pulled so far is that ideologies have a game within a game, and that is power and social status. So it's not just the desires of the ideology, it's you trying to climb the social hierarchy within a tribal group, right? That's where they're accusing grifters, sociopaths, all that kind of stuff of being able to climb, not just on the left, but also on the right. They can be parasites and predators within social systems because they don't care necessarily about the ideology. They care about being towards the top of the hierarchy, which I think is astute. I think that's a good observation. Then they're saying that the powerful men, the sociopaths who have ruled in the past, blame the existing system for what's going on. They appeal to the disaffected, and then you put yourself at the top of the hierarchy, so you become like the new leader. And if you look at this, I'm not going to lie, this is like Gene Stealer Cult, from Warhammer 40K. This is exactly what they do. They in the lore, they obviously like infect people with a virus that makes them sympathetic to the Tyrannid race and the Gene Stealer and Patriarch. But what they do is they first get the disaffected. They get the working class, they get the miners, they get the this, the that, the disaffected of imperial society, and then they put themselves, the Gene Stealer Patriarch, at the top, and then they bring themselves to revolution, right? So I think descriptively, if you look at revolutionary movements throughout history, this is a narrative that's been repeated by all of these revolutionary leaders. Then what James Lindsay says that I think is astute, before we get into what he says that was cringe, is that they use palingenetic ultranationalism, or at least Hitler did, where they're appealing to pal being old, and then genetic being like birth or rebirth in this case. They appeal to some like ancient greatness of the people that they're appealing to, and then they say we can make the world great again. And if you look at MAGA, or if you look at Germany, then obviously this is the kind of rhetoric that they're doing. Now, where it gets cringe, though, that some people in chat threw up over, they actually threw up inside their mouths, is that Lucifer is the untrampled intellect, the snake, the morning star. And for those of you who don't know, Lucifer, who oftentimes is portrayed as the devil, is the rebellious angel who did not want to listen to God and thought he was better than humanity. And so he wanted to claim, because God elevated humanity despite them being like mortal and, I don't know, flawed, a flawed creation in Lucifer's opinion that was nowhere near as powerful as the angels. God, Lucifer wanted to put himself above human beings, and so he rebelled against God. But it's because he fancied himself more powerful, more smart, and capable of defying the creator of the universe. That's like the lore. And so, James Lindsay making all these arguments that 100% go after Germany and also go after Make America Great Again, but then he reels it back in to say like Lucifer, morning, woke, waking up. It's like, yeah, all right, nice connection. Good one, James. Good one. Sacred Snow says, my wife's a pescatarian that used to be vegan. Avocados are a staple. Between 40K and avocados, we're in a bit of a financial rut. Yeah, we picked the wrong hobbies. Being into guns, being into 40K, and being into eating avocados is like a terrible thing for budgets. You're absolutely right. The texture, it's awful. Well, I mean, if it's butter smooth, if you mix avocados, I think she mixes it with olive oil. So she takes avocados, she mixes it with olive oil. She turns it kind of into like almost like a peanut buttery consistency paste. She puts cheese on it, like a sprinkle of feta cheese and hot sauce, and puts it on some kind of bread. It's whatever bread is, sourdough. Puts it on sourdough bread, and it's excellent. I love it. It's a great way to start the day. Shadow 2 Bravo says, I can't stand James. Well, buckle up, Buttercup. Oh my God. All right. Anyways, sorry. We just needed to pause so we could suffer together and summarize the conversation. Working Bob says, my buddy has a sign in his house that says it has been X days since the last purchase of a firearm. Well, all right. Let's go.
Means is they can't take the right to define the moral order to themselves. They have to abide by the moral order, that there's an intrinsic moral order that's grounded below nature, even grounded in the principle of being itself.
Sure.
They have to ally themselves with that. But Eve, interestingly, Eve is tempted by the serpent. Maybe her powers of discrimination are somewhat lacking. Maybe her proclivity to empathy clouds her. And maybe it's a form of feminine pride. In any case, the serpent tempts her, telling her that if she ate of the fruit of the tree of knowledge of good and evil, that she would become like God, which is the one thing God forbade, right? So the idea seems to be something like, the more radical the revolutionary precept, the more likely something Luciferian is behind it. So it's a serpent in the garden, so it's clearly something poisonous, but then it gets weirdly associated with the idea of Lucifer, right? Which is a very strange leap. The leap is something like, what's the most poisonous of all possible serpents, right? So then it becomes a meta principle. And it looks to me like it's something like the drive to power. And that fits well with the notion that, well, Marx would be on top of the communists and Hitler would be on top of the Nazis and Mussolini would be top of the Italian fascists.
Yeah.
So if the belief system is pressed into the service of the hierarchical status of its originators, then there tends to be something profoundly Luciferian behind it. Yes?
Yes. So now we're talking at a very abstract, deep, whether metaphysical is, I think metaphysical is the right word,
Yeah.
level for what represents woke. This isn't going to be recognizable to your average Joe on the street who's dealing.
Maybe it was that time of the month. Good God. Casual misogyny. Right. But I wouldn't, Commander Haircut, or soon to be Haircut Commander. Listen, Jordan Peterson also calls out toxic masculinity all the time. So I'm not going to take random criticisms of stereotypical female behavior as like, oh, you hate women. It's like, no, he loves women. He just, plays into historical stereotypes of what women and men are. But he also does the same thing with men. So I wouldn't call him a casual misandrist. As a matter of fact, I would say he's not even a casual misogynist. He's a professional misogynist. He's a professional misandrist, okay? You're not giving him enough credit. Jordan Peterson did not work this hard to become advanced at misogyny and misandry for you to call him casual. So the more radical, the point is, I don't know if this is borne out by actual history, but what they're trying to say, which makes a certain amount of sense, is the more radical an idea is, the more likely it is to defy trying to understand what, an objective morality, and the more likely it is to be self-worshiping. And if you look at I'm trying to think of this. If you look at the way the Satanic Church in America describes itself, is that they don't literally believe in Satan. In my opinion, I'm sure there's some pagans who worship Satan as some kind of like proto-deity or a deity, but I think most Satanists do not worship Satan. What they do is they defy the Christian moral order, and they actually center themselves as beings with a divine spark. And therefore they have, instead of having 10 commandments, they have like 3. And within those 3 commandments is effectively the centering of the human being as the vehicle of like pleasure and pain and morality and worship. And so it's a huge shitpost. It's the original Kekistan. I get it, Christian Valeris, but at the same time, I think that the Satanists do have a contradictory worldview to the Christian meta ethic, because the Christian meta ethic is about self-sacrifice. It's about, Christ. The more Christ-like you are, the closer you are to God's intent for humanity. And if you look at the example of Christ, it is selflessness. It is sacrifice. It is willful suffering. It is, doing for others without expectation of reciprocity. There's a whole bunch of like Christ things that are not self-centering. Whereas I think with Luciferian philosophy, with satanic philosophy, it is self-centered. It is about your pleasure. It is about your journey. It is about your life. It is about you as the main character of your life. So I think there's an actual narrative and meta-ethical contradiction. Philip Coffey says, normal Satanism, non-theistic religion based around worshiping themselves, main tenet, do unto others as they do unto you. Yeah, normal Satanism, non-theistic, so it's not specifically religious. Religion based around worshiping themselves. Yep. Main tenet, do unto others as they do unto you. Yeah. Deific Satanism, super edgy dudes who actually worship Satan. Thank you, Philip Coffey. I think we're on the same page. And so anyways, this is actually the difference between Stephen and I from his like liberalism versus, if you want to call me a liberal or call me like a Republican or whatever, I don't care. But people often wonder what's the difference between Stephen and I. And I would say that I think this is the root of the difference. I think that Stephen does have a Luciferian worship of his own intellect. I think that he does have a hedonistic, nihilistic perspective. We talked about that last time we talked. And I do think that while he would never claim Satanism as a philosophy, it does line up with the self-worship of the satanic Church of America, right? Whereas what I would say is, even if I don't believe Christianity literally, I do think that it has many truths about the way that humans should conduct themselves in this life. And when I've been self-worshiping, hedonistic, nihilistic, I was a miserable human being and I was not kind to others. And when I became self-sacrificial, trying to find purpose outside of myself, trying to endure suffering willingly, I found the most value in my life. And so I actually think that while I'm not a Christian literally, where I don't think that Christ was the Son of God, I think that Christ's example in Christianity offers the path to a better life. And I do think that that is the way forward, even if you don't believe it literally. Commander Haircut says, keeping the Satanic Temple versus the Church of Satan straight is maddening. Oh, okay, cool. So is the Satanic Temple, which one's theistic or deistic? That would be my question. And while you're answering that question, let's continue with the content.
With, a pride parade and saying, well, that's woke. I understand woke. But
yeah, and they are called pride parades.
They are.
They think they're saying something deep here. I'm going to let them speak for another 10 seconds, but I do think that this needs to be called out because it was put in the clip in the beginning, and I found this obnoxious.
Right, and the cardinal sin of Lucifer is pride. Right, and
it does fit
desire to replace God, to replace the fundamental moral order. So I figured something else out too recently. So
this is going to give us all psychic damage, so brace for impact.
So imagine that you could found a society on power, because you can, at least for a short period of time. And imagine that you could organize a group of people hedonistically as well. So that would be the real dark side of populism, right? We'll just have the government give people, it's like Pleasure Island in the Pinocchio video, right? Bread and circuses.
Mm-hmm.
You can get away with that for a while. Power, hedonism. You can abandon everything and sink into a pit of nihilism. That's not very effective psychologically or socially. But then that begs the question that the postmodernists wrecked their ship on, I would say. Is there a unifying principle, a high order unifying principle? That's the meta-narrative idea, right? Because the cardinal proclamation of postmodernism is that there's no pinnacle meta-narrative. There's no upper union.
Yeah.
But I think that's wrong. I think that the principle of voluntary self-sacrifice is foundational. And I think that's the narrative that runs through the biblical corpus.
Yeah,
right?
You've given very, very eloquent speeches on that.
Yeah. Well, and so then we would have a dynamic where because we're trying to figure out how to identify the Luciferian players, let's say.
Exactly.
That seems reasonable, right? So they're in love with the creations of their own intellect, but that intellect is not serving the principle of voluntary self-sacrifice. It's serving the principle of power.
Right.
You remember in the gospel account, when Christ is in the desert, the third temptation that Satan lays before him is the temptation of power.
That's right.
Right.
Everything that you see before you.
Yes.
Yeah, Matthew 4.
If you follow me.
That's right.
Right. Right. So that seemed okay. So you don't have any problem with the underlying dynamic of that?
No, not at
explanation?
all. No, not at all. And I see, a fruitful discussion, because, this is of course very high order thinking and expressing, but the experience for people on the ground is exactly what we were mentioning earlier. It's those traits of the dark tetrad, like Machiavellianism and all of this. So they're going to experience, what does that look like in everyday experience? The swarms on social media, the cancel culture, the struggle session, this kind of stuff, the lying and the
The cries
manipulation,
of victimization.
the gaslighting, and is the, it's called sometimes DARVO, deny, attack, reverse the roles of victim and offender. When you catch a psychopath out, they do it's an acronym, DARVO. They deny that
there's a number of people operating like that
that's right.
at the moment.
It's everywhere. And so these are the experiences. So the expression that I could give to tie people, just to bring woke right back to the conversation, is we're familiar now with the machinations of woke left, right? And what I would say is, well, what's woke right is same energy, different direction. You have all of those same exact, whether it's Luciferian at the high level, whether it's struggle sessions, Machiavellianism.
Well, we've got a
sadism at the low
hierarchy
level.
there. It's Luciferian at the core. Then we've got the cluster B dark tetrad traits. Then there's the mechanisms
That's
that
right,
you
that's right.
described, right? So that's a differentiated. Then that gives us a way of identifying.
So if we use the kind of, pop word of the day of, vibes or energy, it's same energy, different direction. This is exactly like what I was already saying with Marx versus fascism, or communism versus fascism. And we could go as weirdly deep as you want. There's a few ways to get to it. Like you say, well, obviously communism's kind of the arch progressive ideology, but I disagree. It's probably fascism, but differently. Communism was actually obsessed. If you read Marx, he's obsessed. What was this? Well, the quote: positive transcendence of private property is human self-estrangement, and therefore a complete return of man to what? His real true self. It's obsessed with state of nature. It's obsessed with, we've been alienated all the way back to the beginning. For him, private property marks the fall. So the serpent came along and didn't offer an apple, but offered the fundamental right to exclude private property. But you have the same general concept. So they're obsessed with looking all the way back to the state of nature.
Well, and that is also an unbelievably effective move on the psychopathic side, because the basic criminal attitude is, and I've dealt with criminal types quite a lot, it's pretty straightforward. It's perfectly fine for me to take what you have because you took it.
Yeah, that's right.
Right. And
that's
so
exactly
Marx has just nailed that perfectly.
That's exactly what it is.
Property is theft. As soon as property is theft, the criminal is the moral agent. And that happened in the Soviet Union, right? Because in the prisons, the criminals were treated as moral agents, whereas the political prisoners were treated as, what would you say? The kinds of heretics who deserved nothing but the longest possible sentence of death. Right. Because the criminals were victims. If property is theft, criminals are victims. That's a hell of a satisfying outcome for the criminals.
That's right.
I like this stuff. I like this stuff. I feel like they're digging deep. I think some of their analysis is off, but I do like the fact that they can talk about how weaponized empathy can lead you to defending antisocial behaviors. And we see this all the time. We see this with Hassan Piker all the time, who is effectively defending rape and murder and terrorism on Twitter right now. There's a quote, not a quote. There's a tweet that he put out this morning where he effectively says, like, how dare you? He's like, how dare you criticize, Hamas when Israel is doing X, Y, Z, ABC. So yeah. This is amazing to me. Take a look at this. This is Hassan Piker. This is like the third most popular streamer on the planet. Well, not third most popular streamer. He's the most popular political streamer in the Western world. So he says, so weird living in the post 9/11 universe where the failure of America's war on terror is broadly acknowledged, and yet people fall for the same framing about jihadist terror, in quotes, as if jihadist terror isn't something real, like it's ephemeral. It's a fabrication of your imagination. Whenever they learn about a new group, we must bomb into oblivion to defend our national security interests. Okay. That's easy to say. You know, I'll save you guys the horror. I won't click on the pictures. Yeah. So we should save Gazan Palestinians, 100%. We should save all the civilians and the Gazan Palestinians and give them better lives. But pretending that this isn't jihadist terror, where we see the gal from the music show, when we see a Hamas representative desecrating a corpse, when we see this woman who is kidnapped, it's like, what world are you living in? And this is actually what, in my mind, they're talking about. Any jihadist, any person who engages in murder or terrorism or assault, according to Hassan, that's just because they're victims, right? They're not moral agents. They're not perpetrators. They're not people who are capable of like moral judgment or analysis or like cultural evaluation or like manifesting their will in the world. They're victims. So anytime they lash out, anytime a jihadist terror attack happens, it's not because of the jihadists, right? It's not because of them choosing to do something within the world. It's because we've set up the world in such a way that a jihadist terrorist even exists in the first place, which is such like a inversion of moral analysis. It's repulsive. I find it disgusting. I genuinely find it disgusting. So then I wanted to do this. So deference to the power of the universe and existential worship purpose, and then power and self-worship. So Celeste Plantagenet, I was hoping to see you today because I find oftentimes that anti-theists worship themselves and to a lesser degree power. They're not all like sociopaths who are trying to become like kings of the universe, but they want to be the kings and queens of their own domain. They want to control everything around them, and therefore they want to maximize pleasure and minimize pain within their immediate surroundings. And so I have lived this way, and I was miserable. And so if you live this way and you're happy and you feel like you have like a moral limited rule of your surrounding universe and all that kind of stuff, then, you know, good for you. But what I would say is I found infinitely more purpose and contentment and peace to defer to the power of the universe. I don't believe in like a literal, you know, God, like a dude with a beard who communicates with humans. That's not what I believe in. I believe in a creative and a creative and ordered force in the universe that set everything in motion. And there are rules to the universe that if you follow them, you will live. And that would be like the good life. That would be eudaimonia. And then if you sin, which is effectively saying antisocial behavior, if you engage in antisocial behavior, then you will reap consequences. And that's the way that I view sin. So I try to defer to the order of the universe and try to understand it as maximally as I can. And I try to find purpose and worship outside of myself. And so I would say that these are contradictory narratives about the way that you should live your life as a human being that have been in conflict since our existence. Because the powerful who worship themselves, they say, look at all this power and wealth and look at how I've, you know, become powerful myself. And then I would say the humble say, yeah, but what is that compared to the power of the universe? And you are still playing the same game that I am playing, where you are subject to the consequences of sin and the lack of meaning that comes from self-worship. It's an interesting conflict. It's like at the core of every human interaction. Celeste Plantagenet, yuck. Happy to see you. Depends. Make them both bend over and see the one who has got the biggest stick up their butts. Come on, man. Come on. We're trying to talk about like the roots of moral philosophy and how to conduct yourself in the world, and sociopaths who are co-opting power structures for their own gain. And then Celeste Plantagenet York just says, yeah, take the stick out of your ass. All right. Well, that's a powerful opening statement. Commander Haircut says, sorry, I was distracted for a second. Did he just say that fascism is arguably the pinnacle of left-wing ideology? I didn't hear that. Possible. That philosophical view goes back to Jean-Jacques Rousseau. Private property and materialism. Interesting. Hassan is such a fool. I wonder if Hassan thinks that jihadi terror exists if he asked all the acid attack victims what they think. No, of course not. He would be like, That's repulsive. I'm a feminist. I would never support attacking a woman. But if you look at misogyny in the Islamic world, that actually came from Christian misogyny that came across with the blah, 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 blah. Like never will he admit that there are like intrinsic elements of the Middle East and North Africa that might be negative. He can't admit that it like emanates from, the local culture rather than like Western imperialism. Commander Haircut says, I feel like this kind of comes back to people being more attached to identities as opposed to principles. Well, I mean, I agree with that 100%. But I think that our identities, for the people who have all of you guys have a 3,000 IQ, okay? So you're all brilliant and you're going to understand every single word that I say. The people are more attached to identities than principles. But I think for the smart people, you can't just let people being attached to identities over principles allow you to stop articulating principles. If anything, like that role becomes even more important. We do. And what's wrong with that? Not sure exactly what you're asking about, but we'll find out. Harmonic Fox says sometimes, yeah, however, anti-theists can also worship humanity, such as the humanists at Valor Network. Yeah, but even that would be viewed as a kind of self-worship. It could be, if you center humanity above all else. I wonder how worshiping yourself works come taxes. What kind of idea do you have of me? I believe in a creator, just not some sky daddy that will punish me, but I have free will. How does that make sense? No, we might be more aligned than I previously thought. I just find edgy anti-theists to oftentimes have, they're calling the worship of power and self-worship, they're calling that Luciferian. I find that many anti-theists, because they don't believe in the power of the universe, they have a very like limited idea of what religion describes God as. They fall into like the Luciferian philosophy. Christian Blair says, true. If they could turn their pretentiousness into a fuel, these Fs could fuel a rocket. Gen X says, day 14 of YouTube refusing to remind me that you're live. Well, Gen X, do you have the notifications set to all for Valor Media Network? You might have not have set it to that, because they post a bunch of, I'm not trying to be rude, but it's true, boomer content. So, the vast majority of post-recorded content that's posted to the channel is 40 to 60-year-old men talking about success and life and discipline and being a good man in the modern world and all that kind of stuff, which, has its place as content. But if you don't have it set to all, you probably won't see me. But you'll also see half a dozen, male-centered self-development content. Christian Blair says, you said something interesting. Connor thought you were a fellow fedora tipper. Yep. I was stereotyping you like Christian Valeros. Working Bob says, can Hassan's viewpoint come from anywhere other than just America bad? I don't think so. I struggle to understand why he wholeheartedly supports people that militantly oppose everything he believes. Well, they don't. They don't. He views the American empire as more evil than any other force on the planet, probably because it stomps down on the global south and it stomps down on communism. And since he's a communist, his love of communism and hatred of America transcends his criticisms of jihadist terrorism, because at least jihadists resist American imperialism. Cameron Mosley says, you say atheists last anti-theist worshiping power. What do you mean by power? You say atheist anti-theist worship power. What do you mean by power? So I'll try to answer that question. I'm not sure if I understand the first half of your statement, but power is capacity, right? It's the ability to do something. So one of my favorite, I would play it for you, but I don't want to get copyright struck, is it's Littlefinger from Game of Thrones arguing with Cersei Lannister. For those of you who haven't watched Game of Thrones, they're powerful characters in a monarchic feudal society that has magic and dragons. And so what is it? Littlefinger says knowledge is power, because he's a spy, right? And so he has his little fingers all over the place. And Cersei Lannister orders her guards to cut his throat and to and then at the last second, like right before they're about to do it, she's like, stop, turn around, face the other direction, take 2 steps forward, take 2 steps back. And what she says to Littlefinger is power is power. And so I think that, you know, power is very like ephemeral. It's difficult to understand, but it's capacity. It's the ability to do things. And so when somebody worships themselves, they worship their capacity to do something. They might make different choices than me, who worships the ordered universe and the pursuit of external purpose. So when I defer to the laws of the universe, I understand logically that I am interested in sex because I probably have a procreative impulse and I want children. And so I allowed myself to have children. And as a result, I've found external worship and purpose because I worship my children more than myself. I would die for my kids. If there was a trolley problem where it was either my children or myself, I would choose myself. I would not happily die, but I would die for my children. So that's where I'm worshiping something outside of myself, and I'm deferring to the powers of the universe that reward sex, family, pro-social behavior. Whereas somebody who only worships their power, their self, they might say, I don't want kids. I don't want kids because that's a material drag on me. I don't want kids because I want to be able to travel. I want kids because I want to be able to climb high at my job. I want to be able to achieve more wealth and status. And I would say that that would be the philosophy of worshiping power and yourself. I hope that makes sense. Sacred Snow says, Connor also posts when he goes live in his Discord. I do. Somebody asked me for a Discord link earlier. Let me go ahead and do that. I'm going to go to settings. I think the fastest way that I found it was going into settings and then typing in the search bar streamer mode. And then I was able to find it that way. So let me copy the link. Let me go back here because there should be a few people who should join the Discord. That way you know that I'm live. That way you don't have to like randomly guess. I should be live typically in the morning, Monday through Friday. So if you don't see me live at 9:30, it means something happened. But I should be live between 9:30 and 2:30. That's the schedule that I'm shooting for. And then, sorry, we are getting into deep philosophical waters, but let me turn off streamer mode again. That way we don't get those notifications. And then I'll engage with chat a little bit more, and then we'll get back into the content. But I am enjoying this conversation. I think it's deep and relevant. Gen X says, I do when I get a bunch of notifications, just not the lives. Interesting. Eric Dom says, how amusing is it that the theory of evolution and religion were so at odds at each other, and now it seems to turn out that being religious might be the most evolutionarily successful view? Yeah. That Eric Dom, that's where I've landed, where I don't study religious tenets because I think Bronze Age and Iron Age mystics figured out everything about reality and I have to follow what they say without question. That's not why I study or analyze or think about religion. I study and realize, or I study religion because mythology, because I think that they were probably scratching at truths that are perpetually true, that are just a part of the human condition. And there's people who have learned things 1,000 years ago, 2,000 years ago, 3,000 years ago, that I failed to learn and only learned through trial and error. So yeah. Christian Blair says, to be fair, I put subscriber to all and I still don't get notifications. That sucks. Well, we just need to get bigger, I guess. So we're more popular. So YouTube recommends us more. Celeste Montage in New York says, I'm open to anything as long as it can make you into a better person for your highest good and the betterment of humanity. Interesting. Philip Coffee says, I think that's a pitfall of anti-theism that is still kind of unaccounted for. Religion has a ready set of principles for life to slot in. If you don't have that, you have to build it out yourself, which you often learn through trial and error. Ego worship, it's not self-worship. Might be splitting hairs here, but let me scroll down. Philip Coffey says, I've known very principled, selfless, and moral atheists, and they had to spend a long time working through the whole good life question. Yeah. Moral ethics problem stunts your growth in that area until you put in a lot of effort. Yep. And oftentimes you will be motivated by your animalistic impulses, especially as a young person. Especially as a young person, you're going to be interested in sex and drugs. It's just true. Power is everything, said Raven Beak, the villain of Metroid Dread and the most badass bird person ever. True. Rewarding people for sex sounds like prostitution to me. No. consensual sex between adults and having children is not the same as prostitution. Celeste Plantagenet York says, fortune favors the brave. Go after that power, not only for that, but I don't want remnants of me still walking this earth. This is why I don't want kids. I'm done with this earthly life. Okay, well, good luck with that. I'm not gonna try to like force you to see it differently. I just want you, Celeste, in our internet friendship, I don't want you to agree with me. I don't think I'll ever be able to convince you to agree with me. I just want you to see where I'm coming from, and maybe that'll help you understand mildly conservative people a little bit more. Anyways, back to the content.
And so what you have in that same paragraph, so you have Marx saying that what we're going to do is get back to our state of nature, but we're not going to go back. It's not going back. He's just discussed Babeuf and the failure of the French Revolution commune model. That it was all low end. It was, grubby. It was dirty. They had no high culture. They had not, same as Hitler's interest, no high culture. He says this is wrong. We're going to have a transcendence. So we're not going to go back to state of nature. We're going to transcend. And all he's doing is rehashing Rousseau, which had passed through Hegel and Schiller. And what Rousseau had said is we need to be, because he wanted to live a free libertine lifestyle, not liberal, but libertine, but he liked being a citizen, didn't he? And so he wanted savages made to live in cities. That's, in the French, but that's what he literally called them. Savages made to live in cities. That's the completion of man, the omega of man. Alpha of man is the primitive communist. The omega of man is when you reach the point where you have the same sharing attitude and liberated lifestyle as the beginning, but now you have all the high culture and benefits of all the production in between. So it's a perfectly paradoxical and impossible thing, but Marx calls it the riddle.
I love how big of a yapper James Lindsay is, because he is the only person that I have seen out yap Jordan Peterson so far.
Of history solved that knows itself to be its own solution.
What does the future hold for business? Ask 9 experts. You'll get 10 different answers.
Oh my God. Thank you, sweetheart.
Show on the scarlet beast of the apocalypse. And it was really illuminating to me. There's lots of the book of Revelation I just don't understand, me and many other people, but I understand some of it. So the scarlet beast is the degenerate state. So imagine that when a uniting principle disappears, so that would be the Nietzschean death of God, you get the postmodern condition, which is that there's no uniting narrative. And so the state grows a lot of different heads. It's kind of a hydra now. It's collapsing into chaos, symbolically speaking. It has a lot of different heads because nothing's uniting it. And that's why it's blood red, because that's a very dangerous condition. It's a fragmenting condition. Okay, so that's the scarlet beast of the degenerate state. This is a symbol of the end of times. And I don't mean the end of time per se. This is a symbol of how things end, right? Always.
Sure.
The state,
that's right.
Right.
I follow you.
So, okay, fine. So the state deteriorates still. It's a multi-headed hydra. Okay. But then it has something on its back. And that's the whore of Babylon. The mother of all prostitutes. So the idea there is that when the patriarchal state or psyche loses its central function, female sexuality commoditizes, right? And we can see that's like just happening everywhere right now. OnlyFans is the greatest example of that. That woman in Great Britain who's sleeping with like 100 men a night, or I think she managed 1,000 in a week, something like that. I won't say her name, but she's become very well known for the absolute outrageousness of her behavior. Her mother is her business manager. It's so awful that you just can't believe it. Okay, so you have this mother of all prostitutes. So that's the central spirit of commoditized female sexuality. That's going to happen when the state deteriorates. Of course, female sexuality is going to commoditize when the state loses its protective and integrative function. And so she offers this libertine pleasure, right? So you could think of power. That's a way that that's what power offers to those who are willing to use power. It's like, why do you want control over someone? Well, to have your way with them, obviously. And there's going to be a sexual component to that. That was certainly the case in Marx's own life, for example. So you can
Yeah.
imagine the fantasies that possessed him too would be,
Right.
well, once we establish this new utopia, and the communists promised free love. That's a common
Absolutely, they did.
leftist, as if it's love, which it isn't, and as if sex is free, which it never is. What happens at the end of the Scarlet Beast Whore of Babylon dichotomy, say, interaction, is the beast kills the prostitute. So that's perfect, right? Because so the degenerative patriarchal state breeds the commoditization of female sexuality, but ultimately destroys all pleasure. And I also think that's happening now. I mean, you have radically high rates of virginity, for example, among Japanese and South
Yes,
Koreans,
yes.
and in the West more broadly, an apparent breakdown of the relationship between men and women, not least.
Yeah, oh, y'all can hate this, but I love it so much, and I'll tell you why momentarily. They're taking social developments, they're taking biblical mythology and descriptions of society through like metaphor. And by the way, the reason why Warhammer 40K, the reason why I love Warhammer 40K, by the way, is because so much of it is like mythological. So much of it is rooted in either like pagan mythology or in the Christian Bible or whatever. And so I actually want to like Google the Whore of Babylon passage so I can find the description of the monster, because it sounds so metal. You know what, Connor? You're right. This is professional misogyny. I told you, bro. He's not a casual misogynist. He's like he's a high tier. He did not work this hard at misogyny in order for you to call him a filthy casual. So, but when I'm not even sure if they're describing the analogies accurately for what they're. I don't even know if the biblical authors were intending this as the interpretation. But what I do love is if you put it in your mind's eye, okay, imagine a hydra, which is like a dragon, right? It's a dragon, a many-headed dragon. And the thing about a hydra is when you kill one of its heads, when you chop one of its heads off, it grows two heads back. And so you can't really kill a hydra except for I think Hercules used like a sword that he put in fire, right? So it scalded, it fused the wound cavity. That way the heads wouldn't come back, if I remember correctly. And so where he's saying, accurately or inaccurately, who cares, that when you lose a common patriarchal narrative or you lose a common narrative, you guys are probably assigning more malevolence to these metaphors than I am. I think this is really cool. When you lose a common narrative, effectively what you have is you have the state becoming the hydra, and then who rides the state. Now, I don't think this is true literally, but I think it's funny that he points at the Whore of Babylon, which he views symbolically as unrepressed female sexuality. And then he thinks that this is the beginning of the implosion of the state, which is an interesting analysis. I have no idea how it stands biblically, but I'm just imagining exactly what he's saying because I'm familiar. I think her name is Bonnie Blue. I know who they're talking about. I think that even if you're a hedonist or a libertine, you should find her behavior repulsive, right? Which is she sleeps with like 1,000 men at a time. She sleeps with like hundreds of men at a time. She just gets, and these are not men that she checks for STDs. These are not men that she vets in any kind of way. She's shown videos of her effectively walking around in her neighborhood and just inviting men into her apartment, and then her sleeping with all of them back to 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 back. And it's like, who is this serving? What is the point of this besides attention? What did your father do to you that this is the way that you want to conduct yourself? And how, I'm just going to cuss because it's true, how psychologically fucked up is your mom that she is promoting this behavior, right? No. You're wrong. Thyme Cat, you're mixing up people, then cries afterwards because of how she felt used and gross. No, that's Lily Phillips. Lily Phillips did the same stunt and slept with 100 people And then she felt gross and did a documentary and all that kind of stuff. But she actually had, like, she felt used and gross, and, you know, it was a physical and emotional ordeal and this, that, the other. Bonnie Blue is Lily Phillips's friend who enjoys that behavior and has none of the psychological repercussions. Fake power man, women do this in the name of women's empowerment, right? But if we have, I understand, like, you guys reflexively, and I say you guys, I mean liberals and progressives, you have a reflexive hatred of patriarchy. But if this was happening in a truly patriarchal society, number one, her dad might be beaten to death for allowing this to happen. She would absolutely be criminally punished, maybe killed. And it would not be tolerated as a component of our society. Like it just wouldn't be. And so if you look at previous patriarchal societies that were monogamous, like 19th century America, yeah, the men had more power in relationships and they could dictate what their partners could do sexually infinitely more. But you didn't have this style of behavior unless it was criminal, like it was prostitution, or it was psychologically disordered. And if it happened, it was socially punished. And so as a result, what do we do now? Because we all kind of agree, or at least I think most of us agree, that the liberal governing framework where I don't grab a rock and then like find Bonnie Blue and hit her with a rock, we prefer this society, right? Yet she is doing something that is insane, that is socially toxic, that is probably health toxic, that is destructive. But I don't think there's any laws that can compel her to stop because we've legalized pornography. So what do? Right? We just kind of like tolerate it and ignore it and hope it goes away. But if this is contemporaneous, I love my large words, if this is happening at the same time as thousands of men being virgins because they've checked out of the sexual marketplace, there's something sexually dysfunctional with our society. Or have the gorilla befriend him? Befriend who? Why are you guys talking about gorillas? What are you doing? What are you guys doing? Why is the gorilla involved? I don't want Lily Phillips or Bonnie Blue to be involved with a gorilla. Yeah, Sacred Snow says, and it was 100. I have to catch up with chat because I have to see why they're trying to involve a gorilla in the conversation we're having. Sacred Snow says, and it was 101 day, then it was 1,000 in a day. It's vile. Okay, I'm happy we can break bread on this. Commander Haircut says, the Whore of Babylon is a metaphor for unrepressed female sexuality, implies that women become whores if left unchecked. I mean, you could say that this is like casual misogyny or misandry, but listen, man, unchecked sexuality, period, leads to promiscuity. I think this also applies to male promiscuity, where if you just let men do whatever they want, they will do repulsive and gross things. All right, this is you guys mixing it up. I'm worried about people like Bonnie Blue than repulsed, to be honest. Eric Dom says, well, I mean, good for you. I'm more repulsed than I am worried. Sam Monroe says, I miss the days where Sasha Grey was outrageous. True. First guy to go at the gorilla or the last guy to go? That was the comment. Listen, only in this 3,000 IQ chat could you get a comment like that. First guy to go at the gorilla or last guy to go in Bonnie Blue? That is a trolley problem. I need to save this. This is brilliant. I don't want to turn this into merchandise, but I need to send it to my merch gal. I need to actually produce merch. We already have like a dozen stickers and Warhammer art pieces and all that stuff, but I'm gonna send this. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna tweet it. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna tweet that. That is brilliant. Twitter. Only on my streams can you have this high level of discussion in chat. Jonah Boy, I hope this is probably going to be like a 50 like tweet But I swear to God, I wish it was one of my, because I do have like occasional ones that get like tens of thousands of likes. That should be like a 200,000 like tweet. That is brilliant. Rodu says people have adopted LGBT only in countries where this madness was hugely promoted. In other countries, they live fine without this sick anti-Christian agenda. Well, Radu, I would argue, but then if we're talking about toxic femininity leading to this kind of like sexual degeneracy, then the patriarchal societies like Saudi Arabia have what I would call toxic masculinity, or Pakistan as an example, where a woman dating someone outside of her ethno-religious caste leads to both of them being killed with rocks. You know what I'm saying? So, liberalized libertines, female, if you want to call it female, dysfunctionally female sexual societies where we kind of defer to women in order to choose how they conduct their sexuality. And therefore we're now tolerating Bonnie Blue as she does something horrible. If her having sex with 1,000 men is what's dysfunctional about Western society, then what I would say is dysfunctional about a toxically masculine patriarchal society like Pakistan is killing people with rocks, right? That would be my criticism. Jesus. You guys are crazy. Bonnie ain't gonna rip my face off. She might. You don't know. I would say the lack of checks always leads to maximal hedonism. Yeah, we should probably try to disassociate it, but I think that maximal hedonism can manifest in different ways, which is why Jordan Peterson is gendering it. So hold on. I want to challenge Commander Haircut though. So Commander Haircut, I think this might be a me versus everyone else thing because I don't have that issue in regards to promiscuity personally. What, like you don't object to it? I object. Yeah, I object to the dysfunctions that we've just described. And modern medicine clears out most of the worst STDs. But you guys are talking about like avoiding physical consequence. Whereas I think what we're talking about is kind of like spiritual or social consequence. Hey, Connor, what's your favorite brand of suppressor? I'm not that rich yet, man. Come back to me in like a year. In a year, if we're making tens of thousands of dollars a month, we will, of course, be adopting dogs and saving them from the shelter. And we'll be training various people to defend their religious communities while at worship. But I'll tell you what my favorite suppressor is once I have money to afford one. Raymond Smith says, Monitor, I reclaim my time. Monitor, I reclaim my time. Fimecat says, look at the stats on how many child brides die on their wedding night on the next week due to internal bleeding. Western women have no clue what misogyny is. Well, that would be my argument to Commander Haircut. And Commander Haircut, by the way, this is what I want you to move from, okay? So I think oftentimes if you had a liberal or progressive commentator up here instead of myself, what they would just say, oh yeah, Jordan Peterson's being a misogynist. But Jordan Peterson might be making a stereotypically anti-feminine statement in reference to female promiscuity. However, what I would argue is that he would also criticize male promiscuity. And so he's not some like, he doesn't exclusively hate women. He hates dysfunctional men as well. He has openly criticized Andrew Tate plenty of times. And if you were to talk about, Andrew Tate's lifestyle of pimping out webcam girls that he pretends he's going to marry in order to sex traffic them to Romania in order to use their bodies as his vehicle for wealth before transferring that into more wealth, before using that wealth in order to sell his lifestyle to young men. I think that he would be so repulsed that the way that we've talked about, like in patriarchal societies, you would grab a rock and hit the woman. I think that Jordan Peterson and I, because we share the perspective about how bad Andrew Tate is, we would be willing to grab rocks and throw them at Andrew Tate as well. Metaphorical rocks in the modern day, but in ancient days, probably actual rocks. Raymond Smith says, yeah, that was funny. I wish we did live in a true patriarchal society, then I would feel safe around men. This patriarchy is fake. I don't think you'd want to live in Pakistan or Saudi Arabia, which I would view as distillations of patriarchal societies. No, I don't have a compulsion like that without checks. Okay. Kalili says, do we think that Bonnie Blue is the logical conclusion, or is she just an abnormal woman? I agree that she's an abnormal woman, but there's no social checks against her because we've said that the social checks are worse than her behavior. I don't see this behavior from my secular women friends, and they would find this disgusting. Kalili, I agree with you to an extent, but I also think that if you look at things like Sex in the City or other TV shows like Euphoria and all that kind of stuff, I think that even if they're exaggerations of reality, promiscuity is normalized in certain subcultures, and it's not punished by the broader culture. As an example, I'm just going to share this. It's an extended friend. It's not a family member. There's a woman that I'm aware of that is very wealthy, very pretty, very intelligent, very well educated, comes from a good family, et cetera, et cetera. She had 2 kids with a very well-to-do man. He comes from money. He's a good-looking guy. She just destroyed her family, and she's acting like nothing, right? It doesn't do anything. She's effectively she also broke up another family. She's in a high school level lovey-dovey relationship with another man who has another family and also has kids. Her husband is debating whether or not to divorce her. Her family has effectively been endlessly talking shit to her for 2 or 3 weeks, and she is acting like she is entitled to having an extramarital affair with a man that she loves, and that everybody should just let her do what she wants to do. And I would say 100 years ago, she would have been beaten by her spouse, beaten by her father, would have been divorced and shamed and excluded socially. But because we don't put these rails on relationships anymore, and we also think that men beating women is worse than women cheating on their spouses, she's effectively suffered no consequences except for losing her family, which, to be honest, it doesn't seem like she cares. So is she an exception? Is she a social abnormality? Probably. I think most people would care more about losing their family, but this behavior has largely gone unpunished in a consequence that she cares about, which I find dysfunctional. I mean, women also do have a choice to be either traditional or I'll do what I do. Well, Cameron, that's kind of what that would be my argument, is that we should be fighting for a better society. You and I should be fighting for a better society. So regardless of what Bonnie Blue does, or regardless of what this other woman does in reference to her marriage, her relationships, we as a community, my small but beautiful and 3,000 IQ community, we should discourage cheating. We should discourage dysfunctional promiscuity. This whole liberal thing is kind of new for us evolutionarily. I agree. Silver Jack Man says, just got here. What is Bonnie Blue? I feel like I don't want to Google it. Pornographic actress who sleeps with hundreds of men per day. She's a good-looking gal. I'm not saying she's not a good-looking gal, but she is gross. Sometimes I think men project their promiscuity onto women, and I don't think we're actually naturally inclined to it. Sometimes. Obviously, that doesn't apply to Bonnie Blue. Yes. All right, anyways, we'll get back into the content. But the point is that this is a dysfunction. I can concede to it being something that we should socially discourage. That's good enough. That's good enough for me. We can worry about ourselves. We don't need to pick up rocks and throw them at other people, literally. Commander Haircut says, what I said earlier was meant to be that I don't have those compulsions in regards to hedonistic impulses when left unchecked. Well, I mean, Commander Haircut, that is good for you, but there are different people, obviously, and they have different impulses. Anyways, let's move back into the content. Otherwise, we'll be here all day talking about the dynamics of modern American and modern Western sexuality versus the patriarchal societies of the Middle East, North Africa, and Asia, which is fun, by the way. But just, we shouldn't spend all our time on it. Les Plantagenet says, puts down rock. Oh, gross.
Politically, right, with the men starting to fly off into the conservative sphere of influence and the women becoming increasingly liberal. So that's another, it shows you the fact that these mythological tropes appear fitting, shows you how deep the malaise is, right?
Sure.
The culture war is way deeper than the political.
In a vehicle to this is transgression, right? Transgression of the existing order. And transgression, I think, is such a key feature In fact, I've described recently a cult of transgression that you can easily describe on the woke left, right? And it kind of fits my same energy, different direction, or same energy, opposite direction, because you see with both of these two wokes, but also other these kind of degenerate ideologies and psychosocial dynamics, you have this cult of transgression where the way it's like the payment to be in the cult is to transgress a little further. You start with, we need LGBT representation. Okay, we've already transgressed because the T is different from the LGB. It's completely different. It refers to trying to work out a
It's a competition of transgression.
Well, there's nothing in lesbian, gay, or bisexual that is a disintegrated psychology. There's something fundamental in the transition that's a disintegrated psychology. If you have gender dysphoria, if we admit that that's even real, you have a disintegrated psychology. Your phenomenology of self and your ontology of self are out of whack. And in fact, what they do then is once it gets out of whack, they invert it. And they put this phenomenology first and say the ontology has to follow. So if we do enough surgery, somehow we've changed ourselves. This is completely disordered thinking. So it's already a transgression, but let's not get lost in the weeds.
Well, and the foundational principle there is sexual identity, right? This is a very strange thing about these fragmented identity claims, is that they, like, an identity should unite and it should serve a psychological and a social purpose simultaneously.
Sure.
An identity that's predicated on hedonistic orientation isn't an identity at all.
And this is where the transgression is. What does the whore present? The whore, she presents sex out of its context. It's free, as you said, sex is never free. She presents free sex, right? So what she presents
the ultimate delusion,
the ability,
free sex,
the ability to transgress. And so you go from LGBT itself as a word, but we need representation. Okay, fine. So we need to put gay characters on TV. Maybe that's a problem. Maybe it's not a problem. Who knows? Well, we take a step. What does it got to be after this? We know, well, we need gay characters in children's programming. It's a further transgression. Then we need them in schools. Now we need a drag queen to come read to the kids. Well, the drag performance needs to get more radical. And you can see it in the pride parades too. It's the inclusion of more and more transgressive stuff. This is a cult of transgression, and it's how
so those now we can link the transgression back to your original idea that you have a hierarchy of social status, let's call it conservative. And so now the parasitic predators swarm in and they splinter it. They splinter with transgression.
Sure.
Right. So that's an important thing to note, right?
But there's a deeper thing here, which is it's also what Mao did with his red identity, black identities, which were split themselves, is that the target is actually normal integrated society, and the excuse for the targeting is the opposite side pathology. Right. And so with Marcuse, to go back to the left, he writes this essay in 1965, Repressive Tolerance. He says, okay, there's three kinds of tolerance. He says there's democratic tolerance. That's what a normal, healthy society has, and it only can tolerate so much or it'll fall apart. And then there's the repressive right wing, maybe it's fascist, whatever. He actually uses the word fascist repeatedly. And then what he says is actually those two things are the same thing because of different stupid excuses, nuclear weapons or whatever else. So actually we live in the repressive state now.
Yeah, right. All game rules are repressive.
And his argument is actually that all capitalist society will degenerate into fascism unless it's resisted. And he says the answer to this is liberating tolerance. And what is liberating tolerance? And his own definition, which is, close to from memory, a quote, it is, we will extend liberating tolerance, he says, would mean we extend tolerance to movements from the left and we withdraw tolerance from movements from the right, which is everything to his right. Okay, so speaking,
it's amazing how that's played out
in psychopathology. That's splitting, by the way.
And sociologically, I mean, one of the things I've noticed about my home country, it's really stark in Canada. If conservatives protest, they're flattened.
Yeah,
left protest, there's no holds barred. No matter how pathological it becomes, the left-wing protesters are always the heroic victims. The trucker convoy was a great example of that, right? Because, it was a disruptive demonstration, although remarkably peaceful. And the legal repercussions are still unrolling. And I think maybe tell me what you think about this. I think it's because it might be partly the spread of the ideas of Marcuse through the culture.
Yeah, absolutely.
But I also think that people are genuinely people. There's something to genuinely fear when actual conservatives protest, because they don't do it until they're pushed to the wall.
There may be, but I think
Well, is it also an indication that something very fundamental has gone sideways? Because conservatives
true.
aren't the protesting type.
I wanted to share something special with you.
So, breaking that down before we continue, democratic tolerance, fascist tolerance, and liberating tolerance, something from Marcuse, I think he says. And this is something that's actually frustrating to me, is the conflation of democratic tolerance and fascist tolerance. Number one, I don't think there's such a thing as fascist tolerance. I think the closest you can get to fascist tolerance is you can be in the closet and we won't kill you as long as we don't find out about you, right? That is that's kind of like Nazi Germany, where I think there were some gay Nazis, but they were in the closet and they weren't allowed to operate, in public as gay people because they would be killed. I would have to look at that. Let me see if were there any gay Nazis. I feel like I've heard that. Were there any gay Nazis? Although some gay men joined the Nazi party, there's no evidence that they were overrepresented. Ernst Röhm, the highest-ranking gay Nazi. This might be what I was thinking about. Ernst Röhm, highest-ranking gay Nazi, presents an interesting construction and containment of masculinity by the right. I think this is it's not literally, it's actually what I was thinking about, where you can have a man who's homosexual, but they have to defer their gay identity and their competence to the fascist movement. And if their homosexuality comes out, then they will be extremely, extremely punished. So that's what I would view as like fascist tolerance. You have to be, not only do you have to be competent, you have to be an enabler of the fascist movement, or else you will not be tolerated. Then democratic tolerance, I would say, is there's this excellent South Park episode. It's funny how many times we reference South Park on the stream, but there's the Museum of Tolerance in a South Park episode where they talk about like eliminating slurs and all that kind of stuff. And who is it? It's the gay teacher. It's Mr. Garrison, right? Mr. Garrison is being increasingly transgressive at school, and everybody keeps applauding him for being like a degenerate freak. But what he's trying to do is he's trying to get fired for being degenerate so he can sue the school board and sue the school system for hundreds of thousands of dollars. And the end of the episode is Mr. Garrison going on a speech about how his own behavior has been repulsive and should be punished, and how he shouldn't be, allowed to do all the crazy stuff he's doing, because in a democratic society, you can tolerate certain behavior, meaning that you don't think it like deserves like violent censure, but that doesn't mean that the bad behavior is good. Bonnie Blue being the perfect example for this. In a democratic society, we might tolerate Bonnie Blue, but we would never celebrate Bonnie Blue. As a matter of fact, if anything, we should criticize the hell out of her because she's being a horrible example of what like a woman should be, or the way that you should take care of your sexual health, or the way that you should gauge socially with your sexuality and all that kind of stuff. So democratic tolerance would tolerate Bonnie Blue. Liberating tolerance, according to Marcuse, is tolerance that always extends left but never extends right. And so I have to say, this is something that we've seen on Twitch and YouTube politics, consciously or subconsciously, where, I'm happy to have you few dozen folks who are hanging out with me during your workday. But in Twitch and YouTube politics, if you criticize Bonnie Blue for being a promiscuous, let's face it, whore, she's being literally a whore, she's getting paid to have sex, your criticism of her aggressive use of promiscuity is in and of itself used as like evidence of your fascistic authoritarian instincts. And your fascistic authoritarian instincts, by calling her like a promiscuous whore and how her behavior shouldn't be replicated, is viewed as more nefarious than her antisocial behavior. And that absolutely happened in Twitch and YouTube politics. You couldn't tell me that it didn't happen in Twitch and YouTube politics. That was like 100% my experience for the better part of 3 years, was anytime you criticized any level of promiscuity, you were more morally dubious and nefarious for criticizing sexuality than the antisocial promiscuity that was being done. So I'm going to save that. I think that's a pretty interesting insight. It's not something that I'm going to use all the time, but it is something that I think is worthy of understanding when it comes to far left dynamics.
As we transition,
and the trucker protest tells us something different, because the target, these people, this is one of the most genuinely peaceful, pro-liberty, free. It was the freedom convoy, and they meant it. And they policed their own borders, and they kept the radicals out on the right. So what happened was they showed up, the left showed up to protest the normal people. I'm not going to say the middle, the normal people. Everyday freedom-loving Canadians. And the excuse was, there's a...
She's not a whore. Listen, this is a distinction without a difference. Let's Google the definition of whore. She's a pornographic actress. Whore definition. A prostitute. What's a prostitute? Prostitute definition. A person who engages in sexual activity for payment. Bonnie Blue engages in sexual activity for payment. So you can make a distinction. I don't think there's a difference. I don't know if you're being sarcastic, but either way. In my opinion, she is a prostitute. And that is bad. You should have, if you enjoy sex and you want to get paid for it, go for it, and I will extend you democratic tolerance. However, I'm not going to say that that's good. It's not good to be a prostitute. It's not good to be a whore. Okay? It's not. Okay? Be normal. Just be normal. Fine Cats is blocking them streets in downtown inner city, about 50 high-end, 12,000 plus a month condos. The rest was skyscrapers, office buildings. Yes, wealthy people were inconvenienced. Good. Also, how bad do you got to be one of the 1,000 guys? Like, I've had a couples get at me on dating apps, and I've always passed because having another guy present seems awkward, even if they're just watching. Yeah, pass. Pass. All right. Anyways. N Sort says, when will the madness end? When dogs and cats live together because we call Siberian Huskies cats? Well, I mean, some dogs and cats do live together.
Far right.
Yeah.
Okay. So what happened is, I call this ideological flattening or dialectical flattening, but it's psychologically, it's splitting. The person that's occupying the leftist deranged position has flattened liberals and conservatives into a single monster.
Yeah.
Not so they can fight the conservatives, so they can fight the liberals. And that's happening on the other side. Conservatives will look over and say, well, there's the far left, and all the classical liberals are actually in their camp, and they've flattened them. It's the same splitting behavior. And again, so this is, again, an emphasis of this woke, or an exhibition of this woke right phenomenon of same energy, different direction, opposite directions in this case. And the idea is that they are attacking the middle through the proxy of the far opposite side. So I brought up Marcuse because he's also famous for Eros and Civilization and the sexual liberation. And we were talking about the pride and the queer theory.
Well, those left-wing movements in the 60s all floated on a cloud of free love.
That's right. They did. But look at the Pride Parade. Okay, so we need representation and visibility for gay people because there's a repressive society. That's the excuse. It's the far right that won't let anybody come out. So they come out. And is that where it stays? Is that what they're actually targeting? No. You have fetishes. You have all kinds of perversion, degeneracy. I mean, I don't want to even talk about what it is, explicitly, which is an advantage to queer theories. Nobody will say what it actually says. Yeah, because it's so gross.
Yeah.
But what they were targeting were liberal societal norms, real societal norms, healthy, let's forget liberal, healthy, not degenerate societal norms about sex and sexuality. And the excuse was
degenerate's the right word too, I think, because I think one of the hallmarks, because if you are a relativist, you might say, well, who are you to place modes of orienting yourself in the world in a hierarchy?
No,
right?
sure.
Because you described some of them as degenerate. The reason that they're degenerate is because when they're employed, they degenerate.
Yeah, sure, of course.
So they're games that violate their own principles as they play themselves out.
But there's nothing about a guy in fetish gear at a parade in front of children, for example, that's challenging the norms of a repressive sexual society that thinks that, it should be procreative, heterosexual sex only. They've that's an excuse. It's pretext. What they're after is the norms that hold regular society
Yeah.
together. And my argument is that the woke right does the same thing. They have a cult of transgression too. They sometimes
So, Christian Valeris, sorry if I'm sighing into the microphone, but we're gaining insight, but we're also taking psychic damage simultaneously. So my apologies. Christian Valeris says, I actually forgot how full of baloney James is and how much of an effing coward he runs from debates. He found a new niche, which is the woke right. Well, Christian Valeris, you and I might legitimately see this differently. I would infinitely prefer quote unquote classical liberals like Jordan Peterson and this guy, James Lindsay. I would infinitely prefer them going to war with the woke right than I would to just endure another decade of anti-social justice warrior content. Now, what Commander Haircut says, which I find interesting, is I like that this video is about the woke right and we have to include like an hour of pandering. So I don't view this as pandering. I view this as they obviously have a very entrenched MAGA conservative audience, and they probably have a lot of crossover with the woke right. So in order to get their audience on board with the concept that there's even something descriptively wrong with the right wing, they need to be able to describe all of the degenerate behavior on the far left that they object to. That way they can kind of get people like warmed up, like, okay, yeah, that's bad. That's bad. That's bad. Okay, I understand. That's bad. That's bad. That's bad. Okay, now what? The right wing does XYZ, ABC. That's, psychologically identical to all the things that I agree are bad. So they're slowly moving their audience to identifying the antisocial, degenerate, disgusting behavior on the far right by describing it so vividly on the far left. So I understand that if you're a lefty, if you're a progressive, if you're a liberal, that could probably be annoying because you feel like they're just attacking you the entire time when they're supposed to be attacking the far right. However, I do think it's necessary for their current the current demography of their audience. This is necessary for them not to have their audience recoil and reject their message instantaneously. Connor's on the woke right? I don't think so. I think I'm in the center. Woke right is 1,000 girls for one guy. If you talk to Andrew Tate, that's true. If you talk to Nick Fuentes, that's not true. That was sigh-worthy. Good. Now that's a workout. True. Valor Media Network, James and most of the right lie about the Canadian trucker situation because their vaccine conspiracy theory dipsticks. He and Peterson are crying about hypersexualization amongst progressives. Okay. I cry about hypersexualization amongst progressives. I think y'all, not y'all, but I think some of y'all need to chill the hell out. And then, not Philip Coffey, though. Philip Coffey can do whatever he wants, all right? He and Peterson are crying about hypersexualization. Yeah, sure. Okay. And my argument is that this is pandering because you got to give the babies candy before you tell them candy is bad. Well, yeah. No offense. If there's one thing that's happened in my time in Twitch and YouTube politics and alternative media as a whole, it's not contempt for the audience, but I have realized that broad swaths of the audience you have to spoon feed, or else they're not going to come along with you. This is why I appreciate you fine folk, you dozens of fine folk who are hanging out with me today, is because you guys have 3,000 IQ. You allow me to go on crazy rants. You engage with me in all these like psychotic, schizophrenic hypotheticals. You fight back and forth. You guys, I joke about the 3,000 IQ thing because I'm sure we have some morons amongst us, but I actually legitimately think that we're having higher level discussions than what's available in other entertainment, because I watch the other entertainment sometimes, and the other entertainment is pausing every 5 minutes and going, huh, wow, that's crazy. Wow, huh, dang. That's like 80% of reaction content, right? I feel like we, tooting our own horns, we can use complex words and most of us understand it. So thank you, Philip Coffey. I appreciate your consideration for keeping most of the degen stuff in check. While supporting fascism, just don't like the racial identitarians and anti-Semites because their view of the racists went too far. Well, I mean, that Jordan Peterson's been saying that for a decade. Celeste Plantagenet York says, all I know is that after this admin is long gone, I don't think anyone will be able to trust Republican once. That's a hell of a word. Again, yeah, I agree. But I would view this, I don't know. I'm going to challenge you guys on this. I'm not saying that you're not going to dislike them, but wouldn't you prefer to have a party that was filled with way more Jordan Petersons and way more James Lindsays who are like, yeah, I think you guys are filthy degenerates, and I think that you're sweeping for communism, but I don't hate you and I don't want to kill you, versus Nick Fuentes, and other like Groyper psycho Christian nationalist freaks who say, yeah, you know, we don't like minorities and we either want to deport them or kill them. You know, I would prefer all these guys. Right? As a matter of fact, I am one of these guys. I might not be as lost in the right-wing sauce as these guys, but I am these guys. Commander Haircut says, morons amongst us. Connor doing the Asmongold impression. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. Continuing. But they want to control everyone with their rules. Well, Celeste Plantagenet York, all I want to do is I just want to say, find a nice Air Force husband, and you can tell me no, and then you can give me the middle finger, and then I'll shrug my shoulders and move on. And I'm pretty sure that if you were friends with James Lindsay or if you were friends with Jordan Peterson, they would do the same thing. They would say, Celeste, we think that you're so cool, you're so nice, you're so smart, you're so pretty. You need to get married to a nice Air Force man in your local town. And then you'll give them the middle finger, and then they'll be like, okay, we tried. Yeah. I can't tell if that's is that a middle finger? Yes. Oh, that's awesome. Dang. I got owned. Yeah. Sorry, that's funny. That is funny. All right.
Sometimes call it being based, but that's a completely bad word for what they're trying to describe, because based should mean based in reality, although the origin of the term is slang for being free-based on cocaine. So they're out of their minds, right? It's just...
Sorry, we need to hear that because somebody was giving them somebody gave them flack for that on Twitter.
Cult of Transgression too. They sometimes call it being based, but that's a completely bad word for what they're trying to describe, because based should mean based in reality, although the origin of the term is slang for being free-based on cocaine. So they're out of their minds, right? It's just funny how this lines up. But what do? Okay, so the left has told us, the far left has told us, you can't be racist. Racist is worse. Everybody's a racist. And of course, they completely made degenerate the concept of racism, the word racism, the accusation, the sky is racist, going for a hike is racist. But they aren't trying to reclaim and say, okay, no, wait. Racism's bad. We don't want to be racist. And nobody should be racist. And the left completely ruined it. So we need to reclaim the term and have this healthy societal norm about discrimination and bigotry. What they're doing instead is saying it's time for us to be a little bit racist. The left said, don't be racist, so we're going to be really racist. And we're going to do it in order to make, to own the libs, as they sometimes phrase the thing, right? But really it's to reject woke culture is the pretext. They're not acting racist or blaming Jews for everything going wrong in society, or, getting further and further into the racial expression or the white racial consciousness or whatever, or the white supremacy or even white nationalism in order to challenge the left. No, they're doing it to challenge the center, the healthy core of society and its norms. Well, so that's the target. It's a cult of transgression, but they point in opposite directions. Left in some sense says, don't be racist. They say, do be racist. And this is, again, the communist fascist thing. We're going to liberate everybody. That's what the communists say. They come along, it screws everything up. And, there's all this oppression in society. We're going to liberate people from oppression and everything's going to be utopia. That's Marcuse in a nutshell. Okay.
Defined primarily by full sexual liberation.
Of course.
Right.
And
there is.
Hold on. It all goes to hell. And so then the right wakes up, woke, and says, actually, I think the oppression's what was holding us together, so we should do more of it. And they create a hierarchy in society that's very rigid, again, with that Führer principle from the fascists, because Mussolini had his lighter version of it. Hitler concretized it for Nazi Germany in 1933, following Carl Schmitt's book, The Legal Basis for the Total State. They created the legal structure for this thing. But the idea was that there is a hierarchy that kept society on the.
Well, Christian Valerius, you keep getting negative randomly that I'm surprised by, to be honest, because maybe I'm dumb. I don't know. But he said that based originates from the use of cocaine, and it took me a second to get there. So I checked out based in the Urban Dictionary. I found that it was like, okay, well, it means like doing your own thing, being independent in thought, being confidently yourself, et cetera, et cetera. And that was in reference to a hip hop artist named Lil B, also known as the Based God. And then in an interview, he said that his ideas, his lyrics, the way he conducted himself was so crazy that people used to call him a basehead. And a basehead is effectively like a crazy coke addict. So, yeah, so Jonah Boy agrees with it. So while it did sound like a boomer interpretation of the term, James Lindsay was correct. So, so you're saying like they're cringe, they don't debate, they don't do this, they don't do that. Like, yeah, probably. There's probably some cringe that we could find that we could call out. Unfortunately, the most recent thing that I've heard was he was correct. He was correct about the origin of based, which is crazy. Christian Blair says Peterson calls the WEF and lefties hat support them are evil. He fundamentally believes that the vaccine will kill 1 in 4. He had the power. He would exercise control. Sure. But, everybody has a schizoid uncle. Okay. I don't like Jordan Peterson because I think he's correct on everything. He says crazy shit every now and then, but it's kind of like having like a crazy family member. You know what I'm saying? Like if you had like a crazy drunk uncle who let you drive the car and he taught you how to like drive stick and shoot the BB gun when your parents weren't looking and all that kind of stuff, then that's kind of Jordan Peterson to me, in my opinion, where it's like, I don't trust Jordan Peterson to be correct about all things, but I do trust him to like try and to think about things and to be intuitive and insightful and all that kind of stuff. So I'm not going to him to like mirror his exact perspective on the world. But I do think that what he says, it sparks the creativity and insight and interest in my own brain that allows me to think about the world more complexly. And that's what I value about him. And I'm happy to see him. In my opinion, he hasn't said that much cringe so far in this interview, and he has spawned some insight in my brain. So I'm thankful for that. This is like, to me, this is like old JBP. And then if every now and then he's just like, and the vaccines are going to kill us all, then I'll just be like, okay, that's the benzo withdrawal. That's because he hasn't had a piece of broccoli in a decade. It happens. Your crazy uncle isn't right about everything, but he'll teach you cool stuff. Possum Nation says some people don't believe in dinosaurs, but are experts in other things. Yep. I have a crazy drunk uncle. He's awesome. Everyone should get a crazy drunk uncle. Exactly. I don't agree with these guys in general, but it's really refreshing to see the right policing themselves back to the center. Hopefully, we're going to watch some schizoid rightoids in a minute who reacted to this conversation very negatively. Harmonic Fox says, I'm to the right of Destiny, but to the left of you. What does that make me at Valor? Not woke. It makes you very centrist, to be honest. At least according to this dynamic that they're describing in this conversation. Shouts to the base god and the crazy Uncle Jordan Peterson. Exactly, Johnny Blaze. Exactly. You don't have to believe every single thing he says. You don't have to worship him. You don't have to think that he's like the best thing since sliced bread. You just take the good advice and you leave the bad. That's all you do. If your nieces and nephews don't have a crazy drunk uncle, then you are the crazy uncle. Correct.
The rails, and we're going to go back to that hierarchy in extreme pastiche form. And there's a reward structure socially for the people in the club to push the envelope and attack those normal everyday societal norms in the center. So again, same energy, opposite direction. But the point is the transgression.
Pachydermis Assertus says, my crazy drunk uncle was stupid and a bigot. I'll be your crazy drunk uncle. Don't worry about it. Anyways, quick shill. We're halfway through the content. We'll get through this and then we'll move into Sargon of Akkad's response to this. Please like the channel if you haven't done so already. That helps us in the algorithm, lets other people know we're live. If you do have money burning a hole in your pocket, feel free to super chat. It's never required, but it is appreciated. We do have a couple of kind souls who already gave us some donations early in the stream. Thank you kindly for your donations. And then also, if you have to dip out for whatever reason, you got to go to work, you got to pick up the kids, you got to do this, you got to do that, then you can catch the VODs on the Counterpoints home channel. So if there's a segment that you missed that you want to check out later, then obviously go watch those segments, like them, comment over there as well. Helps in the algorithm, gives us ad revenue. And if you're brokies but you can't do it, a like and a comment are always appreciated but never required. And a donation is always appreciated but never required. With that being said, let's continue.
Which they call queering on the left. We don't have a word for it on the right. They call it being based, but that's not the same as transgress. But it's still transgression. And so same pathology for different reasons, same idea. Like Marx said, you go all the way back to the state of nature. You're going to combine it with the end. So you're going to become the man, the alpha man, who's also the omega man. In other words, the alpha and the omega of humanity. So you become God man, Homo Deus, as Harari named it in his book Homo Deus. And then on the right, they don't go that far back. They don't go back to the state of nature. They're not interested in the state of nature. They're interested in the mythic past from which they've been dispossessed that never existed, a romantic vision of who they were at some golden era in the past that they've been ejected from. But they're still now the alienated outsider. They're still the alien force came in, dispossessed them from who they are, and now they're going to claim it back. And the way they're going to do it is by organizing a fascist structure as an answer to the degeneracy, a very rigid structure, and in a too rigid structure, in answer to the not rigid enough structure of communism. And then what they do is the exact same transgression against the center to build their own power out in their local little cult against the big game of society. They're attacking the game of society to build their numbers with the hope of being able to replace it in both cases. So this is why I call these people woke. It's not just that they've gone on cancel rampages and struggle sessions. It's not that they've put me through a relentless struggle session since September without stopping, or, doxed my family and everything else in their wrath. I said, James calls them all woke right, and they decide to prove me wrong by canceling me and struggling me and doxing my family and acting exactly like we all went through in 2015 when you stood up about the pronouns. And that's the thing, Jordan. Back then, you stood up and you paid. That was ugly. And you were right. You saw that when they said you will use these literally transgressive pronouns
or else,
you said no. And it's like the world lost its mind on you. And it's, looking back, it's almost quaint, but it wasn't quaint to go through. But the thing is you were right. And then Peter and Helen and I did the grievance studies papers, and we were right. So we were right. And I see the same structures, the same patterns, the same behaviors, the same reactions, the same explanations with slight modifications. That's the difference between communism and fascism as modern archetypes. And what I see when you can think of those as modern era mythologies for how society is supposed to be organized. And I see the same thing. And the thing is, we were right then and we're right now.
Brave of him to say we, because I think there's some comments in chat that I think are worthy of addressing. So Harmonic Fox says, I might be more conservative than you even in some ways, Valor Media Network. I don't think drinking should be seen as socially normal. I think having a society full of alcoholics is bad. I agree with you descriptively, but I think it's so socially normalized that it's going to remain legal. Also, I want the capacity. I don't drink very often, but I do want the capacity to go to the local public house and have a few pints with the boys and talk smack about the good old days, right? So I don't drink every day. I drink like maybe once every few weeks. I'm not like a huge alcohol guy, mostly because I think the physiological consequences outweigh like the enjoyment that I have. But I still have the capacity to do it. So I wouldn't like heavily encourage it. I just think it's pretty normal, especially for young folk. Then Christian Valera says, Trump will 100% do more fascistic stuff, and these R-slurs will continue to cry about progressive hypersexualization and online Nazis that say way horrible stuff online. So Christian Valera, I agree with you that the elephant in this room is that it's MAGA. Like they effectively spent the first 30 minutes of this segment describing Trump, and yet they never say Trump and they never say MAGA. And instead, they're trying to limit the conversation to exclusively dissident right-wing freaks. However, I still find this state of affairs and them actually punching right for once as an infinitely greater development than what could be going on, which is effectively Jordan and James sweeping for MAGA in perpetuity and never calling out any of the bad actors on the right. So I think this conversation needs to be expanded. I actually want to reach out to James Lindsay and maybe have a conversation with him about the woke right stuff, because I think it's important. I think it's 100% important that even center-right liberals, classic liberals, quote unquote, that they call out the BS. It's important. Them sort of passing over their own responsibility for this result. I wonder if we asked them, like, hey, do you feel partially responsible for this jerk to the right? They might say, like, yeah, but we thought it was necessary. We tried banning alcohol in this country, but it didn't go well. Agree, JTS, 100%. Philip Coffey says, I think there's definitely needs to be a space between this needs to be outlawed and this needs to be promoted to the utmost degree. Yeah, I think that's where I am most of the time. Astronaut Farmer says, what was the alcohol content? 4, 5, 9%. Good to see you, Astronaut Farmer, by the way. If Taze was here, he would 100% back me up. Okay, well, Taze is a good dude. He's based and I trust him. So yeah. Yeah, there's no getting rid of the woke right with Trump around. He's the hive mind. Right. So it's interesting seeing them kind of like dance around all of these antisocial behaviors, but for them to pretend that it's not Trump. I think that's funny as hell, actually.
Yeah, I've been thinking about it as the hijacking of belief, right? That's a
right.
nice
because
phrase.
it's a parasite.
Yeah.
And that hijacking of belief is this, just to take it all the way back to the Gnostic thing, that's what the Gnostic cults did before Irenaeus put them down. And then, Augustine comes along and mentions them all and says there have been 84 heresies or whatever up to this point by the 4th century. The Gnostic cults did the same thing. They splintered off from the true faith. They came up with the idea that they had secret knowledge. That's the gnosis. But look at what the cults were, like the Manichaean cult. The Manichaean cult is a absolute splitting of the world into total good and evil. It's not us and them. It's us and everybody else against us. And the idea is that the evil is embodied in the world, and the good have to slowly work to consume the evil and turn it to good. And eventually you end up with all good. But this Manichaean battle between good and evil.
Eric Dom says, I often feel that here in Europe, we too often ask politicians to solve cultural problems that are not first and foremost political. How is it in the U.S.? I would say in the U.S., we're more used to fighting it out culturally. However, what's been going on is it's becoming increasingly political, where the culture is so dominated by politics that they're becoming one and the same. That's why we have a reality TV star for president in the United States, is because we've combined the political with the cultural. And I blame Steve Bannon. I blame Andrew Breitbart. I don't think they were wrong. They were just early, and they used who said it? I don't know if it was Breitbart or if it was Bannon, but I'm pretty sure Bannon is a spiritual successor to Breitbart anyways. But he said that politics is downstream from culture. And so what happens is if you create a conservative culture, they're going to want to pass conservative legislation. If you create a progressive culture, they're going to want to create, progressive legislation and a progressive rule. And so the thing about it is, I think through the 90s, the liberals were so dominant, progressives and liberals were so dominant in culture that their domination of culture was just presumed. Whereas as soon as like YouTube and alternative media and social media became a thing, the conservatives had a new way to pursue power. And in so doing, they have gained power again, but there's opportunists. I would say Trump is the pinnacle of an opportunist who uses the conservative power base to his own nefarious ends. And I think they're calling out the alternative media creators who have used the conservative power base for their own nefarious ends. But the truth is, in the past half decade to a decade, it's a free-for-all. It's basically a Western-style gunfight in culture and in politics every single day. The good news is, though, that Americans have like a default to anybody can say anything at any point. And so if you're a dissident or a critic, you can talk shit about anybody, which is awesome. That's why I love it. That's why I love doing what I do. Christian Blair says, Breitbart, to his credit, wouldn't have supported half of what Bannon and other far rights prescribed. He would have despised Trump. I wish he was around. He died in his 50s, like 10 years ago, I want to say, 15 years ago. I wish Breitbart was around so I could hear what he would have to say about the Trump and MAGA phenomena.
is what Marx codifies on the first page of the Communist Manifesto when he says that in a word, what he's talking about, the entirety of the story of history is oppressor versus oppressed. It's a fundamental dualistic metaphysics. There's no unity of society with a kind of melange of different people in different places working, playing different roles, sliding up and down the ladder. No, there is a fundamental dualism. You might move within each of those, but there's a fundamental dualistic structure, and they are in conflict. That's the first line of the Communist Manifesto after the famous preface. The first chapter, he says, the history of man is the history of the conflict of contending classes, oppressor and oppressed. And he says that what it's going to result in is the revolution of society or the common ruin of the contending classes. So either the bottom's going to come up on top and take over, the splinter group is going to replace society itself, or they're going to ruin everything.
So Pachydermis Assertus says, there's a danger to pathologizing the fascist mind. Perfectly normal, rational people can be fascist and turn into a pathology obscures this and provides them cover. I agree with you, Pachydermis Absurdist. And so far, what I would say is they're not necessarily pathologizing fascism itself, although I do think that they would argue that it's a psychological and political pathology. What they've done is they've said that there's two games of power happening simultaneously. There's ideologies in the world trying to invoke and create a world that is more in line with their ideologies, and that's how we view political tribal groups. But then there's people within those groups who, regardless of whether or not they believe in the ideology, they are desperate social climbers who are trying to get the top of the social hierarchy within a political ideology. And what they called out in the beginning of the show, although they haven't necessarily called it out so far in the past like 30 minutes, is they called out the fact that there are perverse social clout parasites and predators who have latched on to the far right and therefore have made the right worse and have actually made the mirror of the progressive left, the worst excesses of the progressive left. And what he said recently, which I think is true, regardless of whether or not you moralize it, is that a fascistic rip back to the right that a lot of dissident right-wing people are doing on the internet is a ideological response to the worst excesses of progressivism. And if you talk to the supporters in particular of dissident right-wing figures, that's almost always the narrative. The narrative is, oh, I was a liberal, I was pretty tolerant, I didn't mind gay people, I didn't mind trans people, but then they did X, and now I know we need to take back society. And the X can be whatever. It can be they flooded our society with a bunch of immigrants. It can be, I saw an HBO show with a graphic homosexual sex scene. It can be a drag queen story hour. It can be a trans person in sports. But they take what they view, and maybe I view to some degree, a progressive excess, and they use that as a pretext for culture war for why they're joining the far right, the dissident right. So I think that's pretty interesting, to be honest. Eric Dom says, thank you for that explanation. I hope to help create liberal politics, individuals being free with the social safety net, but a conservative culture, personal responsibility, going to church on Sundays. Eric Dom, you and I, we are same. You and I are same. One of the craziest flips to me is John McCain's daughter. How the F do you claim to love your dad and go full MAGA after he made fun of your dad for being a pal? Yeah, that is, I can't believe that happened. I remember her. It used to be McCain and Cheney, the daughters, used to beef with the Trump crowd, and Liz Cheney, she still fights with MAGA all the time. If that gal, McCain, jumped in with MAGA, I actually view that as like repulsive and gross. And she lacks the spine that her father had. Fascism 1.0 was also a response to the far left. Yeah, literally, not literally. Actually, and look at this fit, bro. Somebody was criticizing Jordan Peterson's suit. Number one, I love this suit. Look at these shoes, bro. They're Oxford shoes, but they're like teal. Not teal, they're like aqua, as Vosh would say. Fascism. So Hitler's Nazism was a response to socialism, 100%. These people, if they were honest, were not really liberals. They were politically unaware. Yeah, probably. I had to watch gays holding hands, and my Uber Eats driver didn't speak English, so I had no choice but to become a fascist. True. All right. I need to use the restroom, but I'm not going to deny you content. I'm going to play this. I'll be back in 90 seconds.
They'll destroy everything that they can't have. And then we're looking at, beastly behavior, and I don't mean animals.
So maybe we could lay out some of the behavioral markers so that, because we might as well make this concrete. I can tell you what I've observed about the behavior of psychopathic parasites online. Okay.
Sure.
Maybe if you have 5 of these, you're one of them. You know what I mean?
That's
so
often
any one alone isn't enough.
Right. Diagnostic criteria.
So in the comment sections, for example, anonymity is a marker.
Mm-hmm.
Use of a transgressive cover name, often satanic, often. So, and it's tongue in cheek, but no, it's not.
Yeah.
Derisive language, right? So that would be language indicative of contempt.
Yeah.
Contempt's a really toxic emotion, contempt and disgust. Hitler used disgust language to characterize the Jews, not fear language.
That's right.
And you destroy things you're disgusted by.
That's right.
You stay away from things you're afraid
He says in Mein Kampf that early in the book, in the second chapter, that one of the best moments, he doesn't say it's the best moment of my life, but he realizes, and it's clear that he's very happy about it, was the moment when he realized that the Jew is not a German and the German is not a Jew.
Right.
That's disgust.
Right. Absolutely. They use derisive and contemptuous, what do you call those? LOL.
All right. Eric Dom says, off to call my sis and mom. Have a good one. We'll come back later if you're still streaming. Excellent, Eric Dom. Thank you for your contributions to chat. Very much appreciated.
L is a good example.
Oh, yeah. Dismissive kind of.
Acronyms.
Yeah, acronyms. Okay.
Now, there's lulz culture online.
Yes, of course.
I do it for the lulz. That's a hallmark of sadism. Now, those people who do those things, so those are 4 or 5 things: anonymity, pathological nom de plume, derisive language, and then the use of these contemptuous and cool acronyms. Belittling, they use the word dude. That's a real good marker.
Yeah.
Or they'll use a derisive nickname to kind of equalize the playing field.
Yeah. I'm Jimmy a lot.
You're Jimmy.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. Diminutive. They'll use a diminutive.
Jimmy Concepts instead of Conceptual James.
Sorry. I'm going to make fun of this momentarily, okay? Harmonic Fox says, I got to go to work, but then I'm going to go see Jimmy Eat World. Nice. Bruh. Yeah, Commander Haircut says, Trump. Yeah, that hurts his feelings. Jimmy Concepts. Yo, okay, hold up. So this is where they're going too far. Okay, they're going too far. Where they think that aggressive millennial and Zoomer internet shit posting is some kind of like pathology, and this is where I feel like this might be boomer brain. I did just walk into this, so maybe I'm presuming too much from the internet. Yeah, dude, bro. You know what I hate? I hate chief and guy. Where it's like, that's a really bad look, my guy. Dude, every time a lefty says my guy or chief, I become a little bit more Christian nationalist. So if you want me to not become a fascist, then you need to stop using chief and my guy whenever you're replying to me in a tweet. But like, there's a component of this, which I'm sure that there are trolls who have come after them, who have used diminutive language in order to get their goat, in order to trigger them to debate them online. Dude is now Satanism. I know, it's crazy, right? What is Connie Points talking about now? Exactly, dude. There was somebody who called me Connie when I was in middle school repeatedly until I hit them. So, nowadays, as you grow up, you become more mature and more comfortable in your own skin. I had a friend. I love this guy, Mr. Prack, and he was my workout buddy in Iraq. We went to the gym together like 6 days a week for 6 months, And I credit him for giving me a passion for working out. And he gave me a girl nickname too. And instead of punching him, his girl nickname for me was Shelly. I just accepted it and I endorsed it and I embraced it because he's simultaneously emasculating me, by calling me a girl's name while we're engaged in the most masculine behavior possible, which is taking very heavy things and moving them. So, dude, why you got to hate on my guy? You got a beef, chief? Anyways, sorry, I need to make a point. Part of this is shit posting, though, where these guys have worked really hard in order to achieve all of their academic credentials, and some of them are good and some of them are bad, but then they also have cringe takes every now and then, and they're just human. And ultimately, we're all just humans, and we put on our pants one leg at a time if you wear pants, or if you put on your skirt, you put on your skirt one leg at a time, right? So them getting offended that their credentials and professional and social achievements are being reduced by somebody calling them dude or bro, I think that's kind of funny, actually. That would encourage me to do it more. So, anyways. Harmonic was the last one. That hurt their feelings. Sleepy Joe. Yeah. They're dancing around Trump the entire time, and they pretend that they are. Comes off as overly sensitive, says Kalili. I agree. What is Connie Points talking about right now? We're breaking down the woke right civil war, which is pretty funny. I'm not your buddy, guy. South Park references abound. Christian Blair says, Valor Media Network, you don't seem to have a problem with Bud. No, I love Bud. Bud's a great one. I love Dude. I love Guy. I love Bud. These are all great. Speed Run only refer to Connor by Guy in Chief. Yeah, dude, if you want me to lose it, then criticize me while saying my guy or chief at the end. Shelly, good. I love Shelly. I wish I still hung out with Prax so I could get called Shelly more, because it reminds me of a time where we were just like young men in a war zone, working out, eating good food. It was a good time. Yeah, exactly. Well, QC John, they would hate where I'm from. We call everyone Bubby. Exactly. Up yours, woke moralists. We'll see who cancels who. And you know who ended up canceling them? The far right. That's what ended up happening. The far right. All right. Quick chill, then we'll get back into it. We're making good time. We got like 20 minutes left. So, like the stream if you haven't liked it already. It's free and it helps us in the algorithm. Engage in the chat or engage in the comment section. It helps us in the algorithm so other people know that we're live and they can catch the VOD. Also, be sure to tell your friends about the stream. If you think that if you have like a veteran friend who thinks that they would enjoy the content, they would have a good time hanging out with the chat. They're like a tech bro or they're like a stock guy and they have to go through hours and hours and hours of working their butts off, and they can listen to something entertaining while they do so, then obviously encourage them to come and hang out in the stream. I want them to come and hang out as well. Then what I would also say is I know the economy is not great, but if you do have money burning a hole in your pocket, then super chats are appreciated but never required. I do want to shout out Casey from Long Island for a super chat early in the stream and the Dashing Rogue for a super chat early in the stream. Thank you kindly for your donations. And if you feel so inclined, please do so as well. Kalili says, I do miss people being as purely sincere as Jordan Peterson sometimes, though. Communicating through layers of irony is exhausting. I agree with you. Earnestness is its own currency in the post-ironic era, where caring about something can be refreshing. And so I invite you to do that here. You can, we'll engage in sarcasm. We'll be funny. We'll use chief, bro, dude, whatever. But caring about things is cool. Sacred Snow says, JBP's prophecy came full circle for Ethan. He didn't realize it would come full circle for him. I guess it's just a good prophecy, huh? They took off tariffs on Rolls-Royce engines. How can the economy be bad? Wow. Awesome. Slippin' Jimmy. Yeah, that's Cameron Mosley. That's what we need to say. We need to be slippy Jimmy concepts. Slippin' Jimmy concepts. James is very similar to Rabbi Shmuley in the sense that he has the opposite effect of people that he intends. Maybe. I'm still going to cheer him on, though, when he does something I like. So be a Care Bear. We like bears here, so be a Care Bear. Exactly. Maybe that'll be our tribal group, the Care Bears. All right. Anyways, I've been yapping. Let's go.
Right.
That started on the left, and now the right uses it.
Right. Yeah. So those are markers. What else have I seen? An insane rise in explicit anti-Semitism. And that's been going on for about 5 years, and it's worse all the time.
And Nazi apology.
Yeah, well, that's
which
starting
isn't
to
just the
creep in
apology
now.
too.
Yeah.
It's the transgression. It's the post the meme, sometimes meant to be funny, so you have plausible deniability, or the other social functions of humor come into play. But they'll post the meme of Hitler. Why? Because you're not supposed to.
Yeah,
that's why. So you have norms of decency around different things. And one of those norms in, again, mainstream healthy society has been that we're not going to valorize Nazis. We're not going to lionize these guys. And you have, I'm not talking about the historians or whatever else that are coming out and rehashing David Irving or any of that. I'm talking about these, to use the word that's on the internet, shit posters who come and post pictures of Hitler with a smile on his face, or they're translating his speeches into English and clipping out parts where he's rousing Germany to a cheerful future. Oh, he just loves his country. That's one of the messages they put. They love it. I'm sorry. Read Mein Kampf. Actually read it. He's utterly clear about the point of his state is to preserve the race, and the biggest pollution of the race, to preserve it against pollution of inferior races. And the most inferior race is the Jews.
Yeah.
Absolutely clear. The demonization is absolutely visible in 25 when he publishes that, way before they say, well, it took until 38, 39, maybe 42 when Churchill got involved. That's when they had to really start hating the Jews. And that current is all the way back to the beginning.
So this shit
won't say her name. What? They won't say Shelley? What name won't they say? Then Razzle Cherry says, mainstream healthy society loves Kanye's new song. Razzle Cherry, I told my wife about Kanye's new song. She hated it. I actually thought it was kind of funny to watch a few dozen black men screaming, Heil that gentleman, the Austrian painter. I thought it was kind of funny, and I thought the beat was great. That being said, I think it probably comes from like a pretty messed up place psychologically. That being said, it is catchy. So I think I'm schizophrenic, though. I think I spend way too much time in the dissident right wing and dissident left wing media spheres. And so I think I am post-irony poisoned. So, Candace Owens? Oh, for normalizing? Yeah. I think they agreed to a rule at the beginning of the show where they said they weren't going to say the names of the people that they were criticizing negatively. I almost wonder if that's a mistake, though. Now, long term, I think they should call these people out. If they want to warm up their audiences to a conflict between, like, let's call it the normie right and the woke right, then I understand this tactic, but I think in the long term, they need to name names. They need to actually have this battle. She's a woman, though. I'm sure she's a good woman, but still a woman. Why, Candace Owens? Jeez. Going from Jesus Walks to Heil, Austrian painter, is one hell of an arc. Yeah. Kanye hasn't had a good song since Yeezus. I'm not sure what his songs are, but obviously, like, I love Stronger from back in the day. I love Gold Digger from back in the day. I'm trying to think of what else, but, pretty much any Daft Punk remix song that he did, I thought was amazing. I'm trying to think of any of the other really big ones. Ninjas in Paris, classic. I love all that stuff. I think Kanye is, regardless of whether or not him being schizophrenic, I think he's an incredibly talented artist. Okay, Sergo says, Austrian Painter sounds like a documentary title for the biography of Hitler. I mean, it relatively is. Your audience will never make the connection unless you name drop. I agree. Your people need to be called out. Agreed. And that's where, for now, if they're just warming up their audience, that's fine. But I know for a fact that if they came out and they were like, Candace Owens is a piece of garbage, who else would they probably hate? Jack Posibek's a piece of garbage. Who else? Elijah Schaefer is a piece of garbage. And Nick Fuentes is a piece of garbage. Of course, what would happen is all four of those creators would make reply hit pieces, and then you're in a drama cycle where your audiences are fighting between those creators, and then also the creators are going tit for tat on reply pieces. That already happened. Even without them naming names, that already happened. Razzlecherry says they will lose their entire audience to Nick if it becomes a real debate. They're making the right play, even if it's one or two bad choices. They can't ignore us forever. Razzlecherry, I think thou dost presume too much about Groyper supremacy. You know, having tens of thousands of young male schizophrenics is an achievement. I'm not going to deny that for Mr. Nick Fuentes. However, I think you underestimate how off-putting radical anti-Israeli, anti-Jewish Christian nationalism is to the normie. Yeah. Anyways.
Posting problem. So that's part of the enabling of the psychopaths by the free social media platforms, right? By the costless social media platforms. Do you have any sense? So we're working out ways to identify people.
Swarm behavior, by the way, is another one.
Another marker. So you'll get one of these derisive replies, and within minutes it'll get 600 likes on it. You don't know how that happened. From an account with 30 followers, and your reply somehow gets 600 likes in a minute or 2 minutes, and then everybody piles like on. A biblical plague of locusts.
And then they jump in on you and say you got ratioed. Of course, a lot of it's bots that people bought. But what they do is they say, my comment was more popular than your comment, therefore you're not very interesting and we're very interesting, so we're ascendant. And by the way, that's psychologically really impactful if you don't know what's going on.
Yeah.
Razzlecherry, they're talking about you, bro. They're talking about you, bro.
Definitely.
You feel like the crowd, they tell me this all the time. We're all laughing at you. We're all laughing at you. We're all laughing at you.
Yeah, right.
It's very sophisticated psychological torment. Unfortunately for my antagonist,
hallmark of sadism.
I understand the game, and therefore,
does it affect you?
Only when I'm not prepared for the pathway by which it comes.
So Celeste Plantagenet York says, importantly, Cannibal Corpse is on tour. It was spelled Cannibalism Corpse, but I think we're chalking that up to autocorrect. And then Jonah Boy correctly points out that sounds like there's some Twitter PTSD going on. And listen, guys, I'm going to be real with you, okay? Ever since Keffels, okay, for those of you who don't know, there's a character named Keffels who's a trans right activist who allegedly defrauded her audience of $100,000 in order to sue the Canadian government for discrimination because she got swatted. That's Keffels. And she has been in and out of the Twitch and YouTube political streaming game for a while now. But she was a derisive figure, and she ratioed so many people, like literally dozens, hundreds, thousands of people. And she probably botted, but she also probably had a pretty diehard, hardcore progressive audience that was excited to do this swarm behavior in order to defeat right-wing personalities on Twitter. And ever since then, I'm not going to lie, I have not cared about ratios. And it's not because, like, it isn't fun. Obviously, it's fun to have a popular opinion that makes somebody else look like an idiot. That, of course, that's fun. I love doing that on Twitter. However, the truth is the truth. So even if you have an unpopular opinion, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if I get 0 likes and the other person gets 1,000. If I'm correct about the world, I'm correct about the world. And so that's where I think they call it like an appeal to populism. The ad populum argument. And ad populum is dumb as hell. So don't fall into the trap of thinking just because you got you have a position and it's well liked by people that somehow you're correct. That's like the Ethan Klein Hassan Piker debate. Hassan Piker is pro-Palestine, and to some degrees he's pro-terrorism. And there are tens of thousands of people who reassure him every single day that he is fundamentally correct in his perspectives, even though the guy is an absolute idiot. He wakes up and he bounces from confirmation to confirmation that he is the world's greatest man to ever live. There are women who DM him. There are fans that DM him. There are people in power in Hollywood, in DC, who reach out to him because they want to socialize with him. Everybody, even his greatest critics, say that he's intelligent, or not intelligent. They definitely don't say that he's intelligent. They say that he's attractive. He receives constant validation for his perspectives, and yet I have never seen a more moronic, incorrect person carried to such heights of power besides perhaps Donald Trump. So, no. Arguments ad populum are exactly that. They're a bunch of morons liking their moron parasocial leader. It has nothing to do with correctness. And I think James, and I appreciate the earnestness with which Jordan Peterson and James are admitting to the fact that social media bugs them and the harassment bugs them and getting dogpiled bugs them. I appreciate their earnestness, and yet they are supposed to be thought leaders in the world. And I think they have important arguments to make in the world. So I think that they need to think about this in a more sophisticated way. Razzlecherry says, to call this sadism is crazy, bro. We have more likes than you on Twitter, James. Chill. Unfortunately, I very much agree with Razzlecherry. Very much. Common Keffels W. I don't know if it's common. Possum Nation says, Connor, that's really cool if you ever collab with Preston Stewart or Chris Cappy. Yeah, I've DM'd Cappy. We've DM'd back and forth a few times. I should reach out to him to see if he'd be willing to do a stream. Eric Bear says, the average person is not taught a long list of logical fallacies and biases, so they cannot care for them whenever their leadership displays them. That's a good point. Soko says, Hassan absolutely lives in the closet politically. I'm only going to read. Who is he talking about? He's talking about gripers. That's who he's talking about, because I would say Christian nationalists who follow Nick Fuentes are probably Conceptual James's biggest critics. There's a high amount of corruption in the common sense of the average person in all groups. We are dealing with high levels of the dark sides of tribalism. I mean, Eric Bear, this is the first time that I'm seeing you in chat within the past 90 minutes, but I would say the past 90 minutes of streaming has almost exclusively been about that topic.
When I'm aware of it, no. But not at all, except maybe to encourage me. Somebody put up a meme of me the other day, and it shows like a guy building a castle standing inside the wall, a big giant guy, and it's me. And there's all these people throwing rocks, and it says on the meme, it says, James when his haters throw rocks at him, and I'm building a castle out of all the stones they throw at me. And so no, not so much, except they can catch you off guard. They can catch you off guard. And what catches you off guard the most, and this is the power of the struggle session, what will catch you off guard the most is when one of your friends buys it.
Yep, that's true.
Mm-hmm.
They see it, and
I'll say this: STV Philly and I, he's a rabid progressive, and I've always been who I've always been. I've always been like a center right character. But STV Philly is a successful YouTuber who breaks down crime and events in the city of Philadelphia, and he swims around in the progressive circles. He has gone out of his way multiple times to comment on my criticisms of Hassan Piker, effectively letting me know that he agrees with and thinks that Hassan Piker is like relevant, intelligent, and worthy of consideration. And STV Philly and I have had decently long conversations in the past. You know, it is shocking when you have somebody with whom you associate, who you generally speaking think is a good dude, and then they endorse something that you think is mind-numbingly stupid. I'm sure that you, as chatters in my chat, can probably sympathize with that emotional reaction, considering you're watching me. And then same thing with, there's one other guy, Ali. I love Ali. I think he's a good dude. I'm happy he had a kid. I'm happy he's doing well with his family. He's another streamer that I participate with on panels. I think he's a decently smart, kind, intelligent guy. And yet we viciously disagree on jihadism, jihadist terrorism, and politics in the Middle East and North Africa. He is infinitely more sympathetic and charitable to people in the Middle East and North Africa and jihadists than I would ever be. Commander Haircut says, can we call the complaints about getting ratioed soy since we know that pissed them off? 100%. Drop the soy bombs. Release the soy bomb attack. Christian Blair says, he is going after you because you defend Destiny. STV Philly or Ali? Because I think both of them have criticized the fact that I'm still friendly with Destiny. While the far right are having a civil war, either way, both are bad. 100%. Welcome to the non-woke right / center left.
they go with the people that are haranguing you.
Mm-hmm.
That's when it'll get you. That's when it'll affect you.
True.
So the proliferation of this kind of pathology seems to be linked to
Another characteristic is the attempt to get people to distance themselves from you.
Sorry, James is such a yapper. There was a Piers Morgan interview where Jordan Peterson would not shut the fudge up. He just would not shut up. And every time he seemed like he was going to stop, he just didn't. And I think it's funny, but this dude is the same way. He will not shut up.
I face that very frequently.
Right.
You want to get away from him. He's contaminated.
Yeah, well, that's discussed terminology.
That's right.
Again, right? You're the carrier of something pathological.
That's right.
Yeah. So the social media platforms. So Musk's perspective.
Sorry, Christian Valeris brings up something frustrating for me. Is you have a bad debate or conversation with someone, and then you just think that they're the most evil person in the world because they publicly embarrassed you. I think that's a very silly way to conduct yourself. Rob Knorr, for instance, I used terms to describe him to his face that violated terms of service and got us both a temporary suspension from Twitch. And I still feel that way, right? You know, he was calling me some bad names. I called him some bad names, right? But, you know, let bygones be bygones. He's paying his bills. He's taking care of his family. He's trying to do the right thing. You know, I hate that he supports MAGA, but water off a duck's ass, in my opinion.
And Rogan's to some degree too, mine for that matter, is that the best antiseptic is sunlight. But there might be a flaw in that reasoning, and maybe you can help me think it through. When I'm sitting across from you, I bear the weight of my words, right? It's going to have an impact on the net, but it's also going to impact the relationship I have with you. And so I'm constrained or regulated. I'm regulated in my utterances by consequences. And so there's never been a time really where free speech existed without reputational weight. Now, maybe pamphleteering and that sort of thing, but that's trivial compared to what we have now.
Right.
I mean, how many people can you get your pamphlet to? And what sort of effect is that going to have? That was back in the time of writing, but now your pathology can multiply virtually without end. And then I'm thinking, well, maybe it's necessary. I thought for Twitter, for example, that there should be two sections. There should be a section where people's identification is validated and a section for the anonymous trolls. And that should be demarcated. So you can go visit hell land of trolls if you want, but you know that they're not real people.
Yeah.
Now, the problem with that, as far as I can tell, is the digital ID problem. I mean, the net allows people to escape the reputational consequences of their psychopathology, their destructive, sadistic, corrosive, power-mad, hedonistic psychopathology. It's a terrible thing. And people have no idea how dangerous it is. But if you verify IDs electronically, then we walk down the route to Chinese totalitarianism, something like that, as far as I can.
And if you read the original documentation, Stanford University has its DigiChina project and translates Chinese documents. 2014, they're putting forth a social credit system, and they actually explain that the purpose of the social credit system is to achieve a perfect socialism, because it's not just a social control mechanism. It's a Pavlovian training mechanism.
Right. Nudging.
It's like your life becomes a video game nudging you to hold the beliefs that the state wants you to have.
Well, the man who just got elected prime minister in Canada, he says two quite stunning things in his book, which no Canadians read because we'll leave that lie. 75% of the world's fossil fuels have to stay in the ground. Okay, that's 75% of the world's fossil fuels have to stay in the ground. Okay, that's proposition number one. And he's made that a centerpiece of his thinking for 20 years. There's no priority guiding every financial decision by every individual and every corporation that should be prioritized higher than decarbonization. That means every single thing. And then he says, of course, there'll be losers in consequence of that, but it's a price we're willing to pay. We have to pay the sacrifice of others. So this is a man who thinks that net zero is the proper game, and that if you were a moral actor, decarbonization would be your God.
Yeah.
Right? Regulate every single one of your decisions. Well, out of that comes the kind of pathocracy that you described. It's like,
hold on. I want to address this separately from everything else we're talking about, because I think we're moving into something specific. So Razzle Cherry says, MAGA is so neocon at this point, I'd expect you might like it. Well, my question is this, you know, because I've heard neoconservative talking points described in reference to MAGA in various ways. Neoconservatism can 100% be co-opted into an actual fascistic, imperial, slaughterous murder machine. So I don't know if I would like it necessarily. I have pretty nuanced opinions when it comes to American militarism. But the question is whether or not you mean that because we're like pro-Israel and going to bomb Iran. I think that's bad policy, right? I argue for neoconservatism and American strength, but part of American strength is also American intelligence. So even verified accounts for trolls, lol. I wouldn't mind the verification system, because I would 100% put on an ID for Twitter, and then I would jump into both spaces. I would participate in the highfalutin verified ID Twitter space, and I would participate in the troll hell on earth fighting Twitter, because I think that's the real Twitter. I might like nice Twitter to exchange highfalutin ideas with highfalutin people, but I think the real Twitter is the shitpost, you know, copy of hell that is the Twitter landscape. Christian Blair says, oh snap, something him and Destiny have in common. Interesting. Ratios are so pointless, but gosh darn the dopamine hit. True. Peterson, the meanest Canadian. True. Then Canada politics be like, bruh. Wrestle. What the hell? Man, y'all are bigoted towards Indian and Pakistani folk, man. I'm not even that bigoted. Y'all are crazy. Christian, hold on. Commander Haircut, you need to email Ken, not about me. You need to email Ken about the anti-Pakistani and anti-Indian hate in my chat. You guys are crazy. Eric Bear says, we need safe spaces, which means we have standards for how to provide constructive criticism that constructive praise very well for everyone. No double standards. Well, yeah. I think as long as you make it voluntary, that would be the difference, right? You wouldn't compel national ID. You would segregate or digital ID. You would segregate digital ID. It would be like going to a nice bar or a club, right? If you want to hang out with the riffraff, you can go to the local watering hole that doesn't even require ID, and you can get into a bar fight. If you want to go into the country club and, you know, drink a martini with your pinky out, then you can show your ID. That would be the difference. And I think, like, depending on the day, I like both of those environments. You think he'd be mad at Trump for handing the left the election? You'd think so, but that requires consistency. Me, when someone wants to transition more efficient, cleaner energy, screaming, well, yeah, that's what we need to talk about, huh? Here's my opinion about like alternative energy sources. If you don't bring up nuclear energy in the conversation, I have every single right to ignore you. Agreed. Trans energy. The right will never go for trans energy. It's common for right-wing figures to have far-right alts, so it wouldn't work anyways. Sure. But they're not talking about comprehensive digital ID. They're talking about segregating digital ID places. I'll include my guy and Chief in the next email. Excellent. Thoughts on the new Pope? I'm happy he's American. I'm happy he's a Republican and a conservative who dislike Trump and Vance. I think that's based. I got off of it. Watching MAGA having routine meltdowns and show their fragile snowflakes was funny for a while, but boycott everything connected to Musk comes first. Not for me. I enjoy schizophrenic meltdowns. Commander Haircut says, Sacred Snow, we're at a point where at the moment solar will be most efficient and easily widespread until we get like fusion or something. Fission nuclear energy should be a base. I have a friend who works in the energy industry. He says that what you need is a fission nuclear energy base. Then for periods of high demand, peak and trough. So for the peaks, you need quick turn natural gas turbines because that's 70% less carbon output than coal. And then he was saying that you need to have renewables fill up the gap. But realistically, because renewables peak and trough in their capacity for generating power, you have to have nukes and you have to have natural gas. So we can reduce it. We can't eliminate it. And then what I would argue, even with Mark Carney and Jordan Peterson, what I don't like about this is Jordan Peterson seems offended by the concept of getting to carbon zero. I don't think we should be offended at all. As a matter of fact, Gen X, I think, was talking about carbon capture as a concept, an idea that they were proposing for legislation in front of, I don't know if it was a state government or if it was DC, but it was something that she was talking about. And I think carbon capture is brilliant because I think it was, I've done the math for it before, but carbon capture can be incredibly cheap. I think it's like $125 to $400 per like ton pulled out of the air. Carbon capture cost. And I've done the math on this a few times and I confirmed it. Somebody can correct me. But from $15 to $130 metric ton of CO2 with direct air capture being significantly more expensive at $350 per metric ton. But let's just say we did CCS or DAC. It doesn't matter. So let's do 350, right? I'm not going to do the math on it, but if you calculate how much a car puts out for a metric ton of CO2, and then you divide up how much it would cost in order to capture that carbon, I'm pretty sure it's like 6 cents a gallon, right? I would 100% pay an extra 6 cents per gallon at the pump in order to shut up about climate change. 100%. As a matter of fact, I would pay 12 cents a gallon in order to capture the carbon that I've already had over the course of my life. So, bro, if I can pay 12 cents a gallon to get everyone to shut up, I would be ecstatic. Ooh, thank you for the donation, Rises. Very appreciated. Let's read that momentarily. Sacred Snow says thorium have good potential and they have developed ways to almost endlessly recycle uranium fuel rods until the waste is negligible. Excellent. I'm happy to hear that. Eric Baer says, I'm recently listening to your content more, Connor. Do you have time where you bring people on to debate? I would love to see if we can work together to heal our national interpersonal debates. Sure. DM me either on Twitter or Discord or email. Twitter is CounterConnor. So that's CounterConor. And then my email is counterpointsconnor@gmail.com. CounterpointsConnor@gmail.com. Or counterpoints, I think I just spelled that. Counterpoints, common spelling, Connor, CONOR@gmail.com. Email me, hit me up on Twitter, whatever. We'll pick a date and a time. I'm trying to do debates on weekend nights or on Tuesdays. I'm trying to do that. I'm very busy, so apologies if I have a late delay, but yeah, 100%. I can talk to people. Biz D says, false nuclear will white pill you on nuclear. It's crazy to me that we figured out infinite energy, but chose not to use it. Yeah, but you have to overcome Chernobyl and Fukushima Daiichi and all that kind of stuff. And it's expensive and it takes a long time to build. I'm not saying we don't do fission. We should also do fusion. Rises, thank you for the donation. $10. You want spicy? Wait till I rant in an Indian accent. You guys are bad. You guys are bad to the bone. I am more progressive on Indians and Pakistanis than my entire chat. And my chat is filled with liberals and progressives and center-rightoids. Soko says, carbon capture is just hormone therapy for the earth, not on my tax dollars. Razzle Cherry says, how would you answer the greening of the earth argument makes? There is something like 60% more vegetation because of the excess CO2. Razzle Cherry, that can be good. And as a matter of fact, I think that we're only at a partial carbonization level compared to the dinosaurs. But if I remember correct, the age of the dinosaurs was also insanely hot. Like another 10 or 20 degrees. I live in Florida and it is already insanely hot and muggy. I do not want to find out what Florida is like with 110 degrees Fahrenheit and 300% humidity. I think I would rather eat a gun than find out what that feels like. So, yeah. The far left is never shutting up about climate change. Yeah, so why don't we fix it? If they're not going to shut up, let's fix it. And then when they keep talking about it, we can be like, shut up. We already fixed it. You don't hear them talking about the ozone layer anymore. And that was huge in the 80s and 90s. We stopped using fluorocarbons. We found things that were a substitute for fluorocarbons. And then as a result, we're fine. So let's do carbon capture and nuclear and natural gas. And then let's capture all the carbon that we did in the air back out since we started industrializing. And then if we start an ice age, then we can go back to the leftists and say, hey, dummies, we need to release carbon into the air now in order to make sure that people don't freeze to death. I would love to do that. Silver Jacket Man for $10. It's funny that they are acting like people are sociopaths on the internet like it's a novel idea. Yeah, Silver Jacket Man, what's novel about it is that it's on the right, quote unquote. Of course, anyone left of Jack Posobiec could tell you that there were psychopaths on the right. However, they're noticing it because they're actually getting attacked by it. And since the right wing is in power, they know that they have a responsibility to call out the bad behavior on the right because they made their careers off of calling out the bad behavior on the left. So while I do appreciate the donation, thank you kindly, and I also agree with you that them acting shocked can seem naive and silly sometimes, I appreciate the ideological and principle consistency. Whew. Eric Baer says, great. Thank you, Connor. Oh, you guys are being too kind. Lots of donations coming in. Silver Jacket Man again says, right now the most virtuous among us is downloading a Russian subtitle version of the Thunderbolts and watching Korn while they ask a stranger on Craigslist how much it would cost to hunt them. All right. Are you the most virtuous among us? Like, is this from personal experience, Silver Jacket Man? Where is this coming from? Oh, you guys are crazy. Razzle Cherry says he supports Pakistan, but I know that he's doing that just to be contrarian. Also, he probably just wants as many Indians as possible to get like killed in a nuclear holocaust. Yes, I'm joking. Yes, I'm joking. I'm not trying to be too mean. I'm just assuming you're taking a pro-Pakistani stance to be contrarian. Sacred Snow says, at Valor Media Network, overcoming fear is the issue. How to solve Chernobyl. Don't be very stupid and take out the safety measures. Fukushima build in relatively stable areas. Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you. I'm just a cute little guy. I'm not a troll demon psychopath, I promise. All right. You guys are having too much fun. Let's try to finish up this segment. It's just that, you know what happens? Is these people are brilliant. I'm not saying they're not brilliant, but they yap and I'm a yapper too. And I want the opportunity to yap, right? And so them yapping takes away from me yapping, and then chat is yapping and they want the opportunity to yap. So I need to yap to my chat and pause this yapping, you know? And so it takes forever to get through the content.
You've seen this already. There's edges appearing. There's credit cards. They were issued in Australia that track your carbon footprint.
Yeah.
Right. And at the moment, you're still allowed to spend on whatever you want, regardless of your.
Commander Haircut, you can think that he's a schizophrenic. JBP is intelligent. Regardless of whether or not you think he's schizophrenic, he is capable of consuming very complex information, digesting it, and arriving at insights based off of his understanding of complex information.
At the moment, that's exactly right. And once you're fully trackable, well, then we know what'll happen. You know exactly what'll happen.
Yeah.
You'll be nudged in whatever direction
That's right.
benefits the power mad Luciferians. That's exactly what'll happen.
It's not just social control. It is social training. It is operant conditioning. I was looking for the word. It's operant conditioning in its most sophisticated form, especially when equipped with the technologies of AI.
That's for sure, because the AI systems trained on your purchasing behavior, for example, will be able to predict your likely behavior with a stellar degree of accuracy.
That's right.
Right. I mean, the advertisements that you're fed already do that to some degree.
That's right.
So the only solution I can think of to this is because the digital ID solution seems to be troublesome, to say the least, means no privacy whatsoever, forever, fundamentally.
Yeah.
I guess it's exposing this and hoping that people make wise decisions. You know, and I guess that's what you're trying to do with the woke right idea.
Yes. Yeah. There are workable activities that could.
All right. You know what? You guys are bored with them. I'm bored with them too.
Could step
That's okay. We'll move to the next segment and we'll do the comments. And what you guys are pointing out is they're realizing what we've known all along, which good for them. So let me go ahead and do a summary of that. And then there's actually some interesting things in chat that I want to address. So in summary, there were actually really good things revealed from this conversation that I want to summarize for the chat. Okay. So what I would say is probably the most important one is the binary. I think this is a binary relationship of human beings and how they live their lives. Is, do you have deference to a power higher than yourself, regardless of whether or not that's like nature or God? And do you seek purpose, validation, self-worth, etc., in external sources like family, community, etc.? Or do you worship power and do you worship yourself? And so the reason why that's brought up is because Jordan Peterson and James Lindsay effectively believe that the recipe for authoritarians and for psycho-radical revolutionaries is to blame the existing system, appeal to the disaffected, and put yourself at the top of the hierarchy. They talked about Marx, they talked about Hitler, they talked about Mussolini, they talked about other leaders. They neglected to mention Trump in this formula. However, if you look at this, then a lot of conspiratorial authoritarian men have used these in order to seize power. Then, they brought up, there were more interesting things. Oh, yeah. This is the most interesting thing that I absolutely need to copy, is that there's two games of power being played simultaneously. Ideology has a game within a game. Ideology has a game within a game, power and social status, not just the desires of the ideology. And so what they pointed out is that there are people who do not care about ideology for its own purposes, like conservatism. They choose the label conservatism not because they actually have like an ideological goal that they want to manifest in the world maximally, but because they want to climb the social hierarchy of that group. And so that's how they're identifying parasites and predators who are able to climb into these social hierarchies because they're playing the game within a game. And they also think that their operating procedure is to create a splinter within the ideology and then create a cult in which they're at the top. That might be repetitive, but it's still true. Then there's a bunch of historical examples. And then they also talk about Marcuse, where fascist and democratic tolerance of people is conflated, where Democrats and liberals are made the same. And then liberating tolerance is dragging society left always, and then reducing tolerance for right-wing ideas over time. And we talked about how that was a common trope in Twitch and YouTube politics. So overall, I would say that they're catching up to what is actually happening on social media. I'm happy that they're punching right. I'm happy that they're calling out psychopaths amongst their midst. I think it's funny that they totally neglect to mention Trump, but at least they're calling out the bad behaviors in their own circles. End of yap. All right, getting into chat because you guys were asking some interesting questions. Christian Valera says, Peterson is brilliant in clinical psychology, less so on other topics. Yeah, but if you're intelligent, you can oftentimes take your intelligence and apply it to other fields, but then you might be saying wildly ignorant stuff because you assume that you're brilliant in all fields because you're brilliant in one field. I am a classic example of that. I resemble that remark. Cameron Mosley says, Connor, do you like Doom? I love Doom. 2016 Doom, I think, is peak. Doom Eternal is excellent, but I didn't like the fact that it had so many jump puzzles. I'm not there to jump. I'm there to kill demons. I think Doom, the Dark Age, looks good, and I'm happy about it, but I did see a bunch of like jump puzzles and parkour and all that crap, and realistically, I just want to drive the giant Doom mech bot. I want to fly the giant Doom dragon. I want to slaughter demons endlessly. That's what I want to do. But he doesn't watch counterpoints or his IQ would be 3,000. This is true, Pachydermis absurdus. Many people are saying this. Lots of people are saying this. Do people support Trump partly just to own the libs? I would say most Trump supporters do it to own the libs. Whenever you talk to a Trump supporter and they can't articulate a single policy, the main thing that they all state over and over again is they do it to piss off progressives and liberals. Razzle Cherry says he's intelligent for sure. He's really bad at combating Groyper messaging, but outside of that, he's freakishly smart. Thank you for that concession. I appreciate it. Blah, blah, blah. This reminds me of the system portrayed by Orwell and the one by Huxley in response to Orwell's 1984. Totalitarianism as 1984's Oceania is unsustainable long-term. Huxley's model, hedonism, isn't. Interesting. I wonder who they're talking about based on that thumbnail. Yeah, that's the Groyper thumbnail, isn't it? So they're probably talking about Nick, huh? Well, Huxley's model lasted longer due to the sidetracking and comforts afforded. Interesting. I was about to laugh because for a second he was like, I could swear more than one thing was interesting in this. Is it punching or poking with a pool noodle? I don't know. Let's be honest. They're smearing the opposition, calling your opposition psychopathic is too convenient. It discredits the opposition. But Razzle Cherry, I think that there is this point of the power and social status game played within ideologies is true regardless of whatever ideology you apply it to. You could apply it to Marxist-Leninism. You could apply it to Stalin. You could apply it to Mao. You could apply it to Nazi Germany. You could apply it to America. This description of psychological or psychopathology within the games of power is just true. And then I think the one thing that I'll concede to you making that comment is just because people are very good at climbing social hierarchy does not mean that they don't care about the ideology. And what I mean by that specifically is I think that Nick the Knife Fuentes, despite being a social climber and somebody who is incredibly adept at getting into random social circles and playing games of clout, power, and narrative, I think he believes. I think Nick Fuentes is a believer. That's part of the reason why he's so effing dangerous / good at his game. Carl Sargon, true. Rip and tear until it's done. Indeed. The new Doom game looks amazing. Yes, I just hope they take it easy on me with the jumping puzzles. I'm not there to jump. I am there to kill demons. Why they have to screw over Mick Gordon, I have no idea. Mick Gordon obviously made some of the best, most iconic Doom music in history. I did not hear about them screwing over Mick Gordon. What about classic Doom? To be honest, it was before my time. Doom was early 90s. I probably didn't start playing video games until the late 90s. What's a political philosophy? I voted this way to make my neighbor mad and watch it unfold. Yeah, that is the political philosophy. I myself have been never Trump Republican. I also have my objections about the libs and the progressives. However, I didn't think tanking the economy and ignoring the Constitution was a correct response to the excesses of the left. So don't call him Nick the Knife. It makes him sound cool. My bad. Sacred Snow says, the Doom music goes hard. I like heavy metal instruments, but not screamo, so the Doom soundtrack hits for me. I got 30-minute cut of Doom music. I used to loop it when I did electrical work. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Doom music, especially 2016 Doom soundtrack, is hard as hell. That's because it's cool. Fascism is an incoherent ideology that is mostly about accumulating power. Pachydermis absurdus, I largely agree with you, particularly in practice. I think that the argument of fascism is that the leaders, through seizing power and accepting the games of power and becoming good and adept at seizing power, will advocate for the political corporative body once they seize power. But the truth is that if you do not cultivate virtue when you are small, you will not cultivate virtue when you are large. So, yeah. Keisoko Wright says, complete disregard for everyone, but their in-group ignore the publicly proclaimed policies of violating constitutional rights and regulations, routinely lie about elections being rigged. Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. Hello, Jeff Lewis. Mick Gordon pioneered a whole new music subgenre. True. Ignoring the Constitution is funny in his defense. God, Razzle. I'm going to look at you as a 17-year-old boy who likes to piss me off for fun. That's the way I'm going to conceptualize you. I'm assuming you're sipping on a vape pen, waiting to T-pose on some hoes at school, waiting until the slightly slutty chick that you want to call a whore asks you out to the prom or homecoming, and then you go with her, and then you realize that despite her being promiscuous, she's actually a very nice and intelligent person. I can't wait for you. Believe it or not, I'm actually thinking about somebody specific. There was a girl that I did not date and did not hook up with, but we went on we went out a couple of times. We hung out a couple of times. And I think the reason why I didn't hook up with her was because she was so promiscuous. She had like a really bad rap. Beautiful girl. But she had a very bad reputation for being promiscuous. But we did go out a couple of times, and it seemed like we could have done stuff, but I didn't really push it. And she was brilliant. She was wildly intelligent. She was really funny. She was charismatic. Her morals were dog shit. But besides that, she was like overall like a really good human being, except for her promiscuity. And we haven't talked in, I don't know, probably 2 decades. But, you know, it surprised me that someone with such a bad reputation, you know, ended up being like a really interesting person. So I hope that happens for you. I hope you meet a smart whore who changes your perspectives on what human beings are like and how you can treat them. Pachydermis Absurdus says, there was a letter to the editor in a German paper in the 1920s, I think. It said, we don't want lower bread prices. We want higher bread prices. We don't want bread prices to stay the same. Unsurprising. Cameron Mosley says, I don't like 2016 soundtrack. It's a bit too industrial for my taste, but Eternal soundtrack, the only thing they fear is you, or cultist bass is peak. Interesting. T-pose on them hoes. Sacred Snow says, Valor Media, blink twice if Mrs. Points is in the room with you. Nope. I didn't hook up with that gal. I actually didn't. And she was very cool, despite being a Sloyd. She was very, very cool person. Anyways, let's do an intro. Get into the next segment. We got things to do. Matter of fact, what I'm going to do. Never mind. I'm just going to suffer. I'm going to suffer on your behalf. Okay. Hi, guys. Welcome to Counterpoints. My name is Connor. I'm a science fiction, political, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran. I love breaking down alternative media and YouTube personalities and debates and politics and drama for you kind folk at home. I myself am a never Trump Republican, but I obviously do not like what's going on in the administration right now. So I'm trying to make the world a better place by creating better content that is still going into the mud to wrestle cynical and negative personalities that are capitalizing on our horrific political moment. But I'm also trying to make it funny and insightful. So that's what I'm trying to do. Failingly, but I'm still trying. And so what we're going to do right now is Jordan Peterson and James Lindsay, two people who are responsible for several of the anti-social justice warrior dramas of the 2010s, called out the excesses of the far right. And Sargon of Akkad said that I resemble that remark, and then he objected to their breakdown. So Sargon of Akkad, we're going to go ahead and assume is woke right, but we're going to give him the opportunity to prove us wrong. We're going to allow him to argue for the far right and the dissident right, and we're going to see if he has anything insightful to say. Without further ado, let's see what Mr. Carl Benjamin, a.k.a. Sargon of Akkad, has to tell us today.
James Lindsay did a podcast with Jordan Peterson, and I watched about 2/3 of it. I just haven't had time to watch the rest of it. And it's not terribly impressive, and I can see why people have just taken to mocking this. However, people are definitely underestimating what James Lindsay is attempting to do here, because people think that he's stupid. However, James Lindsay is not stupid. He is just in the unenviable position of desperately playing a rearguard action in defense of liberalism, and this leads him into ridiculous positions in which he is forced to do things that are essentially kind of deceptive. Because I actually think that the standout clip from this is James Lindsay trying to manipulate Jordan Peterson and the conservative Christian movement in the United States. There's no secret that James Lindsay is deeply against Christian nationalism because he sees it as being an anti-liberal movement, and of course he wants liberalism. And so he has struck on a tactic here, and this is what this is. It is a stratagem that he is trying to use in order to prevent the rise of what he calls the woke right. And he's been anything but shy about saying all of this. And there's a kind of way of pathologizing the woke right, which I actually really dislike. It might well be true, but the problem with sort of psychologizing and psychoanalyzing the people who join a thing is it doesn't strike at the actual root of the issue, because often people will glom on to something that has a point, but the reason that they're attracted to it is because of intellectual, emotional character defaults of their own. But it doesn't actually refute the point. And if you're not actually refuting the point, and you can't say why it's wrong, well, why should we not think that it's right? And that's the problem that James has with the woke right. And in fact, that's the problem that liberals generally have with collective movements and collectivism in its entirety. There is an aspect of the human condition that believes in collectivism.
We'll still let him continue to expand, but I am finding myself frustrated with the fact that he's not jumping into it. I'm a verbose person, so this is an unfair criticism, but I do want him to cut to how James Lindsay is wrong. Just summarizing what he said so far, because he's verbose and so am I. James Lindsay is not stupid. He's doing a rearguard action defending liberalism. He's being deceptive, and he's trying to manipulate Jordan Peterson and Christian conservatives and Christian nationalists into supporting liberalism over their own alleged interests. This is a stratagem or a tactic. Well, I want to know what the stratagem or tactic is, Sargon. Please, let's get to it. Now, that being said, somebody said something in chat that I thought was funny. It's Snorlax for sure. Yeah, somebody sold him Snorgon a Borkod. Rude, Dr. Zayas, rude. Connor, I think you should play Classic Doom, Ultimate Doom. Oh, listen, we played video game streams before, especially when Space Marine 2 came out. So, like the stream, watch the pre-recorded VOD so I get AdSense. Super chat if you have money burning a hole in your pocket. That way, realistically, guys, I'm trying to do this over the next 6 months in order to achieve a decent live viewership and donos and post-recorded metrics and all that kind of stuff, so I can make this my full-time job. If this is my full-time job, then 100% I'm gonna, play video games on stream, not from 9:30 to 2:30 EST, but I'll do like video game streams. But if I'm, just paying bills, the rest of my time is going to be going to family, which I know is cringe, but I love my family. Who wears it better, Shelly or Sargon? Shelly, 100%. I weigh it wear better. James Stratagem costs 2 CP for sure. That's what I was wondering if this was a Warhammer reference. Commander Haircut says, I like that in 2+ hours of blathering about the same stuff MAGA always whines about. The MAGA gets triggered over the 10 minutes total of woke right criticism. Yeah. Which just proves the criticism correct. Well, let's see why, Sargon says it's not apt. Christian Blair says, Sargon likes to listen to his own voice more than Peterson should have warned you. Yeah, it's only 15 minutes, and I had to pause 2 minutes in because we only got so much information. Eric Bear says, well, Carr is already talking very slowly in presenting his ideas in addition to burying the lead. Yeah, what is he trying to get me to give him more watch time? Come on, bro. Let's go. We got places to be.
And recognizes it when it sees it and responds to it in kind. And the liberal, being the abstracted tradition of the English people, doesn't understand that his own individualism is a form of Anglo-collectivism. It is what the Anglos collectively believe and how they think the world should be structured. And to push that on to other cultures is itself a form of collectivism and a kind of cultural domination that we don't even see and we don't even understand. But other cultures recognize it as ours and see it as being particular to us. Anyway, so this is the particular clip in question.
So I want to talk about...
Hold up. Sargon accidentally said something based. Uh-oh. He tripped up and he said something based. Gen X said Pisco debate on Tim Pool was pretty good. I only just watched the last 20 minutes, though. Okay, yeah, we'll take a look at it for sure. Pisco and I, we get into it pretty heated, but overall, I think he's like a decent human being. Razzle Cherry says, no, he's just British. They have an aversion to being entertained. Dang, Razzle Cherry, that's rude as hell. That's funny as hell, though. All right, anyways, what Sargon said, which I think is a decent criticism from the dissident right, going back to liberalism. The first person I heard say this was Keith Woods, and Sargon is repeating it effectively, is that liberals like to perceive themselves as individuals. However, we have a governing philosophy of liberalism, which enshrines things like freedom of conscience, freedom of speech, right to self-defense, limited governance, etc. And this is a collective expression. At first, I thought that was kind of silly, but then he extrapolated it out to our foreign affairs, in which we are trying to export liberalism and republicanism to other countries. And by the way, that's actually my belief system. I genuinely do believe that republicanism, mixed economy capitalism is the best way for human beings to live. I think that these goods are pretty much universal, that different cultures might have conflicts with them, but oftentimes those conflicts are antisocial, freakish, dark age, heathen, barbarian practices that make the world a worse place. And so as a result, Sargon is describing my worldview, and yet he's presuming that I'm going to assume it's bad, which it's not. So let's see if he has more substantive criticism of my ideology. He described it accurately. Let's see if he can criticize it.
This Lucifer idea. So Lucifer is the morning star, and he's the angel of the untrammeled intellect. That's how he's portrayed in Milton, right? And he's allied in some strange way with the serpent in the Garden of Eden.
If I might
Yes.
just interject, if he's the morning star, what do you do in the morning after the morning star rises? You wake up,
Right.
woke.
Right.
So this is broadly
All right, that was the most cringe clip. We all cringed at that clip. I want to see how Sargon extrapolates it. I thought that was like the most disconnected statement of the entire conversation. So let's see if Sargon can turn that into something.
just quite embarrassing for anyone who is involved in these intellectual spheres. And I imagine that Peterson just let it go because it sounds kind of ridiculous. And James Lindsay also knows how ridiculous it is. But
No, he doesn't. He's saying that Lucifer is oftentimes depicted as like a cannibalistic, self-eating philosophy of self-worship. And so they're literally talking about the most pernicious, parasitic, and self-worshipping predators. That's how they characterize it. Psychology. And they were talking about that for the 30 minutes or 40 minutes before this clip. So no, I don't think that he's lying. I don't think he's being disingenuous. I think he made a point that sounded cringe.
what he's doing here is trying to seed the idea that Lucifer was woke. And the thing is, he is right. Lucifer was the original liberal. And this is what Peterson...
I'm gonna let that go. I'm gonna let that cook. That was almost as bad as the original clip. That was almost as bad. He was like, James Lindsay is cringe because he said this dumb thing, and then he said something that was almost as wild. That was crazy.
is referring to when he calls him the sort of the fallen angel of the untrammeled intellect, or however it was he characterized him there.
Philip Coffey, you are too kind. Gotta head to a meeting. Here's a tenor towards an eventual Helldivers 2 game night. Super Earth needs you, Cotter. Philip Coffey, maybe that'll be our game night. I mean, it's a cooperative game. I do love it. Just shouting out our heroes today. Casey from Long Island, Dashing Rogue, Rises, Silver Jacket Man, and Philip Coffey have all kindly donated to the stream. Thank you kindly for your donations. It's huge. It is helpful. But we got to let him cook, guys. Okay, so that was almost as cringe as James Lindsay's original quote. And I think we all took psychic damage from it. But we have to hear his argument because that was a wildly crazy statement. Let's see what he has.
He's saying is if you are to apply only reason to anything, then you end up in a kind of Luciferian position, because what you're trying to do, at least as Milton describes him, because what you're trying to do is find a rational grounding for everything. And there are some things that are just not grounded in rationality. And it just happens to be that religion is generally not grounded in rationality. I'm not saying there aren't rational reasons to be religious, but primarily it is from a sentimental movement from within the heart. It's kind of ironic that James is like, well, Lucifer was the original OG woke person. He was the one who was woke. It's like, yes, because liberalism is itself a woke movement. Because to be woke is to have a structural, systematic critique of power dynamics and relations and demand rational justification for them.
Ah! Ah! I know why this ninja blocked me. I know why he blocked me. I know why he blocked me. Number one, he blocked me because he's pusillanimous. Number two, he blocked me because he wants to be able to say stupid shit to his audience unchallenged. That's why he blocked me. What a dipshit. I'm just gonna say it. Don't email my boss, Mr. Commander Haircut. Do not email Ken because I call Sargon of Akkad a fucking dipshit. Excuse my French. Carl, you are wrong. The reason why you're wrong is because if we listen to Jordan Peterson and you listen to the biblical lectures, the way Genesis starts out is with the logos or the truth. And the way that he defines logos, which I think is an incredibly astute observation of pre-scientific, pre-enlightenment, like Iron Age, I don't even know what age it is, societies, was that they believed that God was truth and reality manifest. That by speaking truth into the world, that's how the world was created. And therefore, it was the charge of human beings to understand that spoken truth, to pursue logos, to pursue spoken truth, and to pursue reality. And so, is God not the original liberal by speaking reality into existence and by charging his creation with understanding its own existence by giving the gift of intellectualism? Is God not the original wokey? Is he not the original liberal based off of your insanely cringe biblical shoehorning of Lucifer into the same role? This is a wildly stupid analysis so far, but I'll let him cook.
I agree that Lucifer was woke, but so is liberalism itself.
Based off of this, logos is woke itself. Understanding existence is woke itself. Understanding reality is woke itself. What a moronic hill to die on.
The very nature of what liberalism is a woke movement. And it was
Right.
entirely predicated on critiquing the unjust power of the king. This irrational, historic, inherited power structure was what liberalism was critiquing. And the only difference...
And by the way, liberalism wasn't charged. It emanated historically from criticizing monarchy. I understand that. I'm not denying that as a reality. But you don't need a king. You don't need an unjust power structure in order to understand liberalism. Liberalism is an evaluation of reality where we are not just social beings. We're not just collective beings. We are also individuals. And the easiest way to guarantee that human beings cooperate in a pro-social way is to give them freedom and choice. Do you need to educate them? Do you need to temper their choices? Do you need to offer them moral guidance? 100%. But if you actually want somebody to give themselves to society, the easiest way to do that is not through draconian and authoritarian measures. It's to create a society worthy of defense. And a society worthy of defense should not have the contradictions of authoritarian draconian measures. I hate this. I hate what he's saying with every fiber of my being. Being rational is being woke. Analyzing reality is being woke. This is the kind of like reactionary, descriptively, like reacting to liberalism and progressivism. This is the kind of reactionary stupidity that is only possible. It can only sound deep if you have 80 IQ or if you're 15. Liberalism be like, let's just do stuff. No, not that. Razzle Cherry, if you check out all liberal authors, they talk about how like moral education of the population is necessary in order for people to live truly ordered ordered and free lives. There are dozens of pieces talking about the concept of ordered liberty only being possible through moral education. Just because liberalism in the modern context has been perverted to mean a free-for-all doesn't mean that liberalism itself started that way or should remain that way, by the way. Well, man, 542 says, Valor Media Network, we are reaching postmodern beliefs of woke definitions. It's making my head spin. Yeah, this is psychologically painful. I have to get through the content, so I can't read all of chat. I need to let him cook. But what he's cooking so far is human feces in a pot. Wow. This is amazing so far.
Between liberalism then and wokeism now is that liberalism is now the power structure that is being critiqued with its own tools. This is
No, you idiot. That's progressivism. How does he not know these things? He talks about these things all the time. Burkean conservatism, the father of conservatism, was born out of the French Revolution because he thought, while he might not have had the words at the time, he thought that progressives had fully disconnected from the traditional structures with which they had come to exist. They did not understand those structures, and he believed that those structures were desiccated and old and feeble. And so what he argued was that in order to avoid the collapse of rigid traditionalism or the bloodthirsty zeal of progressivism, that a new political philosophy was required, conservatism, in which you default to the existing structures of society, but then you needle the arguments made by liberals and progressives, and then you incorporate the good ideas and jettison the bad ideas. It's literally the foundational thought analysis of conservatism. And Sargon, in as few words as possible, is arguing, no, we need rigid, brittle traditions for their own sake, or else liberalism and progressivism, because conservatism is too weak to resist them, will create a degenerate, dystopian, myopic, murderous society, which, by the way, is not borne out by statistics. It's literally the best time to be alive as a human being ever, and Sargon acts like he's in the fall of Rome.
no different to what liberalism did with monarchy in the 18th century. And saying, well, look, I happen to like the bourgeois establishment that we have now. Okay, that's great, but there's absolutely nothing that stops the revolution once it's got going. And if you've got a tool that you use to take apart someone else, and that tool can be used to take apart you, well, I mean, I'm just saying I'm a little less sympathetic to that. Anyway, so yeah, James is well aware of what he's trying to do here. He's trying to suggest
this fucking asshole is going to make me read Burke's own writings. I read a biography of Burke. It's my rhetorical weakness that I am summarizing somebody who summarized Burke. That's my rhetorical weakness. But I have a suspicion, because it was like a highly rated book, that it was accurate. Okay. So I would now, if I ever talk to this asshole, because he's so pusillanimous that he effectively ran the second that I challenged him on anything. If I ever talk to this asshole, I'm going to have to read the original writings of Burke first. That way I can know that I authoritatively understand the father of conservatism. So he isn't able to say, well, did you hear about this quote from this thing that contradicts what you're saying? When it doesn't contradict the vibes, the overall argumentation of what conservatism is supposed to be. This is insane to me. This is insane to me that this dude has been doing this full time for like decades, and he seems to have adopted the dumbest position possible.
But being woke is being satanic, and being satanic is being woke right to make sure the Christians stay on the liberal plantation. They look over the fence and go, nope, that's where the Satanism is. When in fact, it is the woke liberals, the original woke liberals, who have them on their plantation from which they're not allowed to leave.
I'm okay with this. Let me steel man what he's saying. Christians ultimately should want to live in Christendom. If you believe that Christianity is the one true faith and it's fundamentally correct about the metaphysical descriptions of reality. And there's two arguments for this. The first argument is from Christian pacifists who do not want state power. Sorry if I'm not responding to chat. You guys are going to have to hold because I want to actually move through this. Otherwise, I'm going to respond to chat. I'm going to talk to you guys for 10 hours. Then I'm going to talk to Sargon for 10 hours because everything he's saying is so densely stupid. And then we're just never going to get through the segment. And I want to get through the segment and I want to make it watchable. So you guys can chat amongst yourselves, but hold questions, concerns, comments to me. Literally type it out on your phone, hold it until the end. I'll talk to you when we're done breaking it down. So anyways, there's two interpretations. There are several passages from Christ that says that you should abhor secular power and secular wealth. And so if you translate Christianity to follow those passages, then you effectively should not want Christendom, because Christendom will take the mundane and it will pollute the divine with it. However, there are other passages that you can equally interpret into wanting to create Christendom. And these are the passages and arguments that were used in order to establish the early church in Rome. And so Christianity, contrary to the modern narrative that Christianity is completely antithetical to secular power, that wasn't always true. And as a matter of fact, in medieval Europe, they would argue the opposite about it. Okay. Now, what Sargon is saying is that if you fall into the latter category of Christians, I'm literally picking my ear right now because it's itchy. Sorry. If you fall into the latter category of people who want to establish Christendom, then liberalism is a prison from which you can't escape. America and the Constitution and the Bill of Rights effectively prohibits Christian nationalism. It prohibits a Christian theocracy. And so oftentimes Christians within Western and liberal societies, they put up with degeneracy, they put up with minorities, they put up with religious people who do not share their religion, they put up with sexual conduct that is not in line with the Christian worldview. And if you were to live in Christendom, you wouldn't have to put up with any of that crap, and you might live in a more coherent society. In my opinion, so far, he has made the argument for white Sharia. That's what he's argued for. He's made a Christian nationalist argument and a race realist argument. He's Nick Fuentes light so far. So, in my opinion, I would like to see how he varies on these takes, but he has set the logical foundation for Christian nationalism, race realism, anti-immigration, anti-degeneracy, anti-sexual behavior. And he believes that James Lindsay lures people away from that belief structure, which is accurate.
And this is what James Lindsay is clumsily doing in this particular part of the interview. And you can say, well, look, I agree with him, and that's fine. You can agree with him. And you can say, look, I disagree with him, and that's fine. You can disagree with him. But the tactic is quite plain, at least to me. And I think that actually there's a much broader and deeper conversation to be had rather than just, we need to maintain the integrity of liberalism, which again...
Okay, Sargon, I'm happy to have this conversation with you whenever you stop being a pussy.
And I want to stress, was the original woke movement. It was obviously widely mocked by people online because it is ridiculous, but nobody was really giving an adequate explanation as to why this was so silly. Obviously, it's ridiculous. Clownish. But James is prepared to take the slings and arrows as long as later on he can try and say, well, look, if you are woke right, you are Luciferian, even though the content of what the woke right want is the diametric opposite of what the woke left want, and the actual content of what they're trying to construct is actually more in line with Christian values, hence them calling themselves Christian nationalists, than the actual Luciferian values of the woke left. There's a
okay. I think this is misconstruing James Lindsay's arguments, but I'm okay with it. I'm okay with it. I think this is an okay point. What James Lindsay, in my opinion, he wasn't arguing that the being Christian or trying to create Christian nationalism. I think that Sargon is extrapolating information that isn't totally there, but it's okay. It's okay. I think what James Lindsay was arguing is that the self-worship is the origin of where it goes too far. It's kind of this thing. Do you defer to powers outside of yourself? And do you look for validation and purpose outside of yourself? Or do you exclusively worship power and worship yourself? This is effectively the fundamentals of fascism. And there are Christian nationalists who are sympathetic to fascism, but they will pay lip service to Christ. They'll pay lip service to God. They will make the gestures. And by the way, I think this is Nick Fuentes to a degree. I'm sure he would disagree with me. I think this is Trump 100%, where they pay lip service to the symbols of Christianity, but they don't actually follow any of its tenets. And so as a result, I think that it would be these kind of people who blame the existing system, appeal to the disaffected, put yourself at the top of the hierarchy, and narrativize how to return to a mythological piece of history, like a coherent Christian nationalist society that predates liberalism, which I think Sargon is kind of arguing for, by the way. And that's who James Lindsay was criticizing. I think that Sargon is charitably extending to fascistic, sympathetic Christian nationalists that they're not self-indulgent, self-worshipping, power-hungry freaks and monsters. They actually want to institute Christendom in its idealized glory on earth, and therefore they cannot be self-worshipping because Christianity itself is not a self-worshipping ideology or philosophy. But in my mind, if I'm understanding everything that's being said, I think that James Lindsay has an infinitely more cynical perspective on the people who are Christian nationalists and fascist apologists and neo-monarchists, whereas Sargon has an infinitely more charitable understanding of these characters. That's where I'm at.
Reason why they seem to resemble the chaos gods so much is because they actually want destruction, degeneracy, and change for change's sake, as well as all of the pathologies of Nurgle. They're in favor of all of those things. Whereas the Christian nationalists are actually arguing for a more wholesome Christian civilization. And James's problem is that they have realized that the tools of woke are just laying on the table and that they can use them to attack liberalism itself. And he will just come out and tell you that that's what's happening. Woke right was never and is not an accusation against Christians or conservatives. Of course not. They're the ones he is trying to keep on the liberal plantation. The woke right is definitely seen exposed and the term will stick. Maybe. And it may well turn out that they'll adopt it for their own. Because maybe they actually like, well, the problem with the woke left wasn't the woke part, it was the left part. Because remember, the woke part is really just a systematic power analysis of how structures are kept in place in order to preserve the current hegemony and status quo of the ruling ideology. Well, that doesn't have to be partisan. It doesn't have to be a left or right issue. And in fact, in many cases, they actually are correct about a lot of these things that James Lindsay wants them to remain blind to, and themselves have fairly good critiques. Like, honestly, a lot of what the Frankfurt School are saying is right, even though they were communists. Even though I don't want to go in the direction they're heading in, they are making valid critiques. And this just comes down to Sun Tzu. You must know your enemy and know yourself. And if you do, you'll never lose a battle. James Lindsay wants to continually lose the battle against the left because he wants to refuse the widespread proliferation and understanding of what the left has discovered about our societies. Whereas the woke right are saying, well, no, look, we need to take that information, take that knowledge, and actually incorporate it into our own perspective. And so you get memes like this.
I was wondering if this was going to pop up because it was actually popping into my head. I want to hear Sargon's analysis real quick. And so if I'm hearing him, I'm trying to hear him as aggressively as possible. Just because I don't like the man and I don't like his conclusions doesn't mean that I don't want to hear interesting lines of argument. If I'm steelmanning what I just heard, he's saying that when it comes to progressives, oftentimes what they are describing, including the Frankfurt School of Communists, what they are describing are actual indictments of 20th century, 19th century, and even 21st century liberal mixed economy capitalism. And they're using that as a narrative through which to get people to buy into socialism and communism. And what Sargon is saying instead is that we want to take those same critiques of liberalism, mixed economy, capitalism, alienation from labor, alienation from your community, et cetera, and then we want to use that. And I'm not saying he might be describing Christian nationalists in general. I don't know if he identifies as a Christian nationalist, but it seems like he's making that argument. And we want to use that as a propagandistic fuel and fodder in order to found our own movement, where instead of moving into socialism and communism, we actually move into Christian nationalism, which is interesting. I don't like it. I don't agree with it. I think it's against everything I was raised with to believe in as a Republican. I think it's everything I was raised against, agree with as a quote unquote liberal with a capital L, somebody who believes in freedom of conscience, freedom of speech, right to self-defense, limited government, due process of law, et cetera, et cetera. And so I see the argument. I see the line of argumentation. I understand it descriptively. I'm still waiting to hear if it's good. Can you prove to me that 17th and 18th century monarchy somehow recreated for the modern era and then top-down enforcing Christian morality, Christian ethics, and Christian religion into broader society? Number one, can you show me that the population is even interested in that beyond like a 5 to 10% of like schizo-ridoid young males? And then number two, can you show me that you can implement it to a degree that you don't have your own weirdo, dystopian, fascistic, authoritarian freak show that collapses the current order, which if you look at statistics is one of the most like wealthy and interesting, prosperous, cool times to be alive as a human. I'm very interested to hear his narrativization of that fact. I don't know if we're going to get that in this video, but I'm listening to what he's saying. I understand it. I wonder if he's going to be able to make any other kind of compelling argument.
Cast the ring of winning into the fire, and the work right is no. And James Lindsay is on the position that we can never really defeat the left because...
Yes. Sorry, I need to share this as well. Left and right are like temperamental. They might even be hormonal structures in the human brain. The right wing, they've even done like brain scans and studies of how conservatives and how liberals and progressives do, like how they empathize with different beings. And it seems like with conservatives, they empathize within like a very close proximity of themselves. And with liberals and progressives, they oftentimes empathize to the maximum degree with almost everything. And I think it has something to do with like testosterone and fear matrices and the amygdala and like the structures of the brain. And so the argument from Burkean conservatism is that you have conservatives who are more, more conservative, traditionalists. They care more about the existing structures of society. And then you have the liberals and progressives who argue about what is wrong with society. And then you battle back and forth in a narrative structure within the liberal framework. Not that Burke would identify with that, but within a liberal society, you're supposed to have conservatives and traditionalists argue with progressives and liberals. And then eventually through the shakeup of this conversation about the structures of power, you eventually generate a new synthesis that is better for society. That's actually like the Burkean framework for the progress of society. So I'm curious why he doesn't buy into that formula, because the truth is, if you have a dystopian, fascistic, authoritarian, top-down Christian nationalist prescription for all of society, and half of the population is not attuned to that reality, you're effectively fomenting your own rebellion and political downfall. So yeah, the struggle between the left and right is never over, because it's the struggle between tradition and progress. But that's an ongoing conversation that will be you could literally nuke all of human civilization, and within 1,000 years of cockroaches, well, 1,000 years is a bad example, but humans emerging from the Mad Max dystopian desert radioactive wastes, they will be having arguments about what traditions they need to hold on to that allow them to survive versus what progress do they need to allow in order to allow the world to become a better place. The fact that he doesn't recognize this is, I know he knows of this concept. The fact that he doesn't recognize that as reality is concerning to me.
If we defeat the left, that means we have to defeat liberalism. And he is a liberal. So, from any perspective in this conversation, he is the left. And that's why people point out that, look, he is definitely trying to purge the authentic right from the right, from the conservative.
I'm sorry. This is funny. Razzle Cherry. I'm not trying to be offensive, but he's saying he's trying to purge the authentic right from the right. And then his example is Crusader Pepe, which is obviously like some Christian nationalist shit poster. And it's a dude in a Crusader uniform with a Pepe the Frog. Like, this is the authentic right, bro. This is the authentic right, the real right. It's not the conservatives who go to work every day, who take care of their families, who have kids, who pay their taxes, who pay their bills, who are good community members, who go to church. You know, that's not real conservatism. Real conservatism is being 19 years old and shit posting as a medieval Crusader frog. That's real conservatism, in case you were wondering.
Movement. And he turns into a pink-haired gender goblin as soon as certain uncomfortable topics come up.
Certain uncomfortable topics. What was that? Race. Okay. Listen, I'm happy to have conversations about race all day. I don't turn into a pink-haired gender goblin. But I love how Sargon is so cucked that he will not admit what he's sweeping for. This is why he blocked me, by the way. This is why he blocked me. I said, blame existing system, appeal to the disaffected, put yourself at the top of the hierarchy. I said this to him, and he blocked me because of it. I said that you are using black pills to radicalize young men to the point that they will listen to you about your prescriptions about, you know, society. So to put himself in a position of authority so he can make prescriptions about what society needs to do. I accused him of these bottom two tiers. And instead of arguing with me, he blocked me. Right? So Sargon, you are proving James's point. You can say that liberalism is wrong and James is wrong and he defends a system which he doesn't understand that will ultimately lead to the collapse of civilization. And I can think you're sorry, Commander Haircut. I need to do it. I need to be a little bit ableist. I can think you're a fucking idiot. Okay? So sorry to the nice women in chat. Sorry to the kind people at home. Sorry to Ken. Sorry to my mother. Sorry to Jesus. Sorry to God. But if I call you out on doing these two things and then you block me because I'm effectively like showing that you're not wearing any clothes, I think you're pusillanimous.
To which the liberal has no good answer. And in fact,
so Razzle Cherry, you have been swimming in these circles. I'm only going to respond to Razzle because he's the guy. Let's face it. He's our resident groiper. He's the main guy that I care about, right? You think Sargon is a radicalizing agent? He's like the most moderate normie? Bro, you see him arguing for Christendom, Christian nationalism, neo-monarchy, and race realism. And you're like, he's a moderate. If this is moderate, if neo-monarchism, Christian nationalism, and race realism are moderate, please tell me what extreme is. I'm assuming you're going to say National Socialism.
Would require them to move off of liberalism entirely to be able to properly discuss. Yes, James Lindsay is the leftist in this conversation.
I hate this. I hate the conflation of left and liberal. I hate it. Wait, calling people idiots is ableist now? Depends on who you talk to. This is like all the schizoids freaking out over the Pope saying that racism is bad. It is. It is like that. It is like that. The reason why I get frustrated is because I think that there needs to be a reasonable center. I like to think that I'm part of the reasonable center. I'm a never Trump Republican. I identify as center right. You can call me liberal, but I'm not a liberal Democrat. I don't like Democrats. I think they're 70% wrong on policy, but it's fine. It's fine. 50% wrong on policy, okay? So I think there needs to be a reasonable center, and I often find the most reasonable people, no offense to anybody in chat, but I find them to be either liberals or moderate Republicans. That's where I find the most reasonable people, and we're not schizoid freaks, okay? And so with that being said, when he says leftist and James Lindsay is the leftist, what he's saying is like so far left that he's beneath consideration. Because that's how I use leftists, I'm not going to lie. Because leftists in my world, in the Twitch and YouTube political debate space, means socialist or communist. Anyways, sorry, I'm getting frustrated. I do find this interesting, but I am getting frustrated.
Because liberalism is fundamentally a left-wing movement.
This is true. I'm going to concede to this. We operate in a dynamic in which we have a libertarian or liberal republic, and liberalism is rooted in the concern for the individual. And you can argue that concern for the individual is a left-wing idea because left versus right emanates from the French Revolution, where the right side of the parliament was the monarchists who supported the traditions of the society. And then the left side of the house was the Jacobins and the moderates and this, that, the other. Okay. And so he's right that liberalism is typically, especially in context of the French Revolution, a left-wing ideology, but left-wing does not mean bad.
And he is, in a way,
The same way right-wing doesn't mean bad.
using this mimetic framework in order to prey on the more ignorant pastors in the church. Yeah.
Razzle Cherry says, you're a part of the gatekeeping center. You're gosh darn right. Reasonable is relative, and for you to take that slot as reasonable guy, I think is self-serving. Razzle Cherry, do you think it's reasonable to overthrow a democratic republic that has stood for 275 odd years in order to reinstitute Christendom and neo-monarchy in the Americas? Do you think that's a reasonable position based off of the demography and the other people who exist in this country with you? Please answer that question and tell me whether or not it's reasonable.
Yes, he is trying to make sure that the pastors and the Christians themselves remain in the liberal framework so he can make sure that liberalism survives. Because if the Christian right in America decide, you know what, we're not going to be liberals anymore because it seems to be a Luciferian creed that's intent on destroying everything God made, which I think it actually is, then
Liberalism is a Luciferian creed bent on destroying everything that God made. This is a moderate position to you. There we go. Yeah, thank you.
why wouldn't he be acting as this agent of chaos against the right? He of course would. He's got every reason to do so. And Auron is right here, but he did intentionally manufacture a weapon of cancellation, the woke right label, that he ultimately hoped would be used by leftists and regime conservatives to attack the right. That's 100% correct, and that's exactly why he's created it. That is,
if we can agree, this is where Sargon pisses me off. If we can agree that the left wing can go too far, and I'm not saying everybody in chat's going to agree with this. Thank you, brother. I'll read that momentarily. If we can agree that the left can go too far, if we can agree, and by the way, this isn't going to be everybody in chat, but I'm just going to talk about the alleged excesses of the left can from the perspective of a never Trump Republican. If we can agree that 10,000 genders is too far, if we can agree that social media censorship went too far in the late 10s and early 20s, if we can agree that authoritarian dystopian shut up and take it style lockdowns in reference to COVID, which by the way, COVID was serious. It killed tons of people. Don't get me twisted. If we can agree that some of that was incorrect, and if we can agree that there are authoritarian and dystopian elements of the left, why would we not be able to recognize that in the right? And so Orrin McIntyre says that James Lindsay is taking all of the objections that he has on the left and he's applying it to the right. James Lindsay says as much. And Sargon argues that this is like an unnecessary and incorrect action to do. Why? If we can agree that there are psychos on the left, why wouldn't there be psychos on the right? And why wouldn't you object to their bad behavior? All right. Gassim, good to see you, brother. Forget reasonable. I'm not sure it's rational. Yeah. I do not think it's reasonable to tolerate Christian fundamentalists. Obviously, we're having a little bit of spat in chat. That's okay. That's why we're here. Just Carpet 563 for $5. Thank you kindly for the donation, by the way. Mostly a lurker, but got to help out the ex-military and law enforcement brothers. Keep up the Lord's work. Thank you, Just Carpet. I really do appreciate the donation. Every Grassroots Touchamon has been missing in action. I'm sure he's busy with work and family and all that kind of stuff. He's normally my oiler. He's a very good man for supporting us so much, as he always has. As if he ever disappears from chat, we are just going to thank for the time that we have been together, because he's been such a strong supporter of the chat. But I do have to say that I really appreciate chat stepping up today with Casey, Dashing Rogue, Rises, Silver Jacket, Philip Coffee, and Just Carpet supporting the stream. It is appreciated. Overthrow is a strong word. Infiltrate and proliferate is more my style. But yeah, I think it can be reasonable, all things considered, to replace the system. Okay, so you're an incrementalist Christian nationalist. I don't think you're going to succeed, but yeah, I guess that's better than a revolutionary Christian nationalist. Old school, it's like a libertarian socialist versus a Marxist Leninist. I would rather talk to an incrementalist libertarian socialist than a Marxist Leninist. Old school says, I like Carl, but my respect for him took a big hit when he called Dune a hero's journey. If he could get Dune that wrong, what else is he wrong about? Well, I'd say he's wrong in this segment. All right. I am enjoying the long form one guy session. Okay. John says 42 likes and 49 viewers. Pretty nice. That is a good, nice ratio. Thank you for the likes, by the way. It helps in the algorithm. All right, let's continue.
Exactly why. And he just says, well, I just mourn everyone who stepped into the darkness of the woke right. Well, I mean, you can say that, but you're not saying that Auron is wrong, right? You are.
I'm saying it's wrong.
Doing that. What you're trying to do is make sure that people like Matt Walsh and JD Vance or whoever are essentially ostracized from the right. And
that's correct. I like JD Vance. I think he's an intelligent guy. I also think he sold his soul for power. I think JD Vance got bought out. Somebody said Peter Thiel in the chat. I think he got bought out by Thiel and the San Francisco bros. He realized that he could skin MAGA and walk around. He started reading schizoid, dissident, right-wing philosophy from Curtis Yarvin and other people, and he adopted that into his personality. And I think he half believes it and half believes in will to power, which is why he will flip-flop in order to maintain power. So, yeah, I do want JD Vance to be ostracized. I would get a beer with him. I would talk about complex sociological issues and political issues with him. However, I would, number one, be prepared for him to lie to me. And number two, I would be prepared for him to sell his soul for power.
Therefore, the Conservatives remain on the Liberal plantation forever. However, I think this is a losing battle. I actually don't think that the Conservative commitment to being liberals can actually sustain in the face of everything that's happening to our civilizations. And so you get people like...
I disagree. I think we're going to be just fine. I think liberalism, I think progressivism reared its ugly head for a decade, 2015 to now. I think that the Trump response has been so ugly that we're going to need to stabilize. And I don't think we're going to collapse. The reason why I say that is because I think there's enough people of goodwill who will make our society function through grit, sweat, blood, and tears. And I think these are schizophrenics. I don't think that Sargon himself is a schizophrenic. I think he capitalizes on the black pill and disaffection of our society in order to ingratiate and bring himself wealth and limited alternative media power. I don't think he's right at all. I think the doomsayers are way off.
Michael here are like, look, the woke right aren't conservatives, and in a way that's true, but they are definitely right wing. They're temporarily embarrassed progressive revolutionaries. Who they are?
Oh, I want to violate terms of service for this one. Woke right are not conservatives. They are temporarily embarrassed progressive revolutionaries. Remember that? No, they're conservative revolutionaries. Sorry, I thought he was criticizing the normie right. Normie right versus woke right. New war. I'm on the normie right.
Just right-wing revolutionaries. They're not
That's true.
progressives in any way, shape, or form.
True. They're rigid traditionalists.
You are the progressives. You are the ones
No, they're the liberal, but okay.
who look at the established natural society of humankind and say, this is not acceptable because it has collective concepts contained within it.
This is the weakness of liberalism that I actually agree with fascists about, and I agree with communists about, is that liberalism so heavily, and this is where I disagree with libertarians, even though I wish I could be one. Libertarianism is so focused on the individual, they forget that we're even a social species. They forget that we even have collective duties and responsibilities, and they say that, you know, we can volunteer and that will be sufficient to stabilize society. I think that's insane and not borne out by history. I think liberals do recognize collective responsibilities and duties, but I think they can be co-opted by progressives very easily in order to appeal to their empathy and effectively weaponize empathy. And so that's why I don't identify as a liberal or a libertarian. I wish liberals and libertarians had spines. No offense to our chat. Everybody in our chat has spines made of titanium and a 3,000 IQ. So I'm not talking about you, Chad. I'm talking about other liberals. I'm talking about other libertarians. I'm talking about other individualists. And so in the gap between individualism and collectivism, there stands communitarianism as a philosophy, which I agree with. And communitarianism, weirdly enough, it echoes a fascistic argument that the collective and the individual are constantly in struggle. But what communitarianism does is it says that you should use a collective analysis when appropriate, and you should use an individualist analysis when appropriate. And I think that that's the power of the ideology. And I really wish that libertarians and liberals would take that very seriously, because there are failures in individualist thinking that cause dystopian, dysgenic, degenerate issues. And if you don't recognize that, then the collectivists will use those issues in order to incentivize everyone to become collectivist. As an example, we were talking about Bonnie Blue, and I'm not saying Bonnie Blue justifies a fascistic or authoritarian communist revolution. That's not what I'm saying. But the liberal and libertarian argumentation for Bonnie Blue's behavior, where she has sex with 100 men in one day, or 1,000 men in 48 hours, they have no ability to defend against it, because they say, well, the men consent and she consents, and ultimately the harm can be mitigated through condoms. So who am I to judge, you know, whether or not that's pro-social behavior or anti-social behavior? And it's like, you're a human being with like a moral sense. You absolutely not only have the right, you might have the duty to publicly criticize that kind of antisocial behavior. And so I find that criticism of individualism very pertinent. Dashing Rogue for $5. Thank you for your donation, brother. Sargon is too close to Steve Eurasianist Bannon. I love how the Brit tells Americans how bad their system is. Why not vote your mind, Carl? Oh, wait. Yeah, I get frustrated.
We want hardline individualism, and to get it, we are going to critique any power structure that is created by collective identity. And that's how liberalism won its wars. They are not progressives. You are the progressive. And it's really weird that you're saying,
no, liberalism and progressivism has they have fundamentally different lines of argumentation. Conservatism, within the conservative, progressive, and liberal dynamic, conservatism argues that society has traditions for a reason, and they have organizations and institutions for a reason. And so we should defer to those institutions because they have formed over centuries or millennia, and within them is nested centuries or millennia worth of wisdom and trial and error. And so if you eliminate every tradition instantaneously, you're going to create an anarchic shithole. That's a conservative argument. And so what conservatives argue is to needle and criticize proposals by the liberal and progressive minded so that we can incorporate good ideas and eliminate bad ideas. That's conservatism boiled down in 30 seconds. Liberalism is to have maximal freedom for as many people as possible, where what you do is, if there is something that the government should not be involved in, if you are not willing to send an agent of the state with a gun in order to stop a certain behavior, then you do not legislate that. You allow people to be maximally free with a minimum amount of government intervention. There's ideological arguments for this philosophy, and there's economic arguments for this philosophy, because the truth is free people are incredibly economically productive. They just are, because they will create institutions, and they will create inventions. When left to their own devices, free people just build shit. Okay, that's liberalism. Progressivism, it Razzle Cherry. Progressivism. Liberals are right, but we need to be more gay. No. Progressivism argues that the rigid social structures of society have been used as chains, as social construct chains with which to dispossess and enslave broad swaths of society, normally in the Western context, Black and brown people and sexual and gender minorities. And so we must break the expectations, the heteronormative, cis-hetero, patriarchal expectations of liberal and conservative society. We must throw them out root and branch in order to secure the rights and happiness of the sex, gender, promiscuous, and racial and ethnic and linguistic minorities. These are not the same philosophy, and Sargon, in my opinion, is full of shit because it's convenient for his line of argumentation.
Sat there pretending not to be. You are not in any way traditionalists. You are absolute individualists who want atomized humanity. I mean, like, I don't even need to explain it, really. But it is you who are very much on the left of this conversation, and the woke right are very much on the right. They are just postmodern. They are living in the postmodern era. We are living with the consequences of what the postmodern left did in the 20th century. And they have decided, well, I think if this can be used to win, why can't we use it to win? And the liberals' only answer is, well, we won't have a liberal society at the end of that. And the woke right say, deal.
Okay, yeah, so James Lindsay was 100% correct. Got it. You are using the tactics of the woke left. You do want an authoritarian and dystopian society. You do want to implement neo-monarchism and Christian nationalism. You just don't want to be criticized about it. Got it. Understood. Not my cup of tea. That's not what I want. But that's why we're in an ideological war. Okay. This is the problem with being in the center. It's very tough. When you punch left, you step on toes. When you punch right, you step on toes. And that's my frustration. That genuinely is my frustration, is the right wing has lost its mind. In my opinion, okay, I'm going to say the left wing lost its mind a decade ago, and that peaked in 2020 in the summer of love. Okay. Now the right wing has lost its mind now, and they need to be checked. And they are resisting being checked. That's where I'm at. Eric Dom says, social ills force us to recognize that the old laws still apply today. Humanity always seems to go through such periods after big technological progress. I'm back, by the way. Good to have you back, Eric Dom. And I agree. This is an argument for Burkean conservatism. I called myself a Burkean conservative for the better part of a year and a half. And effectively, whenever I tried to explain the ideology, they were like, no, that's not conservatism. Conservatism is liking whatever Trump does. It's like, no. I would rather listen to Edmund Burke, about what conservatism is than Donald Trump, who changes his mind on policy every 30 seconds. It's wildly frustrating. Madam Power says, with scoliosis plus 30 degrees, managed to bench press 400 plus and deadlift 400 plus for reps. Love sharpshooting and enjoy designing attack aircraft. I'm not considered a lefty. Well, Madam Power, welcome aboard. Welcome aboard. You are the kind of militant centrist that I want. We'll build an army of people who aren't too crazy. Little crazy. Not too crazy. Razzle Cherry says, so be it. Liberalism is outdated and only works in a homogenous country. Wrong. You're a talking points machine. Jonah Boy says, being in the center is a target-rich environment. It really is. Gassim says it's not about being in the center. It's a problem of not playing tribal politics. Agreed. To be honest, I think most people are probably not into tribal politics, but the tribalists dominate politics because they're so certain of themselves. I'd rather listen to the gorilla than Trump. Agreed. There are tribal centrists, I'm sure, that would disown you if you stuck to a position on a topic that isn't centrist. We're going to have to find them, Gassim. Well, you know, to be honest, you know who that is? That's Adam Friendon. He's like, I stopped using the term centrist. I stopped using the term moderate. I like to call myself an independent because I just think what I think. And then when I was like, hey, your analysis of Trump sucks, he was like, you're a liberal. You're a progressive. And it's like, no, I'm not. You know, you can argue that I'm capital L liberal, where I think that individual rights is a good thing, but I'm not a liberal in the modern sense as I'm a substantive part of the Democratic Party. No, I'm not. You know, I get into fights with Democrats all the time. I love Democrats. I have plenty of Democratic friends. I think they're good people. I think they're well-intended. I also think that their empathy is weaponized to the point that they will engage in policy that has perverse incentives that makes the world a worse place. So no, I don't go along to get along with liberals. You can say I'm liberal philosophically. You can say I'm Republican philosophically, but not the way, they're using it as a pejorative. I appreciate a person with willingness to understand other points of view. Well, welcome aboard. I want to be one of the militant centrists. My form of attack will be radically centrist rock music. True. The Doom soundtrack is what we agreed to earlier in chat. I think most groypers are legit teenagers, young adults still on their parents' health insurance. Razzlecherry, are you still on your parents' health insurance? Why don't you join the political Stone Age tribe, Connor? Because I don't want to, Bud123. And I do know that you're asking that sarcastically, but that is honestly what Sargon of Akkad just asked us to do. He said, hey, Connor, why don't you eliminate 300 years of political development in return to rigid neo-monarchist Christian, nationalist Christendom is the best way that I can say it without being profane. Razzle Cherry says, I don't think it's fair to call me a talking points machine. The progressivism is gay thing was just a bit lazy, but I'm just spitting facts at this point. Razzle Cherry, you're right. I was being mean. I was being grumpy, and I took it out on you. Okay. However, what I don't like, I'm going to steel man you instead of dismissing you. Okay. So be it. Liberalism is outdated and only works in a homogenous country. The reason why I dislike your previous comment, I'm going to steel man it. Okay. Is because I live in a heterogeneous country. Okay. I live in the United States of America. We have Hispanics, we have Asians, we have blacks, we have Caribbean blacks, we have Northern blacks, we got Southern blacks, we have French, we have Celts, we have Anglo-Saxons, we have Swedes, we have Southern Californians, Northern Californians, Oregonians, Texans, Massachusetts liberals, Massachusetts Republicans. We have the entire state of Florida, by the way. So we live in a heterogeneous society and have so for like 250 years. We had a civil war 150 years ago, but we survived that civil war and we became more heterogeneous afterwards. And if you walk outside of your house, it's not a bunch of racial warfare. It's not a bunch of economic warfare. It's men, women being productive. They're taking care of their families. They're taking care of their community. They're working jobs. They're paying taxes. They're participating in one of the strongest economies on the planet, and they're generating levels of wealth that would make kings of medieval Europe blush. So no, liberalism, militant liberalism, because it needs a spine, because that's my argument against liberals is oftentimes they don't have spines. Liberalism that's militant, that's aggressive, that's productive, that's mixed with mixed economy capitalism has created the greatest commercial empire and perhaps the greatest military empire since the Roman Empire. So no, don't tell me that it only works in homogenous societies. That's incorrect. That's my perspective. If you don't like it, that's fine. I'm sorry for being dismissive. I want to take a politically centrist. Sorry. I want to make politically centrist punk indie music. Well, that would be based. I see everyone being very tribal in interpersonal relationships. They behave very tribal against each other. Why are you on their side? All the same tribal mechanisms are at play. Sure. But at the same time, like when we're talking about these relationships, right? This is my fault for living in Florida. I live in too heterogeneous of a state in order to sympathize with people who only live amongst their people. I go to the bar. I don't really go to the bar that often, but when I go to the bar, I meet the bartenders that I worked with who remained bartenders after I left the restaurant industry. And they are Libyan. I think one of my best friends. Oh, no. She's Samoan. So I have a Samoan lesbian friend bartender who's excellent friends with a redneck Marine who I grew up with. Excuse me. A redneck Marine. The redneck Marine and I enlisted at the same time. The redneck Marine married an Egyptian woman despite him having a kafir tattoo on his chest. They have mixed race babies. He had to go to an Islamic marriage ceremony in order to please the conservative dad. And the Marine, the war on terror Marine, did it in order to get married and please his in-laws. Right? Those are just my friends down at the bar. His best friend, that's my mutual best friend, is Irish. We're all Irish English boys. And then looking around, when I went to the law enforcement academy, all of my friends were Hispanic. Not a single one of them spoke Spanish. Like 2 or 3 of them out of a class of 30 spoke Spanish. They all had last names like Herrera, Gonzalez, Gutierrez, and they all spoke English. And they all served in law enforcement. And half of them are still in law enforcement. And they all serve communities that are like mixed race, mixed ethnicity, mixed this, mixed that. You can say there's challenges. You can say it's annoying. There's absolutely challenges, and it is annoying. It's annoying when Puerto Rican people, just being real, it's annoying when Puerto Rican people, if I see a Puerto Rican flag in the back of your car and you throw trash out of your car, I get mad at you. Because I'm assuming that's something that you used to do in Puerto Rico and you do it now in Florida. And so I feel like driving up alongside you, rolling down my window and screaming at you and saying, don't throw trash on the effing road, you dumbass. That's annoying. Okay? That's annoying. When my Mexican neighbor plays music in the middle of the day on the weekends, it's annoying. I'm not going to lie. It's annoying. Okay? When my redneck neighbor, I don't have redneck neighbors. I live in a nice part of town. When I had redneck neighbors, and they were doing meth and pills all day and not working, and they were shooting their guns into the air, I found that annoying. So acting like this society or this culture doesn't work, I just don't agree with you. It works fine. It's messed up and it's messy. But guess what? Freedom is messed up and messy. Liberty, messed up and messy. I think punk and centrism are mutually exclusive. I don't know. Punk is like anti-establishment, largely speaking. It's like anarchic anti. I understand what you're saying philosophically. I understand what you're saying politically. But I do think centrists probably like punk rock and roll music. Centrist, pro-American, indie punk music based. We got chain smokers and boozers. Yeah. We got weed smokers. We got tobacco smokers. We got alcoholics. We got all sorts of people. I think he's saying culturally homogenous. My ancestry DNA says Korean, Danish, Welsh, Scottish. I'm an Asian Viking, bro. Exactly. Commander haircut. What's more punk than being a centrist these days? Well, I mean, I agree with you that it's rare. Gassim says liberalism is literally the only way to manage a heterogeneous society. Look at countries that scoff at liberalism and have heterogeneous societies. Sudan. Yeah. This is actually, Gassim brings up a perfect point. A perfect point. When you have a heterogeneous society, but then you institute an authoritarian government that guarantees that the people who do not fit within the desires of the authoritarian government are going to rebel. And this would be my argument to you, Razzle Cherry. So my argument to you would be that if you institute, and I'm not saying you specifically, let's say Nick Fuentes institutes the perfect authoritarian Christian nationalist society and he forces it top down onto the United States of America, there's going to be a rebellion. 100%. There's almost a rebellion against Trump. The only reason why there isn't a rebellion against Trump is because we expect that he'll be out of office in 4 years. And if he tries to say a third time, pass the Constitution, there will be a rebellion, and I'll be a part of it. Joda Boy says, Groypers want a homogenous society. That means gay society because it has the word homo in it. Nice. Seeing as the left and right are both going too far and the amount of crazies are growing every day, I can't see anything being more radical than centrism. Rad cent. Gang, gang. Razzle Cherry says 250 years. Let's be honest, this country was 80 to 85% white while the vast majority of its history. Look at the country now. It's falling apart at the seams. There's a reason my ideas are ascendant. Razzle, you are historically ignorant. All I have to do, we had 90% white population in 1863. And guess what those white people did? They disagreed on the concept of slavery. So 200,000 Union boys marched out. Well, these are just the people who died. But I'm going to be broad with the numbers. 500,000 Union boys marched south and shot 500,000 Southern boys. And I think it's the most amount of people killed on the continent of the United States, or the continent of the Americas. I think the Civil War was the most bloody time in American history. What is the bloodiest war in the Americas? The Civil War, 600,000 dead. What was the population? What was the demographics of America in 1860? 27 million white, 4.5 million black. Okay, so let's go ahead and do the math on it, okay? 4.5 plus 27 is 31.5. So 27 divided by 31.5 is 85%. We were 85% white at the outbreak of the Civil War, and that was the bloodiest years in the United States of America, was when we fought over the issue of slavery. So pretending racial homogeneity, which I know you didn't say racial, so I'm not trying to straw man you, but saying that like cultural racial homogeneity is the path to peace, I think is absurd. Well, maybe since the British Empire. True. My kids have blonde hair and blue eyes. I mated with a Caucasian to give my kids an Aryan edge, knowing neo-Nazis would come to power. All right, Madam Power. Reel in the edginess. JetX says I'm a bit behind, but you said they want society to just you said they want that society, but just don't want it labeled. Same with fascism. I described it to them and they loved it until they say it's fascism. Then they're mad. Lol. Yeah. JetX, I'm not sure if you're referring to like Groypers or Christian nationalists or neo-monarchists, but yeah. Sargon took umbrage that James Lindsay described him accurately. And then he said, lol, you're a liberal. I was like, okay. Most Americans are liberals. K Soko says, I love how the nice side of town is devoid of rednecks. Yeah. I'm probably the most redneck person in my side of town, to be honest. Bud123 says, I'm sorry I keep itching my nose, but I swear to God, I have like a mustache hair that's going into my nose. Bud123 says, if you, your wife, and kids don't mind a background fan noise, you could use a fan speaker noise on the speaker to tune out the loud music. Yeah, I mean, that's what we do, Bud123. Razzle Cherry says, yeah, bro, I think we know why Sudan isn't doing well. Oh, okay. So you made it racist. Even though it's a heterogeneous society that doesn't have a liberal society, or excuse me, a liberal governance. And it's leading to civil war as a result. Today and for many decades, we are talking past each other. True. Forcing it top down. That sounds really hot. Jesus. Are you a bottom, K-Soko? Are you bi? Are you straight? That was a very bottom thing to say. Christian Blair says, I mean, Fuentes was a... Ooh, okay, I'm not reading that. Calling Sargon pusillanimous is only counterproductive if you want to talk with him. It makes him reasonably call you bad faith. He has regularly exposed himself to physical danger. Mithridates. I have regularly exposed myself to physical danger. So, and more than talking to Antifa at some college protest. So I don't think that talking to Antifa and then snatching a flag from them is, it's braver than most. I'll say that. Pusillanimous. No. And by the way, Mithridates, I'm not going to accept this. I'm not going to accept this tone policing from you. Okay. I already accepted enough tone policing from Commander Haircut where I can't say the R slur anymore. Okay. So no, the reason why I call him pusillanimous is because we had this conversation, or James Lindsay or whatever his name is, had this conversation with Jordan Peterson where he described how authoritarians seize power and gain tribal political groups And he said, blame the existing system, appeal to the disaffected, and put yourself at the top of the hierarchy. I argue that Sargon of Akkad and his ilk, his little tribe, they appeal to the disaffected by constantly highlighting black pill content. Then they put themselves not at the top of all hierarchies, but they put themselves at the top of their hierarchy where they are worthy of rhetorical and political consideration. And so that's exactly what I said to Sargon on Twitter in a reply. I said, hey, I've checked out your content several times, and I think what you're doing is you're focusing on the black pills of society instead of what's productive about society. And then I think that you appeal to the disaffected through those stories, and then you put yourself in the position. I might not have said this component, but I said that you use that for clout, money, influence, and power. And instead of responding to the criticism, which I think is apt, he blocks because he can't have that conversation. Because James Lindsay is 100% correct in his description. Razzle literally has never read history before the 20th century. Lol. Maybe. It's okay. He's a good sport. Commander Haircut. The way that I said the R slur on stream and we had a disagreement about Israel-Palestine and the March of Return, but then you took a bunch of bullying from chat for several hours in good spirit, is the way that Razzle Cherry took hours of bullying in good spirit when we were doing a Groyper breakdown. And so while I fly off the handle and say some rude things to Razzle Cherry every now and then, I actually welcome him as a presence in this chat because I think, number one, he forces us to steel man and be charitable to our political opponents in the dissident right. And then I think he also reminds us that there are human beings in the dissident right who we're trying to reach. And so if we're being rude and shitty all the time, we're never even going to have a conversation, let alone convince them that we're correct. Yet, Kesoko says. So the Civil War is physical warfare that much harm to achieve ideological and desire conflict. So the Civil War is physical warfare that much harm to achieve ideological and desire conflict. Yeah. If I'm reading that correctly, I agree with your statement of fact. Christian Blair says, forget the fact that racism against different groups of whites is not the only history of Europe, but the history of the United States until 1930. Yep. Madam Power says, we're building a legion to combat the legion being built by the PayPal mafia. Indeed. It's based to be pro-natalist. It's goaded to be pro-natalist now to combat the tech bro legion. Agreed. You can tell someone is from the US when they overemphasize race instead of ethnicity. Agreed. Do you do cardio? Nowhere near enough. I just go walking with the family and I go to the parks with the kids, but I don't do enough cardio at all. As a matter of fact, that's 50% of my argument against the Civil War is I don't want to do cardio again. Eric Dom says, I might be misremembering, but isn't Europe historically the place where the most wars fought? That's because anybody who does not come from the New World does not think about it through color. Our brand of xenophobia and racism is very different. Eric Dom, I agree with you, but I think that Steelman's effectively an argument that Razzle Cherry could make because he's talking about homogenous culture, not just racial homogeneity. And so you could look at the conflicts of the early 20th century and then make the argument that because there wasn't racial homogeneity in Europe, that's what sparked the conflict. So you've effectively steelmanned him. You're bi? Good Lord. Sounds like a lot of work. Eric Blair says, our society can only function if we are mostly resolving ideology and desiring conflict via the only form of warfare that does not manufacture contempt, cooperative battles of ideas. Yeah, I agree. I think that's what we're doing here. Razzle says, I'm not saying it fixes everything, but it is a stabilizing component. By the way, you confirm that the country was and for a long time has been white. Yeah, but I was making the argument that I don't think I've ever denied that the United States was majority white until 1965. What I would say is it's better to live in the 1990s or the 2000s or the 2010s or 2025 than it was to live in 1860 or 1850 or 1840 or 1830 or 1810 or 1776 when this country was even more white. That was my argument. My argument is it's the best time to be alive ever. And these political false prophets, in my opinion, are they're grabbing the politically disaffected and leading them on a path to hell, personal and national. Madam Power says, I extracted my hubby from a neo-Nazi militia. They're stupid but dangerous enough to have a plan before effing with. Sure. Congratulations on being the gal. You know, it's like the meme is like never ask a neo-Nazi what his girlfriend looks like. It's always like it's always a multiracial chick. Connor was a former cop and exposed himself to armed gangbangers. Sargon spoke with a bunch of limp-wristed Antifa. I would love to fight Antifa, by the way. I'm married to a woman and have kids. Not that hard. Well, sometimes it is. Razzle said, you said it's been multicultural and multiracial for 250 years. I don't want to put words in your mouth. It was something along those lines. Well, Razzle, I think it can be argued that I might have misspoken. I'll concede to misspeaking conceptually for the sake of the argument. I'll admit that it's been 85% white. And then what I argued is that we had a whole bunch of conflicts in the 19th century that kind of disprove if we're majority white that we're somehow going to avoid conflict. Now, getting back to the point, though, is that we had ethno-religious struggles in the United States for the entirety of our existence, which might sound like a flip-flop, but you know, it is what it is. I'm describing history as accurately as I can. You know, we had Catholics, we had Protestants, we had Lutherans, we had Puritans, we had Germans, we had Anglos, we had Anglo-Saxons, we had Celts, we had Iberians, we had Italians, we had Greeks, we had Chinese, we had all that kind of stuff. And all of those groups, by the way, majority of whom immigrated in the 19th century. And that was when the United States was expanding west and actually colonizing what's now considered the Midwest and the West Coast of the United States of America. So I would argue that having a racial purity of like 85% throughout American history was not something that prevented conflict. And then what's also interesting is while we had those ethno-religious antagonisms between various religious and ethnic groups that I just described, that wasn't the Civil War. The Civil War was a war between the industrial and agricultural segments of America, where the agricultural segment of America relied on slave labor. So it wasn't even the ethno-religious diversity that caused the conflict of the Civil War. It was economic, which is interesting. Excuse me. Mithridates says, Razzle Cherry, cultural homogeneity is key. Racial homogeneity is a lower but relevant part of that. We're seeing now, tipping the scale towards social collapse is your belief, I take it? I don't agree. But I'm going to give Razzle Cherry a break. Okay, we've hit 5 hours, so I think it's time. Sacred Snow says, Razzle Cherry, I think you're talking about a conversation from 4 to 5 streams ago. I think, no. I said something similar to that this stream. I did say something similar to that this stream. I said that America has been some level of melting pot in the entirety of its existence. And so if you exclude racial and you go to ethno-religious, that's correct. But if you go to racial, that's incorrect. So I could see how that would be potentially confusing. So I could have just misspoken. Number two, depending on your analysis of either ethno-religious groups or racial groups, either statement can be true. So anyways. All right. I parasocially love you. It was a 5-hour stream. We had 8 different donors who gave various amounts of money, and I want to shout them out. Casey from Long Island donated. Dashing Rogue donated. Rises donated. Silver Jacket Man donated twice. Philip Coffee donated. Just Carpet 563 donated, and Dashing Rogue donated again. So I parasocially love all of you. You all have 3,000 IQ for hanging out for this stream. You are all brilliant, titanium-spined monsters of men and women who are going to go out into society and absolutely dominate. You're going to kill your next job interview. You're going to kill it at work. You're going to kill it in your social life. You're going to kill it in your physical life. You are going to do great. And I'm proud and happy to have been alongside you today for the past several hours. And I appreciate your viewership. I appreciate you watching the stream, and I appreciate you donating. It's very much appreciated. Pisco on Dim Fool, depending on the topic, might be something to add. Yeah, let's add that to the docket for sure. Madam Power says the neo-Nazis were the ones who were involved in junta. Some are the charms and many are the veterans with a penchant for violence. True. Thorson says, thank you for your hard work, Connor. This is Eric Bear. I changed my name to my gaming name. Okay, cool. All right. Yep, Razzle, you're always welcome aboard. And if anybody's being too rude, including me, just call it out. I'll call it out. Okay. Celeste Plantagenet York, good to see you again. See you on Monday. Have a great and useful weekend. You guys as well. Christian Blair's, have a good day. Connor in chat. See you next time. 07s, I'm going to salute you guys. Parasocial love. Have a beautiful day. Bye for now. Whenever I find my mouse.